Defining images, defining moments, defining emotions, and coming in 2011, March Madness. This is Turner Sports.
Miles that will leave a driver exposed. Thousands of fans are filing into Pocono Raceway. The rain is held off. We're crossing our fingers it stays that way this afternoon. Looks like it's just to the north of us, but temperatures here are a cool 74 degrees. For these drivers, though, it's about to get much, much hotter. Tony Stewart would love for that to happen. He's finished better than 15th just once in the last 8 races. There he is in his golf cart. Last year, he got his first win of the season here. His former teammate, by the way, Denny Hamlin, basically owns this racetrack. He's won 3 of his 8 starts here, including last July. And by the way, don't tell Jimmy Johnson he's slumping. He doesn't want to hear it. But the 4-time champ would love to reestablish his winning ways at this track where he has won twice before. Nestled among the hills in Long Pond, Pennsylvania, a sleeping giant about to come to life, and we are going to show you all of it. Welcome to Countdown to Green on TNT. I'm Lindsay Zarniak. We kick off our summer 6-pack of races as we will do each and every week from our set here in the sky, this time above the racetrack at Pocono Raceway in Pennsylvania. I'm joined by 2 men who really need no introduction. Crew Chief Larry McReynolds, driver Kyle Petty. You guys, this is a resort destination, but this is no honeymoon for drivers. Why?
I think the racetrack is so different than anything else we run. You got the half miles of Bristol and of Martinsville. You got the 2.5 miles of Daytona and Talladega. You've got the 1.5 miles of Texas and Chicago and Charlotte. And then, wait a minute, we got Pocono, okay? So it's so different that, you know, it's not a honeymoon for these guys.
Larry, it'll drive a crew chief crazy.
Well, it will, because to win here at Pocono, or just to be competitive, it takes every element of that race car. You've got to have good handling through these 3 different corners. You've got to have a lot of torque and a lot of horsepower to get down these long straightaways. Use the brake hard 3 times a lap. And then, of course, we know it'll come to fruition at the end of this race. You better have good strategy and good pit stops, because very well this race could be won and lost right there on that 1/4 mile of asphalt called pit road.
A lot of guys do not go home happy here. Let's take a look now at our NASCAR Sprint Cup standings. We are at the half point of the race, basically getting us to the chase. Just 13 races until NASCAR's version of the playoffs begin. Last year, there were 3 drivers in the top 12 at this point that did not make it in. And if you're walking around the garage, guys will really tell you that this is the time to separate yourself. Clint Boyer is the first man there in the 13th spot, knocking at the door to get in. Last year, also only 3 drivers outside the top 12 at this point found a way in. Larry, looking at that list, who do you like to make it?
Well, I think Clint Boyer, the way he's running, as well as Jamie McMurray, I think those are 2 guys that will catapult up in the top 12. I think the jury is still out on Tony Stewart. I'm going to be watching these next 2 or 3 races at Pocono, at Michigan, at Infineon before I'm going to make a call on the 14 car. 2 guys inside the top 12 that I'm a little nervous about. 2 of those Roush Fenway cars, Carl Edwards in the 99, Greg Biffle in the 16. The performance is just not there right now, and I think we'll get to talk to Carl a little bit about that.
Exactly. We're going to ask him. He said Fords just aren't fast, so hopefully he'll tell us more about that. Well, the layout at this track really demands compromise and consistency, among other things. I don't know about compromise, but 2 drivers who have been the most consistent, certainly, over the past few weeks are the Busch brothers. Kurt Busch, with the World of Confidence, won the last 2 Sprint Cup races. His little brother, Kyle, has 2 wins in the last 4, and today he's on the pole. Kyle Kyle, are these two setting themselves up to be the ones to really beat as we head towards the chase?
And that's a good question, because we're in that grind part of the year. This middle 13 races is the grind. You got to get in that chase. You look at it, we started the year, Jimmy Johnson, Jimmy Johnson, Jimmy Johnson, Jimmy Johnson. That's all we heard. Then we go straight from him to Denny Hamlin. And now all of a sudden it's Kurt and Kyle. It's the Busch brothers. It's the Gibbs organization and Penske. What I like about this is it adds the Penske organization to the mix. We were just talking Hendrick and Gibbs. Now we're talking Penske. And if these guys can grind it out, then they do have a shot to set themselves up for the championship.
I was talking to somebody on Kurt's crew, and they said, we feel like we just got done with Hell Week, talking about from the All-Start race to then the Coca-Cola 600. But they have to have a world of confidence now, don't they?
Well, they do. Hell Week, they took $1.4 million out of Charlotte Motor Speedway.
Not too shabby.
But I think when I think about the other Busch brother, Kyle Busch, you know, obviously he and his new crew chief, Dave Rogers, are really meshing. But the biggest thing I've said about Kyle Busch, I think a lot of his distractions are behind him. He finally won that Nationwide Series championship. He got engaged to Samantha. They're going to be married later on in the year. But the biggest thing...
Love solves everything, Larry.
Yeah, knowing what the long-term plan is. But I think the biggest thing, and we're seeing it right here at Pocono, he's decided to quit racing all over the country on a given Cup weekend. It wasn't that many years ago. He was at Texas on Friday night. He was at Nashville on Saturday night, Pocono on Sunday. He's decided, you know what? My focus is on this Cup car and trying to win this 2010 championship.
Yeah.
That's a great point. He said no to double duty. Well, as Kyle Petty just said, when you're the best and you're slumping, everybody starts licking their chops, and that's exactly what's happening now with Jimmy Johnson. The four-time champ has finished outside the top 15 the last 3 races. He's got 3 DNFs on the season. Kyle Petty, are people nuts to think that Jimmy's got something to really worry about?
Oh my God, he finished outside the top 15. Write it down, put it on your calendar.
Oh, no.
I hope everybody TiVo to spin at Charlotte, because you never see Jimmy Johnson spin. But here's the thing, you know, he's 7th in points. He's won 3 out of what, 12, 13 races, whatever. 3 out of 13 races. Yeah, that's a slump a lot of those guys in the garage area would want to be in. The difference between Jimmy Johnson and some of the other teams that we have talked about and we will, they've been in position to win Dover. They've been in position to win the All-Star race. They may not have been in a position to win Charlotte, but when you look back the last 3 or 4 races, they were in position to win some races.
Okay.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing that people's picking up on, we're seeing mistakes made by that team that we normally don't see. The pit road speeding penalty at Dover. You even look at qualifying here. He has won about every practice, but he got so loose he almost wrecked it qualifying. So I think that's the thing that people's picking up on, mistakes that you normally don't see that 48 team make.
We'll see if that speed makes a difference for him today. Well, one of the biggest questions out there, where the heck is Tony Stewart? A year ago, he was so in control. He had just taken over the points lead. Today, he's 16th with more questions, it seems, than answers. Let's check in now with our teammates who will be calling the race from the booth, Adam Alexander and Wally Dallenbach. Guys, what's wrong with Smoke?
Lindsay, I got to tell you, so many people talking about the struggles for Jimmy Johnson. Not many have their eye on Tony Stewart at this stage, but I think one thing we have to talk about is the fact he's only 27 points out of the chase, and there are some opportunities ahead.
Yeah, well, a great opportunity starting here at Pocono, where he won his race last year. And, you know, Tony's won most of his races from June on. You're right. Those guys have some work to do. If they're going to be, they have to be a lot more competitive to make the chase, but then they even have to be even better to try to win this championship. But I think, like Larry mentioned, the next few tracks that we're coming up with Tony Stewart are really good tracks for him. If he can turn it around this weekend and start putting some finishes together, I think he'll lock himself into that top 12.
And I know you drivers are always about confidence. Smoke should have some of that. 33 of his 37 career wins have come in the month of June or later in the season. That's good for anybody, Lindsay.
Thank you, guys. We'll be taking a look on what Tony Stewart can accomplish today, that's for sure. We want you to be as connected as possible to Tony or whomever your driver happens to be. So we've got our friend and yours, Race Buddy, back for another season. We knew you missed him. We want to get you guys as connected. So what we say is to go to log on to NASCAR.com. You can see real-time camera feeds, and during the race, you'll get live updates from Larry McReynolds and myself. We also are reading your questions. You never know. We might be able to answer your question on our pre-race show this morning. Well, fans are certainly asking the question, will my driver end up in victory lane? We'll hear what the drivers are saying when we come back.
Coming up on Countdown to Green, Joe Gibbs shares his secrets to success. Pride of NASCAR profiles a racing legend, Mario Andretti. But next, Carl Edwards stops by the rig for a visit. Countdown to Green is brought to you by Nationwide Insurance. Watch the first ever live webcast of a NASCAR Nationwide Series drivers meeting. It's from Nationwide Insurance and only on NASCARNationwideSeries.com.
Welcome back to Countdown to Green here on TNT. 73% of the 64 races here have been won by drivers starting in the top 10. How about that? Clint Boyer likes the sound of that. He'll roll off second, looking for his first win of the season. Talking about winners, we have a new feature to tell you about. You could be $1 million richer. How do you like the sound of that? After this race, just by watching along with us, you can test your expertise at the same time. The $1 Million Fan Challenge. Think fantasy racing with a huge payoff. All you have to do is go to NASCAR.com, set your top 10 finishers. You can even change your lineup during the race up to lap 50. If you know your stuff, you could win up to $1 million, just like Kurt Busch at the All-Star race. Will Kurt Busch have what it takes to make it 3 wins in a row today? He'll start in the 4th spot. Who else has the edge? We want to send it now downstairs to our experts on pit road, Ralph Shaheen, Marty Snyder, Matt Yoakum, and our newest team member, Phil Parsons. Phil, what do you know?
Thank you, Lindsay. You know, David Ruderman had 3 sure top 5 finishes taken away with mechanical trouble earlier in this year. That's relegated him to a 19th points place position. But he's coming off 2 top 5s the last 2 races. I talked to crew chief Rodney Childers, who will call that race from right here in this chair, and he said the biggest thing that has his concerned is the 29th starting position. He said it's so difficult to pass her. He said, watch us do some 2-tire strategy. There will be a lot of pit road strategy in this pit today. Now to Matt Yoakum.
Phil, Kyle Busch returned to old form with an impressive streak of 7 consecutive top 10 finishes, something not seen since 2008. I'll talk to the Chief M&M coming up about his chances to regain the championship point lead for the first time in 2 years here in the Poconos. To Marty Snyder.
And Matt, his teammate Denny Hamlin is at arguably his best racetrack. So when you come to your best track, what do? You bring your best race car. This car for Denny this year, undefeated, 2 races and 2 wins. And in practice yesterday, the car was terrific. Coming up in a few minutes, we'll talk to Denny and we'll ask him how confident he is for today's race. And we'll also talk to him about what it's like to work for Joe Gibbs. What is it really like behind the scenes? That all coming up here in a little bit later. Lindsay?
You know, Marty, here at Pocono, the number 3 is a very popular number for Matt Kenseth. You see, he is 3rd in points coming into today's race. His best finish here at the 3-turn Pennsylvania Speed Plant, 3 in 2003. Driver of car number 17, however, is hoping to be number 1 when the checkers fall this afternoon. Jim Noble?
Well, Ralph, take everything you've just heard, roll it all together with the latest technology, and you have got Race Buddy only on NASCAR.com. I'll be on pit road with live updates all day long. We've got so many cool new features to tell you about this year, not the least of which, Lindsay joining us on Race Buddy this year. Lindsay, Race Buddy Nation welcomes you, and the next time we talk to you will be online.
I feel like I should pay you, Jim Noble. All right, there's Jim Noble, our Race Buddy correspondent. Here in the Poconos, we are 33 miles from the town of Nazareth, Pennsylvania, home of Mario Andretti, one of the most famous names in all of racing. He is the only driver to ever win the Indy 500, the Daytona 500, and the Formula One World Championship. But as our Ralph Shaheen found out, making a name for himself in NASCAR wasn't necessarily easy for Andretti.
How are you received by the drivers? Because let's face it, back then, most of the drivers didn't come from north of the Mason-Dixon line or from west of the Mississippi. And here you were living in Pennsylvania, but born in Italy. How did that go over?
There's something about race drivers that there's a camaraderie. I think that is a natural thing. And I felt very much at home, you know, immediately.
Mario Andretti ready to take the checkered flag, and there it is. Mario Andretti has won the 1967 Daytona 500.
The engine ended up becoming a key part of you winning that race because you qualified about 12th. And then you started to notice that maybe you weren't getting everything out of that motor that you needed. Tell us a story about the engine.
I think it was Donnie Allison. I said, what kind of gear are you pulling? And so he's telling me, and I figure, oh man, you know, I'm pulling a lower gear. And I said, I don't see anywhere near the revs. And so that's when I started questioning this engine situation. I remember that batch of engines come in for all the Ford factory drivers, you know, and so I see, you know, the tag for, I don't know, I think Ford was driving one of them, and I said, can I see the dyno sheets? And he says, well, they're all within like 5 horsepower, you know. I said, oh, okay. So I switched the tag. You know, I forget even who I switched it with. Oh, no, you can't do that. I said, I thought they were all the same. He said, oh, well, you can't do that, you know. I said, oh, okay, then you just answered my question. And Bill Ennis was, he was engine and foundry in Detroit, and they were doing a lot of the experimental engines and things. He knew what I was getting, you know, so he said, Mario, he says, why don't you run one of my engines? So I went to John Holman, I said, John, and he said, Mario, he says, you don't want those engines. You'll do 3 laps and the thing will explode. I said, but maybe it'll be 3 laps of glory, you know? Strategically, if I would have planned it, I would have been a genius. But because the car was so neutral, I had to lead. It really confused, you know, the rest of the driver, you know, the established drivers, was that I was so adamant about going for the lead, so they said, go, you know what I mean? Because, you know, you always draft. But it was working for me.
Your teammate in Daytona in 1967 was the golden boy of the day, Fred Lorenzen. How was he as a teammate?
I did not represent any kind of a threat to Freddie, especially going in. I mean, I'll guarantee you I was never on his radar screen, you know, in any way, shape or form.
Because of the fact that Ford wanted Lorenzen to win because he was their guy of that day, they held you up on jack stands on the last pit stop and really tried to sabotage you winning the race.
The interest was to have Fred win, if possible, rather than me, and that was really, you know, because there was no plan ahead of time, no understanding between us, and they just decided to just hold me up until he took off. You know, obviously, I chased him down, and I was able to pass him, and no problem passing him because I knew that he would stick right to my tail. But actually, Tiny Lund was the guy that helped me in that situation. And we were coming right down to the last couple of laps of the race, and Tiny's in the middle of the track, and he motioned me to go to the right, and I went right up to him, and I shot to the left, and somehow this must have startled Freddie, because I mean, I never backed off. I mean, the shot to the left, went around, and when I came out on the other side, Freddie was this big. You know, somehow he must have backed off or something, and he never caught up to me.
Fred Lorenzen in car number 28 is almost half a track behind, about 22 to 23 seconds.
You know, Ford, they were not that, you know, that thrilled about it because, you know, the obvious, you know, I was not their steady guy, and they would have rather had, you know, Freddie win for sure.
Was winning the 1967 Daytona 500 the biggest upset you ever pulled off in your career?
Oh, yes. Yeah, I think so, for sure. I'm just looking at my career, you know. Is it more complete with the Daytona win? You're darn right it is. It's all about the classics, you know, and when you look at Daytona, you look at Indianapolis, these are the ones that, you know, somehow, if you have the opportunity to race in it and you're lucky enough, you know, to pull off a win, I mean, they're the ones that will be on top of your mantle forever.
Ralph Shaheen also found out that chassis ended up being the one that Darrell Waltrip ran in his first race a few years later. What stands out to you about hearing that recounting by Mario Andretti?
Well, to me, aside from the trials and tribulations, it sounds like of winning the 1967 Daytona 500. When I look at Mario Andretti, I mean, the man is in 5 Hall of Fames. In the year 2000, AP named him Driver of the Century. I mean, what an amazing thing to be bestowed upon you. The man won in NASCAR, Formula One, IndyCar, sprint cars, midget cars. He even won some drag races at one point.
Kyle, you grew up with a legend, your father, Richard Petty. But I mean, what surprises you about Mario's accomplishments?
You know, that was a time when that could be done. When you go back to the 60s and the early 70s, you saw Bobby and Donnie and Leroy. You saw some of those guys go to Indy and run Indy cars. That doesn't happen. I don't care if you want to pay $20 million like they put up to run the double-double. It's not going to happen because it's a specialized sport. But just as Larry just said, a driver was a driver, and you heard Mario say it. A driver's had a camaraderie, and there was that common denominator of the car. Richard Petty, A.J. Foyt, Dale Earnhardt Sr. It doesn't make any difference. The great drivers were that way. And Mario came over, and he's right. Not only was he not on Freddie's radar screen, he wasn't on anybody's radar screen, okay? Ford didn't care about him. The King and those guys didn't care about him. Nobody cared. It's just a guy from Indy coming over the run, and he kicked their butt, and that was a big day.
Well, and it was a big day, and he made them stand up and take notice. There's so much more to come here on TNT's Countdown to Green. The drivers are walking out to pit road. They're cool, calm, and collected, and ready for some racing. Stick around. Ago, Carl Edwards won more races than any other driver, but since then the drop-off between Fords and other manufacturers, well, it's increased. In fact, the last time a Ford was in victory lane was Talladega last October. Edwards hasn't visited victory lane in 49 tries. Carl joins us now live. I'm sorry to start you off that way, but listen, I know you're exhausted. You just got back from Nashville for the nationwide race. You got back at what, 2 a.m.? We want to see you doing some backflips in victory lane on the Cup side.
Yeah, you and me both, and I just you know, Ford hasn't dropped off. Ford's been doing great. You know, as a manufacturer, they produce the best cars on the road, and they've been doing a great job with their business. But here at the racetrack, we have to get faster, and we've been working very hard. Aflac, you know, all my guys, you know, Scott's, Subway, our sponsors have been behind us 100%. The fans voted me in. The fan vote at the All-Star race, so they still believe in us. We just got to go get to victory lane.
You know, Carl Lindsay mentioned that you got back to your motor coach around 2 a.m. from running the Nationwide Series race in Nashville. And this will be the 6th year that you're doing both full schedules. Yep. And these 3 weeks are the toughest. I know you have a passion and a love for racing, but why continue to try to run both full schedules?
That's a really good question. About 2 a.m. I was thinking the same thing. But it's because I love it. I mean, we've got Copart and Fastenal over there. They're great sponsors. And, you know, Drew, my crew chief's doing a great job. And when we're winning races over there in the Nationwide Series, it's a blast. You know, right now we've been struggling, but you know, it's just because I love racing, and yeah, it's a championship to race for. We're having a great battle with Brad Keselowski. He's winning that battle right now, but I feel like we're going to come on strong.
You were on his heels last night, though.
I know, that's the closest we've been for a while. I was having some fun, but it's just because it's fun, and when it quits being fun, I'll quit doing it. But 6 years sounds like a lot. It doesn't feel like it's been that long.
You're not going to quit doing it.
No, probably not.
You know, and we talk about how you guys have fallen off a little bit, but it's funny because we don't talk about Carl Edwards falling off. We don't talk about Kevin or Matt Kenseth's falling off. We talk about the Roush organization has got a little bit behind. And you don't just fall off the face of the earth. Are you behind in one specific area or just a lot of little areas that just aren't adding up?
If we knew exactly which one, we'd be all right. It's a good question. You know, the new engine's going to be good, but it's a number of things. You know, when we come to the racetrack, we try to make this car, you know, going down the corner and do what I want it to do, and it's just been a little bit of a struggle. And Matt Kenseth and Greg Biffle, David Reagan, we're all really good drivers, and we just got to keep believing in ourselves and keep going forward, because the tide will turn. You know, we'll get back to that form in 2008 where we were winning almost every week, it seemed like.
Before we let you go, we know that this is a big weekend here at the racetrack for Gillette. Tell us about that.
Yeah, it's huge. It's the Gillette Fusion ProGlide 500. I brought some gifts. The pink one is for Kyle.
Yeah, I want the pink one.
And there you go. You guys, these are the new Gillette Fusion ProGlide razors, and they're great. They turn shaving into gliding.
I was thinking about this. Your motor coach driver, Tom Giacchi, right?
Yep.
He grew the beard a couple of years.
The beard is no longer. Gillette's taking care of the beard.
Tom decided not to do that again.
No, this would have been a long beard right now. So
maybe he should have, because he shaved it off after you broke your losing streak.
Yeah, maybe somebody out there, if you're growing a beard, I appreciate it. It will be off soon. But Gillette's done a great job with this razor. It's been wonderful, and hopefully we can get this Kellogg's Ford Fusion into victory lane and get that big race RZR trophy. That'd be cool.
Carl Edwards, best of luck today. Congratulations
Thank
on the
you.
second place finish last
The pink
night.
looks good.
Thank you. My legs are tingling right now. I can't wait to get in the top.
We'll get an update on that later. But all right, as we were saying, several crazy drivers like Carl Edwards pulled double duty this weekend, taking part in last night's nationwide race in Nashville. Brad Keselowski, as Carl said, was one of them. He took the checkered flag to win his third race of the season. Here's how the guys finished. Brad, as I said, was first. Carl Edwards right behind him in second place. And it was, there we go, in third. It was Paul Menard, I believe, who
Paul
it was.
Menard did finish third.
Yes, there we go. So those are the standings that you're seeing right there. NASCAR always willing to lend a helping hand, by the way. Before the race yesterday, there were country music stars from Nashville and NASCAR drivers getting together to help raise money for the city that was rocked by floods last month. It was a race fest for flood relief. That's what they called it. The city certainly is improving, but still has a long way to go in the recovery process. Fans, keep up with all your favorite drivers by checking out Nationwide's On Your Side race review only on NASCARNationwideSeries.com. Well, almost 840 miles from Nashville, today's action is about to get underway in Pocono. Stay with us.
Still to come on
Been doing notes.
Am I too far to the left?
Uh-oh. Here you go. The steeples at Pocono Raceway mark one of the most difficult tracks in all of NASCAR. Welcome back to the racetrack where 64 races have taken place, challenging the best drivers in all of NASCAR. Among them, the king, Richard Petty, and his son, Kyle, who took the win back in '93. Look at that hair. We love it. And where there's smoke, there's fire. Tony Stewart's experience last year could help him earn a repeat trip to victory lane. Our Ralph Shaheen is standing by now, trackside with Tony Stewart. Ralph?
Oh, Lindsay, we're just standing around here goofing around, having fun with old Smoke. Hey, listen, this has been a pretty good racetrack for you. You came here for the first time when you were 15 in a go-kart. You've won 2 races here, both in the June race, one of which was the first points-paying race for Stewart-Haas Racing just a year ago here on TNT. What is it about this triangle that's so good with you?
Oh, I don't know. I mean, we've had some good luck here, but we've also had some bad luck. So it's a place that if you have a good car and you have a good day, it's really fun. But if you're a little bit off, it seems like you're way off. This is one of those tracks that momentum is really key here versus a lot of places we go. And if you lose a little bit, it shows up big on the stopwatch. So it's a very technical track.
All right, now we've talked about the job. Let's talk about the passion. We're going dirt track racing Wednesday night, Prelude to the Dream. Tell me about that.
Yeah, excited. This is coming Wednesday. We got all my buddies are coming back to Eldora to race on the dirt for 4 children's charities we've got this year at the Prelude to the Dream, and you can watch it on HBO pay-per-view. You don't have to have HBO to get it, but just contact your local cable provider or Dish Network and DirecTV. Both are going to have it. So it's an awesome event, and 100% of the proceeds go to charity. So it's pretty cool. We got a team aspect this year that we got the whole field broke up into 4 groups, and each group will be assigned to one of the children's hospital charities, and they're racing for that charity for the night. So whatever team wins gets the majority of the proceeds.
It's a very cool program, Lindsay, and Old Smoke's going to go 6 today.
Thank you, Ralph. Owner and driver Tony Stewart will tell you this track is so maddening because all 3 turns are just so different. We wanted to break it down for you, so we sent Wally Dallenbach to explain just how to tame this track. Here's Wally's World.
Here at Pocono, there are 3 distinct turns, and each one has a very specific set of challenges. But today, we're going to focus in on the risks of Turn 3. Turn 3 is tricky because the cars are always on edge, and they're on the verge of spinning out at all times. Whoa! Bye, Carl. Check out Casey Kane's car as he loses rear grip off Turn 3 as he races side-by-side with Sam Hornet. And that little contact can become big if you're already loose. Getting through Turn 3, in my opinion, is the most important corner on the track. If you can do that well all day, then you've got a shot to win.
Molly always has so much fun out there. Communication is so key at this track. For a crew chief, dialing up adjustments that make for a happy driver really takes some talent. Let's check in now with Larry McReynolds at the TNT off-track race car, or Torque, as we like to call it for short, presented by Toyota. Larry, what are your keys to the race?
Well, Lindsay, I can think of about a dozen keys if you want to go to victory lane here at Pocono or even be competitive. But the three that I think are the most important, one is fuel mileage. Even though we can run about 32 to 36 laps on a tank of Sunoco race fuel, you know that you've got to get fuel in that car every opportunity that you can. And you don't want to run out of fuel at this 2.5-mile racetrack because it's a long way around. But the biggest thing at the end of the race, the crew chiefs have to think about 3 attempts at possibly a green-white-checkered. Now, the other thing is thinking about your left side Goodyear tires. Even though you want 4 fresh tires, every chance you get at Pocono, late in the race, what you have to think about, maybe just changing 2 right side tires, filling it up with fuel to get that ever-important track position. Now, the third key, we're going to be turning a lot of RPM here, especially with this cooler weather. We're going to be seeing RPM over 9,500. So what that driver has to think about early in the race, especially with fresh tires with a lot of grip, maybe roll out just a little early, because what that's really hard on this RPM is things especially like the valve spring. And trust me, if you go down to 7 cylinders here at Pocono, you may still be running at the end, but you won't be running very fast.
Thanks, Larry. I think fuel is Larry's favorite 4-letter word here at this racetrack. But hey, you won here as a driver. What is your key to this race?
The key to the race for me, and everything that Larry says right there is exactly right, but from a driver's perspective, is you've got to keep your car working exactly like Wally said, coming out of turn 3. This racetrack has a lot of compromises, but this is such a long straightaway to carry that momentum. You heard Smoke say it in his interview. It's a momentum racetrack, and you got to keep that momentum built up, and momentum for the lap starts coming off turn 3.
But it sounds so simple. Why is it so hard to do?
It's easy for us to sit up here and criticize these guys. It's hard to do when you're sitting in there and there's a guy on your bumper and there's a guy in front of you and you're turning left and you're on the gas and you've got worn out tires and you're mad at everybody. It's a lot tougher gig to do.
All right, one of the things I love about Kyle Petty is that you like to spread your knowledge all across the country. This season, Kyle will continue his travels aboard his motorcycle, checking in from spots all across America. This week, the first leg of his journey took him through my neck of the woods, the nation's capital. Here's Kyle's Ponytail Express.
6 races, 6,000 miles, 2 legendary names in racing, Petty and Harley Davidson, and 1 crazy sidekick.
Yeah, I'm not going.
How's it going, man?
So you have the Bushes here. You've got HW here and W here. And
Oh, the Bush. I thought you meant Kurt and Kyle.
No, I'm
sorry. I'm sorry. Kurt, Kyle, the bad boy right there.
George.
Okay, George. Sorry, I'm sorry.
Kyle Petty, you always give me grief about Washington, D.C. You did not even get in touch when you were in my town.
I am so sorry.
What is wrong with you?
I didn't know you lived above the Wax Museum. If I'd known it, I'd have come up for a beer or something. I mean,
okay,
you
right.
kid.
Well, no, I will tell you, my favorite wax figure in that museum is Tiger Woods. You didn't have to stop by him.
I did stop by Tiger Woods, but I also stopped by J-Lo, and she's got a wax derriere that's like incredible.
Okay, I gotcha. I'll digress. We'll touch on that later. You did have an opportunity to take part in a very cool event that actually benefits Victory Junction Gang Camp. Take a look at this, a wood carving. It was by a group called the Echo Chainsaw Carving Team. They came to Pocono Friday after.
Watching Countdown to Green on TNT. The Countdown to Green now continues live from Pocono.
Now feel a bit like retaliation is fair game. He knows. We saw tensions flare in that hair-raising wreck you're watching in Atlanta between he and Carl Edwards, where Keselowski ended up airborne. Eventually landed on his hood, then rolled back over. But we have also seen tensions rise between teammates this season. Juan Pablo Montoya and Jamie McMurray traded paint in Vegas. Jeff Gordon and Jimmy Johnson jawed at Texas and Talladega. But the latest scuffle is between drivers Denny Hamlin and Kyle Busch. Tensions flared when Hamlin denied Busch a chance to pass during the All-Star race. Well, team owner Joe Gibbs is a master at putting out fires in the NFL and in NASCAR. I had a chance to sit down with him, and I asked him how tough this situation has been to deal with.
Into the wall is Kyle Busch. Kyle got high coming off turn 2.
Somebody better keep me away from Denny Hamlin after this race. I had this race won. It was won.
I know, bud. We're saying the same thing, bud.
I think in this situation, you know, some things the night of the incident, which I wish hadn't have happened. And then in the press conference, there's things we wished hadn't happened.
Just things
said. But I think that both of them, you know, as we work our way through this, they're both, they both understand. They know that up here, you don't win without great teammates. You know, when you got two real competitive guys, and they're up front, both of them want to win, and that's what we want. When you're up front with good cars, it can happen. Now, if one car is real good and the other's real bad every week, there's not going to be a problem.
So you're in a pretty good situation.
They're separated by about 15 cars.
Exactly. Since the return of the spoiler, your team has dominated. You've won the majority of the races. Is that a coincidence?
When I talk to people the first go-around, people about the spoiler, when I asked them, hey, what do you think? They think, we don't see a lot. You know what I mean? It's not going to be a major deal. Really, you wouldn't even think that'd be the case with us. Then he had major surgery. We hadn't run well up into them at the 11th car, and we were all kind of really concerned. And then the very first week back in the car, we go down 2 laps. He stayed in the car, and I think that showed real toughness to the team. I think the team took off on that. We won the next week. Kyle has been, we've been proud of him because he's had a number of times where he could have won, didn't, and we eventually won, obviously, but he's been real consistent, you know. And for Kyle, I think that's probably something we wouldn't have said last year.
You are the team to beat right now in NASCAR.
I don't know where you got that.
Seriously? You really don't think that?
No, we're not in first place, neither one of our cars. We're up there in the top 5, but the good thing about pro sports is, you know, you can't talk your way up there. You're not going to con your way up there. You got to race your way up there.
Do you feel like your role as owner, and since you've retired from football again, do you feel like you're more involved than you expected to be? Do you do more than you thought?
No, I think I've always wanted to be a big part of what we're doing here in racing because it's family, it's JD on this side, Coy on the motocross side. And with both of them, you know, I try and do everything I can to support both of them. I always picture myself doing stuff like that until I guess I start drooling and they shove me in a corner someplace.
Well, we won't think of that
Which
yet.
is probably coming pretty quick.
I don't think so. Not at the rate your drivers are going. They won't let you. Joe Gibbs and his race team have reason to feel pretty good heading into today's race. Kyle Busch is on the pole. Meanwhile, teammate Denny Hamlin has proven that he understands this track better than anybody else. He's standing by with our Marty Snyder. Marty?
Yeah, and he has a lot of confidence this weekend. We'll get to that in a second. But first off, what is it like to work for Joe Gibbs? I know when you have the thing with Kyle, he can be a strong guy, but he can also be a fun guy to be around, can he?
Yeah, he is, and he just does a good job. I mean, trust me, I know because I live beside him.
Yeah,
I
live
see
2 feet from him.
I don't see the hours that he actually, when he goes into work at Joe Gibbs Racing, but I do see when he comes home, and it's about 7 o'clock every night. So Joe just does a really good job with our team, and you know, motivating everyone in the shop, and you know, he's just a role model for young people and anyone who's seen what he's done over the course of his career in football and racing understands.
8 starts here, 3 wins. How much confidence do you have when you roll into this place?
Well, a lot, and you know, I feel like should have won some more of those. You know, some of them have been rain shortened and things like that, but you know, when we come here, we just seem always to run well, and it's really about conserving your car here until the very end, and we'll see what we got today with our FedEx Freight car.
And if you talk to everybody in the garage area, they say this man, the man to beat today. Let's go to Matt Yoakum.
What a role for Kyle Busch. He's won 2 of the last 4 races, and then coming into Pocono with iffy weather, new spoiler, gear change. What's going to be the biggest challenge for you today?
I think the biggest challenge for me is just going to be, backing up the corner when the track backs up. When the times and everything kind of slows down, the tires get, wore out, you got to start backing everything up. So that's probably the biggest challenge to me, just trying to figure out how far to go. I always tend to overdrive this place and get in the corners too hard, push up the track, then you're tight loose on exit. So just calming all that down.
Now, if fuel mileage comes into play and becomes a big factor, are you good? Rate your fuel mileage saving tactics.
On a scale of 1 to 10?
Yes.
A 0. I'm horrible at saving fuel, man. I don't know how to do it. They always talk about when you start saving fuel, you go faster by going slower. I do that, and I still get sucky fuel mileage, so it doesn't matter. But, for us here today, hopefully it doesn't come down to that, but we can have a good solid run with our M&M's pretzel car and be up front at the end.
He was the gas man in qualifying, starting the best position possible on the pole. Lindsay?
Thanks, Matt. He's lying. I don't believe Kyle Busch for a second as far as him conserving fuel. Do you guys buy it?
No, he's never in fuel conservation mode. He's on the gas, turning left, turning right, whatever it takes to get this thing back around the racetrack.
Guys, do you think that the tensions are cleared enough for them to just move forward beyond this, or is there still some effect left?
Based on the press conference and some things that were said after the All-Star race, I question, is it completely put to rest? But you know what? Joe Gibbs has a great problem. He's got 2 Tigers that he's hired there, and those guys want second to no one, whether it comes to winning races or championship. We never hear teammates at each other if they're back there battling for 15th or 20th. That's 2 guys that are up there battling for the win each and every week.
All right, it'll be interesting to see who really has the edge, even though it is Kyle Busch that's on the pole, because we know the success that Denny Hamlin has had at this track. We are right around the corner from dropping the green flag. Your points leader, Kevin Harvick, he flew to Philly to watch the Flyers crush the Blackhawks. Let's see if that was some added motivation for driver 29.
Countdown to Green is brought to you by Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15%. Call Geico at 1-800-947-AUTO or visit us at geico.com. And by Sprint, proud sponsor of the NASCAR Sprint Cup Series.
Welcome back to Countdown to Green. We told you before about the $1 Million Fan Challenge. It's our unique opportunity to let you choose your top 10 finishers on NASCAR.com, and there's a big payoff. If you guess correctly, you could win up to $1 million. Kyle Petty, what would your lineup be, top 5?
Jimmy Johnson, Jimmy Johnson, Jimmy Johnson. Jimmy Johnson.
Let me guess. 5th, Jimmy Johnson.
Jimmy Johnson.
Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
I don't. I
but
wouldn't have
you got a man crush? Is that the deal?
I wouldn't have. What was that? I wouldn't have. I wouldn't have a clue for that.
All right.
I like Jeff Gordon. I think Jeff Gordon looked the best on the long runs yesterday in Saturday's practices.
And I'm glad you said that, because I think he's going to be underrated in this race. He's one to watch out for. Well, it's almost time to go green. We want one last check down on pit road. A driver that hasn't won since 2008 back at Michigan. Dale Earnhardt Jr. has had struggles of his own over the past few races. Here he is with Phil Parsons.
Thank you, Lindsay. Junior, you've had a couple runner-up finishes here at Pocono. What does it take to be competitive on this tricky racetrack?
Well, everybody says, you need to get it through turn 3 because it leads on to the longest straightaway. But for me personally, we struggled in turn 1 the last several trips here, and we worked on that a lot in practice, and we feel like we got the car pretty good. We could run some really good lap times, but we'll just have to see how the car does in traffic.
Dale Jr. was 8th in happy hour, and he will start this race from the 3rd position. Back to you, Lindsay.
Thank you, Phil. Well, pre-race ceremonies are about to begin. Last-minute predictions.
I also like Denny Hamlin, that 11 car. I'm also going to be anxious to watch our points leader, Kevin Harvick. It's not been one of his better racetracks, qualified 22nd.
Kyle Petty, as I get yours, I'm going to give you a little gift. We know you turned 50. You look
50.
20.
I am
50. Your favorite Saturday Night Live skit. Very good.
Very
Happy
nice.
late
Look
birthday.
at that.
When they make a wax museum of yourself,
Let
we'll
me just
come
say
and celebrate.
this. Today up here on this little thing, I needed this. I needed this. This thing has turned, it's spun, the wind has blown.
That's what it was built to do.
Okay.
Well, it sure has been a lot of fun with you guys. We'll be there on Countdown to Green next week at Michigan, but there's a lot of racing left to go. We will be back on the other side of this break to gear up for pre-race ceremonies. Stay with us. Welcome Welcome back to NASCAR on TNT from the Poconos, nestled in the mountains of Long Pond, Pennsylvania. We are thrilled to be with you today, preparing for the Gillette Fusion ProGlide 500, presented by Target here at Pocono Raceway. It's a beautiful day. We're going to go trackside where the drivers are standing by, getting ready to go. But right now, the start of the pre-race ceremonies.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. And now for our invocation, Pocono Raceway Chaplain, Father Phil DeRay.
Let us pray. Lord God, in your presence, we ask your blessing on all of us gathered here today at our Pocono Raceway. Bless our NASCAR fans, bless the Mattioli family, and all of us gathered here in your name. Bless this race today. Bless our drivers and teams as we pray for a safe and good race. And bless us with your sunshine. May the Lord bless you and keep you, make his face shine upon you, be gracious to you and give you his peace. Amen.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, for the singing of our national anthem, Clark Lewis, joined by Kelsey Reppert, signing from the Scranton School of the Deaf.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
The drivers getting their final well wishes from family and crew members. Stay with us. Much more to come on the other side of this break.
We're teammates. Are we teammates with 10 to go? I said no.
Drivers guided by the design of a mastermind are expected to share the pavement and work together. But as the laps dwindle down and victory draws near, thoughts turn from strategy to glory as the bonds of team are overtaken by the instinct to win.
I know he's trying to prove a point to show everybody he can drive a race car, but it really ruined our days. You know, this for the chase, it doesn't help.
For some, it's just water under the bridge.
He has a gas pedal and a brake just like I do, and he could choose to check up and pass me in the next corner or put his car in the fence.
Somebody better keep me away from Denny.
But for others, emotions reach the boiling point.
The 48 is testing my patience, I can tell you that. I mean, it takes a lot to make me mad, and I'm pissed right now.
It remains to be seen if Hendrick Motorsports is beginning to unravel. But the struggles of Jimmy Johnson are real, and the threat to his dynasty is apparent. But who will prove to be a more menacing opponent? A team unified by one leader or two mercurial teammates who push each other to do better week after week. Today, these swirling subplots will be framed on the tri-oval asphalt of Pocono, where internal strife must be set aside to overcome this test of endurance and nerve. The Pocono 500 is next.
Less than a minute until we get to the command. Larry McReynolds, I have to get your trends for this race.
Yeah, it's the pattern or the trends of the last 9 June races here at Pocono. The first caution normally comes roughly around average lap 18, 4 times before lap 10. The longest green flag run averaged 57 laps. We'll definitely get some green flag stops. The last caution, lap 185 with about 15 to go, and cars finishing on the lead lap, average 24 cars. I think the wave around in the free pass will enhance and increase that number.
And we hope those dark clouds behind you don't start coming more this way.
No.
We don't like that at all. But right now, Larry Mack and I are going to send it back down to pit road because this is where we're getting ready for the command. The gentlemen, start your engines. Listen in.
On behalf of Gillette and all the ProGlide believers with me, gentlemen, start your engine!
And you know what the drivers are thinking. This place is a science project. It is a Rubik's Cube that is so difficult to figure out. They're getting their final thoughts, getting ready to take off pit road. Stick around, racing is next.
The second half of NASCAR's regular season gets underway today. Long Pond, Pennsylvania, the scene for race 14. It's the Gillette Fusion ProGlide 500 presented by Target. Hello and welcome everyone to the Pocono Raceway with Kyle Petty and Wally Dallenbach. I'm Adam Alexander. This facility is massive, 2.5 miles in length, much like Daytona and Talladega in that respect, but from a driver mentality, totally different, Wally.
Yeah, they call it a speedway, but it's a drag strip, a short track, and a road course all in one. You've got to rip down these straightaways. You bring your short track car because you need all the downforce, and you drive this place like a road course. And there's a lot of compromise here, Kyle.
A lot of compromise. A lot of compromise from, you know, as far as a crew chief goes, a lot of compromise from a driver. You know, we're going to talk about fuel mileage, we're going to talk about tires, we're going to talk about a lot of things today. But the thing is, the guy who keeps his car under him the best, not going to be perfect by any stretch of the imagination, but the guy who's the best all day is going to be the guy.
How ironic, we've got Kyle Petty and Wally Dallenbach talking about compromise. I don't know if this is going to work all day long. We'll have to wait and see. Getting set for 200 laps here at this massive facility that is Pocono. Coors Light, the official beer of NASCAR, proud to sponsor of the Coors Light Pole Award, given to the fastest qualifier in each NASCAR Sprint Cup race. This week's Coors Light Pole winner, Kyle Busch, his second of 2010. And now we take a look at today's starting lineup. Kyle Busch on the pole, joined on the front row by Clint Boyer, his best qualifying run of the season. Kurt Busch, former Pocono winner in row 2. Tony Stewart won this race a year ago. Montoya quick in practice yesterday. And Jeff Gordon, the best in today's field. He's won here 4 times. 6 times. Mark Martin has finished second. He's been very impressive, but yet to go to victory lane. And now Kyle Petty going to visit with one of those front row starters.
Hey, Clint Boyer, this is Kyle Petty. Can you hear me? Clint Boyer, Kyle Petty here. Can you hear me?
I got you, Kyle.
Hey, man, what about this qualifying effort? We talked to you the other day in your bus there. You said you were great in race trim. Wasn't as impressed with what your qualifying practice run was, but you backed it up. What are you guys looking for today?
Well, same thing everybody's looking for, the win, but, you know, Shane and all the guys, just like you said, we were really fast in race trim. Struggled in qualifying trim and practice, and the guys went to work, got their little computers there, and figured out a fix, and you know, got us a good effort in qualifying trim. So starting up front, we got to keep this Cheerios Hamburger Helper Chevrolet up front all day long, and I think we can.
Hey, man, good luck to you guys out there. Keep it up there so you get in that top 12, man.
Thanks, pal.
Clint Boyer 7th a week ago at Charlotte. Looking for an opportunity to go to victory lane here today, and certainly a great starting position to be able to get that done. One word that was huge here a year ago, strategy, and the men that will follow all the strategies for us today along the pit lane. Let's go there now for one final sweep before we go green.
Adam, I spoke with Casey Kane just moments before the start of this race, and he said the handling of the number 9 Budweiser car, pretty good, right where he'd like it. He should know he's a former winner here, Matt Yoakum.
Ralph, Kevin Harvick will roll off mid-pack, but a best example of his resurgence can go back to Charlotte and Dover. 2 racetracks really aren't the best on Harvick's racing resume, but he never finished worse than 11th. Coming into Pocono, a place he's never led a lap in Sprint Cup competition. The car very good in final practice, and Gil Martin told me that if it comes down to fuel mileage, he's got one of the best behind the wheel in Kevin Harvick. Phil Parsons?
Matt, Juan Pablo Montoya comes into this race 20th in points, 176 points out of the chase. This is the time he's going to have to make a move. But last year at this time, he was 92 points out of the chase, and he got in the chase. This is a good place for Juan Pablo to do it. He finished 8th in the spring race last year and 2nd in the fall race. Very, very good car in practice. He will start 7th today. Marty.
Well, Phil, it's been 42 races since Jeff Gordon last went to victory lane. I talked to him just moments ago, and he said, honestly, the car we have today is one of the best we've had at Pocono in years. In fact, it's so good that yesterday Steve Letarte told me during final practice, he said, I hope it pours down rain right now so everybody else misses practice and we do not. A lot of confidence down here for the 4-time Pocono winner. And just to clarify, Adam, that whole pouring down rain thing, hoping it happens, that was yesterday, not today. They're hoping this big black cloud over turn 3 blows over. This is the one weather system everybody's worried about today. Once this goes through, we should be good for the rest of the day.
He's not the only one, Marty, that has his eye to the sky. And now we take a look at the Burger King race analysis for today's 500-miler here at the Pocono Raceway. Two-and-a-half-mile racetrack. That means 200 laps to make up 500 miles. Pit road speed this afternoon, and this is big. A lot of green flag pit stops, easy to get caught speeding on the pit lane, 55 miles per hour. The pit window somewhere between 32 and 36 laps. And the good news, there will be no one dropping to the rear at the start of today's race. You've heard from our drivers. Now a word from our crew chief, Larry McReynolds. Good afternoon.
Well, Adam, we've had 64 previous races here at Pocono, and if you look at the numbers, it says one of the keys to winning this race is you need to start in the top 10. In fact, 47 of those winners out of those 64 races started in the top 10. But as I've watched these 3 practices here the last 2 days, there's a car that's starting back at the 25th position that I think is going to be one of the guys up there challenging for this win. Now, he may have to pull some strategy, and I think Ralph Shaheen's with the crew chief that may have to put that strategy out there.
Larry, that would be Chad Knaus, who's getting one good look at the radar here before we go green. Chad, can you do anything from pit road to help Jimmy get through the field today?
You know, I think obviously patience is going to play a big part of what's going on today. 200 laps around this racetrack provides a lot of opportunities to get back up towards the front. So I think the Lowe Chevrolet was running really well in practice, and it's unfortunate we qualified where we did because we had a really good car in qualifying practice. But I think we're going to be okay. Pretty excited about it. Obviously, we got some weather coming this way, but I think once this band passes us, we're going to be fine, and hopefully we can get this Lowe Chevrolet up front.
All right, Adam, the wind's blowing pretty good down here, so hopefully that weather system will blow through here rather quickly.
And perhaps to help the confidence of Chad Knaus and Jimmy Johnson, who start 25th here this afternoon. 1 year ago, Tony Stewart wrecked his primary car in practice, started at the back, drove through the field, and won the race. Now, you've heard our pit reporters talk multiple times about the weather, and there is a chance of rain throughout the afternoon. 76 degrees our temperature at race time, and the track temperature 91 degrees, and you can see a heavy wind out of the southwest. Teams heading through turn 3 now. Give me an idea of the psyche for drivers as they go into turn 1 for the first time.
Turn 1's a little bit tricky because the sounds like they're going to add a lap here. But you go down into turn 1, your tires are fairly cool, your pressures are low, and Kyle, it's really bumpy down there, and it gets worse down in turn 1 every year, and really it's a handful through there all the time, but especially on the starts and the restarts.
Yeah, and the key there is just exactly like you said, your air pressures are down. We heard so many guys talk and practice, guys talk about turn 1 and getting down on that splitter and sliding up the racetrack. When you've got no air pressure, the car sinks a little bit lower. You're getting into that first corner, you're in a little bit of a draft behind somebody a little bit deeper, the adrenaline's flowing, so you can see cars take off down there. If you're mid-pack, you're just interested in getting through there and getting to the tunnel turn.
And usually if you can get around 1 lap clean, usually your second lap and your third lap for sure, you've got everything up to where it needs to be, and it's a lot better. But well, you get down there, and like Kyle says, if you hit that splitter a little bit and slide up, you've got somebody next to you most of the time. Yeah. So you're going to be into somebody.
And you can watch it right here on the pace laps. You watch these splitters bouncing up and down. That's how stiff these cars are. But on the other side of the coin, that's how bumpy this racetrack is getting into the corner.
NASCAR spotters did report a few sprinkles around this 2.5-mile racetrack, and so they elected to put the caution flag back out. We did not go green, as Wally pointed out, but they have given the 1 to go. And so now the cars making their way through turn 1. We'll have an opportunity to get set once again, and should everything stay clean this time, we will get the green flag the next time around.
Look to the left there. Look at that dust blowing. That's just dust blowing through the infield. I mean, the wind, and the wind can be your friend today as far as the weather goes, because a front's moving in, this low-pressure system's coming in. I sound like Larry McReynolds talking right now.
Yeah, I know, stop.
I know.
There you go. Look, that guy's in big trouble.
Wind
Batten
right there.
down the hatches.
but it'll blow this through fairly well. And you heard all the crew chiefs. They're very confident that once this one system blows through, that we're going to be good to go.
It does look very good if you check out the radar, not in the immediate future, but as the afternoon continues. A little historical perspective on racing at Pocono. The first ever NASCAR event here back in August of 1974. Hall of Fame driver Richard Petty went to victory lane. One of 4 drivers on that August afternoon to finish on the lead lap. With some of the rules changes, gentlemen, I think we'll see a different story here today in that regard.
Yeah, you know, we were talking about it this morning. I rode out with John Roberts. I've been coming up here since the late 60s when the USAC guys ran here, and they ran the USAC stock car race with Butch Hartman and those guys. I was 8 or 9 years old, and the racetrack hadn't changed at all.
No, it hasn't.
Is that a plus or a minus? That's good, dude. It's still a triangle. Wow.
And you can see some raindrops on the cameras on these cars, so we're getting a little bit, but look, there's a huge cloud right over the track right now, but the wind is blowing hard, so I think we're going to be good.
Kyle Busch starts on the pole today, his best qualifying effort ever here at Pocono. This is his 200th career start. Impressive for a young driver. In fact, it's the quickest anyone has ever gotten to 200 starts in the Sprint Cup Series. More impressive to me, since the beginning of 2008, when Kyle moved over to Joe Gibbs Racing. Today is 200 first start. Any idea, you two, how many NASCAR wins he has in the top 3 series in that span of time?
Okay. Since when?
Since the beginning of 08.
Okay.
In truck, don't ask the statistician.
Okay. Wait a minute. You're going to ask the wrong person, because I don't care about anything but Cup racing, so I don't care what the other ones are. I apologize to the Nationwide and the Truck Series, but means nothing.
For those of you who care, and hopefully Wally, you do.
No,
I'm
Wally
messing with you. I am messing with you. I'm messing with you.
But those of you who follow the stats, Adam is going to be there ready to give it to you.
Okay, give it to us.
50 wins in 200 starts since the beginning of 2008.
That's pretty impressive. That's pretty impressive.
I think that's worth mentioning.
That's definitely worth mentioning. Are you kidding me? I mean, when you went at this level of competition, whether it be the Cup Series racing against these guys, or the Truck Series, and you look at Hornaday, and you look at Skinner, and you look at Todd Bodine, who won this past, I guess, last night or the night before last, and then you look at the Nationwide Series with all the Cup guys that run, that is impressive to win 25% of the races that you're in. In all these divisions, that is impressive.
Because it is. There's no question. It's harder to win races these days.
Oh, yeah.
Than it was.
Yeah.
Kyle's brother, Kurt, became a millionaire again over the course of the last 2 weeks, and fans at home can become a millionaire as well. Went up to $1 million by signing up and playing the TNT $1 Million Fan Challenge. You go to NASCAR.com. You register, you pick the top 10 drivers in finishing order for today's race, and you can change them up through lap 50 this afternoon. You get them all right in order, you could pick up to $1 million in cash. Not bad.
The cool thing about that is you can change it up to lap 50.
Yeah. So
you've got a bunch of stabs at this thing.
So the lights are off again. And instead of that being good news and coming to the green flag, we are getting a report they may bring the cars down pit road, and you can see the sprinkles continuing to fall on Kyle Busch's windshield. We're going to step aside. You're watching live coverage of the Gillette Fusion ProGlide 500 presented by Target. It's only on TNT.
The Gillette Fusion ProGlide 500 presented by Target on TNT is brought to you by AT&T. Rethink possible. By Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15%. Call Geico at 1-800-947-AUTO or visit us at geico.com. By Burger King, who reminds you to have it your way. And by the Home Depot. More saving, more doing. That's the power of the Home Depot.
We were a mile from getting the green flag this afternoon in the Gillette Fusion ProGlide 500 presented by Target here at the Pocono Raceway. And then rain set in. Twice we waved off what would have been the green flag, and now, as you can see, NASCAR has called the cars to pit road. The drivers have climbed from their machines, and we will sit and wait. Now, the good news is this track really not in bad shape right now.
No, the good news is just like at a Daytona or a Talladega, it's a 2.5-mile racetrack. We're standing here in the TV booth, and if you look all the way across to the scoreboard on the back side of the racetrack over the tunnel turn, you know, that's quarter-mile, half-mile, 3/8 of a mile, all the way over there.
Sure.
So it's a long way away. And what happened is the rain we saw was in the tunnel turn. It just barely skated the tunnel.
And the wind is going to help drive this place out a lot quicker.
And if anyone doesn't want to see the rain and they want to race because they've got some momentum going, it's Kurt Busch, Matt.
And Adam, just to give you an update on the weather now, the rain has let up a little bit, so hopefully that's a great sign. And when you come to Pocono, Kurt Busch has 2 wins here on his racing resume, the last one in '07. How has this racetrack changed for you when they've gone to the new car here?
Yeah, I was going to say, over the years, it does this or it does that. They put a strip of asphalt in turn 3 that really picked up the pace down
strip
there.
grip?
Yeah, the strip grip. And then this car, man, it's been a big difference with this car because of the bumps. With this front splitter, the car riding on the bump stops, it's really harsh on the front end. And then this year, another big change with the spoiler. There's a lot of drag down these straightaways. So I'm excited to see what the draft's going to bring us, especially when we come off turn 1 the first time, on who's going to line up behind who. And then you got to get single file by the tunnel turn. So it's going to be an exciting day of learning things new as we go through this day.
You know, and you and Steve Addington, you gelled pretty much right from the get-go in Daytona, and you two have learned a lot about each other, but he told me this morning the one thing he's not really quite sure about with you is how good you are at saving fuel. So how would you rate your fuel conservation tactics, so to speak?
I wouldn't give it an A, but I haven't flunked out on it. There's guys here that can do it really well, and over the years, you try to learn different things to help you out. And
bum drafting at
Pocono. Bum draft by old teammate Newman, and you always try to get off the gas early. You try to get those butterflies in the carburetor closed so it doesn't burn up the fuel. But you always hope the guy running the calculator helps you.
All right, he sits 4th on the grid. Marty, Ralph.
Hi, Matt. We're over here with Greg Biffle, who's crawled out of his car. Now, you were just telling me that this track suits your style. You feel good here. So what does that say about you since they call this the Tricky Triangle?
Well, I like challenging places, tough places like Darlington, Bristol. You know, this place is definitely tough. It has its own uniqueness, you know, 3 different corners. So we've had a lot of success here. Didn't qualify where we wanted, but I think we got a pretty good car.
You've also got the new Ford engine. How's that been working this weekend?
You know, this new Ford engine pulls really good off the corner, and that's what we need. And, you know, especially here with no shifting now, you know, that new engine pulls off the bottom pretty good, and that's what we need for today. Marty,
talking to Greg just a minute ago, he also said his fuel mileage just right where he wants it right now.
And Ralph, we are seeking some shelter with Jeff Burton. There, we found it. It's drizzling a little bit. How was the well, first of all, how was your car? I know you said it was unbelievable.
I just told Gordon I had him right there.
In the 10-mile-an-hour pace lap. Is the track really that wet, Jeff?
It's really not that wet. It's just, you know, it was raining pretty hard, but if this thing will push through, it'll dry pretty quickly. It's just, you know, how long it sits in here. But by looking at everything, I think we'll get it in today. It just might be a little bit late.
Let's talk about your race car in practice this week. There comes Jeff again to talk some trash. Jeff Gordon, you had a very good car yesterday. Most laps in practice. Was that more just to feel it out completely, or why are you guys running so many laps in practice these days?
It just helps me to understand exactly what we have. You know, when you make a change to the car, you know, if I go out for 1 lap, then it does one thing, but if I stay for 3 or 4, it does something different, and I need to understand that. And the other thing is, you know, for me, there's always something to learn. I mean, I can go out and, you know, I can be hard-headed and say I'm always going to run this line. We got to make the car work for that line. But if I go out and find something that makes it easier for the car to work, then that's time well spent. So, you know, I'm not just out there riding around. I'm trying to learn something for me and trying to learn what I can do to make the car better. So, and I've always just, you know, I'm a rhythm guy. I like to get into a rhythm. Which is why I don't qualify as well as some other guys. And once I get into a rhythm, I know exactly what I do have and what I don't have. But until I get into that rhythm, it's hard for me to make a judgment.
To put a period on what happened last week, real quick, you said number 1, it's passed and we're done with it. But number 2, you thought Kyle Busch handled it very well. That's true?
Well, listen, when you know, after the race, somebody's got their finger in your face yelling at you, it's really hard to hold your composure. I thought he held his composure really well. I thought his team held their composure really well too. You know, it's an unwritten rule. You don't let somebody get to your driver in this garage, and you know, they were there, but they never said a word. And you know, I thought they handled it. They handled it better than I did. I got my point across, but you know, it is over. You know, Kyle and I, you know, we haven't sat down formally and talked about it, but I know he's over it and I'm over it, and it's just part of the sport, man. It's full of emotions. Everybody's working hard. Everybody's trying hard. You run 480 miles and run top 5 all night and end up 25th. It's pretty disappointing, and I was just upset.
All right, thanks, Jeff. Thank you. Phil?
Standing by with Carl Edwards, and Carl, you probably got some of the least amount of sleep last night that most of the people did with that second place finish at Nashville. But now we've got a bit of a rain situation here, and it's going to be a couple hours once it stops raining to dry the track. Do you go get a nap?
Yeah, I'll go get a nap, hang out with Kate and Annie. But I'm noticing the rain's not so much coming down as it's going sideways. So it's a pretty good little rainstorm here, and pretty excited to get running though. This Kellogg's Ford Fusion, we're hopeful. Bob changed everything on it, and he asked me what I thought of the setup, and didn't get up to speed enough to tell him. But I'm pretty excited to get going, and hopefully this will just blow through and we'll get a good race in today.
You've had a great run here at Pocono. This was your first time you ever came here. You got the win back in 2005. What about this place do you like?
It's just it's a track that's got a lot of character. I mean, it's really fun to drive for us in the driver's seat. I mean, you go down to turn 1 and there's big bumps and the grip level changes, all over the racetrack. Then you drive into that tunnel turn and it's just such a fast, precise corner. And then you can breathe a little bit and drive down in there into 3. And now they put that cushion up there with the good pavement, and it's just fun. It's just a fun track to drive.
Well, we appreciate you stopping, because when you stopped for this, it was barely even raining, and now it's pouring. So we appreciate it, and I know you're going to get wet now, and I apologize for that.
It's my pleasure. If it rains, you get wet.
All right, thanks, Carl. Back up to you, Adam.
Thank you, Phil. And as Carl and Phil pointed out, it's getting harder and harder when it comes to the rain. And you can see our rig. Kyle was down there a little bit ago. Kyle, is that you or Wally working the telestrator over there?
That is my man, Wally.
Now, in the past, Larry and Lindsay would have been soaking wet right now, but not anymore. They've moved into the clubhouse, I guess, huh?
Oh, we have a new home.
We drew the long straws.
We don't even have to have a brake pad to hold our papers down in here.
Very nice.
We got dinner cooking in the oven, so we're good to go, right?
Yeah, the cocktail sauce was a little spicy, though.
I'm sorry about that. I thought that you said this was going to blow over.
It will. Eventually, it will not rain for 40 days and 40 nights again, I promise. It will blow over. I think we will get this race in. We're going to be marginal, getting it all in, but I do believe we'll get this race in.
All right, we got much more to talk about, but right now, Matt Yoakum, you've got Jeff Gordon, eh?
Catching up with Super G, a place he's had great success here in the past. It is literally blowing sideways here at Pocono.
I haven't seen it rain this hard in a long time, and we've seen plenty of rain here in Pocono in the past. Hopefully this is going to be a short storm, and this track takes a while to dry, but if the wind stays up, I think we can get it dry and get this thing going.
Looking at your race car this weekend, a lot of progress made throughout the different practice sessions. Where do you feel like you stood at the drop of the green?
I mean, I'm pretty optimistic. We were really strong throughout the whole weekend. The second practice, we were trying some new things and didn't work out so well for us, but I felt like all the other practices, we've been really good. I was actually a little disappointed in qualifying. Thought we were going to be a little bit better than that, but still 10th isn't bad. This team has just been phenomenal this year, and I think this is the type of racetrack and conditions that can show what we're really made of and what we've got as far as power under the hood, good aerodynamic package, and a great pit crew and strategy from Steve up on the box.
Now, a couple years ago, you made your return to dirt for the first time in like 15 years or so, and it looked like you never even left it. After 5 laps, you were back up on the wheel like the old days. I know you're excited about going to Eldor for the Prelude of the Dream on Wednesday night.
No, I'm really excited about it. It's a great event that Tony has for a great cause. This year we're teaming up with other drivers, so that ought to be interesting, fun to see guys that you're not used to being teammates with, and all of a sudden you're going to be teammates with them. But looks like we got some guys that are going to go fast on the dirt, and so I'm excited about that. And then, it is just such a nice step away from what we typically do. It's great for me to get back on the dirt. That first year, I don't know if I just got lucky or the track conditions went my way, but we were really fast. This year, I'm excited. Clint Smith's got a new rocket chassis for us, so carrying the Pepsi colors, Pepsi Max colors. So, I didn't do any testing or anything, any races. Just going to go there and have a lot of fun and hope that we're fast.
And the Jeff Gordon Foundation has given so many millions of dollars to Children's Hospital, and this year you're on a team and it will all help benefit Children's Hospital.
Yeah, we're going to benefit Riley Hospital for Children. So we got a lot of fantastic things going on charity-wise right now. We've got a Corvette raffle for the Jeff Gordon Foundation. We've got the Prelude that's coming up for Riley, and then also the Pepsi Refresh Project. So go to NASCAR.com and vote for my idea.
A lot of fun coming up for Jeff Gordon. Lindsay?
Thank you, Matt. You know, Jeff Gordon talking about the excitement of getting back out there on the track. How long do you think it's going to be, Larry, before they really start to see success?
Well, honestly, when I look at what they've done here in 2010, the Achilles heel has been those 4 finishes of 20th or worse. I just believe once Jeff Gordon gets to victory lane, I think we will see multiple wins once he can get that first one of 2010 in the books.
He's had success, too, at rain-shortened races. But let's take a look at the weather map right now and see what we're really up against here because, woo, that's the thick of it there.
But look how thin that band is. I mean, that's not very wide at all, and it looks very clear to the west of it. So that's the hope I've got right there.
And so if you get through that, Larry, you said what? It takes about how long to dry?
About 2 hours to dry, but like Wally and Kyle were pointing out, if this wind will stay up, that will definitely increase or decrease the drying time.
What's the barometric pressure?
I have no idea. My barometric pressure gauge in our new little studio is not working.
Feels pretty nice in here, though, doesn't it?
Look at the blue sky.
And that's beautiful. That's beautiful right there, exactly. Hey, if you right now are an active crew chief, what are you doing? Because you don't know how long this is going to last as far as this delay, but how are you maximizing your time and breaking it down?
Well, honestly, it's no more than what you've already done. And you hate when a race does like this because you're all hyped up, your crew's hyped up, your driver's hyped up, you made those 3 or 4 or 5 pace laps, and then the rain moves in. You were at a router, almost woke up this morning and been pouring down rain other than have good weather all the way up to the point that we're about a half a lap away from a green flag. But probably all the things that cycled through your brain all night long as you came in here this morning to maybe make some changes to that car, they're still cycling through your brain.
Let's talk about one guy that had success in a race that did have a stoppage in it at the beginning of the season. We're talking about Jamie McMurray, obviously the Daytona 500, and let's go back to that because that was a long delay they had, Larry Mack.
Well, the thing I think about it, Jamie McMurray, is if you go back to not long before the 2009 season ended, I don't even know if Jamie McMurray knew exactly what he was going to be doing in 2010. And he rolls into Daytona back with a team that he started his Cup career with. In fact, he won the second race that he was substituting for Sterling Marlin, driving for Chip Ganassi, and he goes to victory lane in the Daytona 500. And if you just look what he's done of late, the last 5 races, including the Coke 600 at Charlotte, 3 second-place finishes. That's one of the guys I talked about in the countdown to the green that I really believe may get into this chase before this thing's over with.
We talked about that at this point last year there were 3 drivers that were below the top 12 that made it into that chase eventually. So I know that you said Jamie Mack is one that you have on your list. Let's go to Ralph right now, who is there with Jamie McMurray, the guy we're talking about.
Yes, I am, Lindsay. We're up here in the hauler, too, which was your call. You said, let's run over here. We got here just in time, so we beat the heavy downpour. Good move on your part. Hopefully you got a few more good moves before the day's over. And you said you liked the rain because it brought you good luck with race number 1 victory.
Well, I think there's a lot of guys, you mentally prepare for the race all morning to get ready to run 500 miles at a place like this. And then when you get in the car and you have to get back out, sometimes it's hard to get your focus back. But when I won at Charlotte in 2002, it rained before the race, and I remember Glover and some of the guys on the team saying, you need to get focused and get prepared for this. So I don't know that I like it, but it just doesn't seem to bother me. There's not a lot you can do about it, and it kind of, I don't know, it brings back good memories.
Have you found a trick to getting focused before a rain race?
No tricks, I don't think. No, I don't think so.
None at all?
No. Are you asking me because you know the answer?
No, I wish I knew because I could probably do pretty well in the garage area if I had a couple. But this is also maybe going to slow you down a little bit because you had a little go-kart excursion planned tomorrow, huh?
Well, I'm going to go on my off weekend to Shawano, Wisconsin, and run a shifter cart. And I haven't been in a cart since Daytona, which was in December. So I was just going to go and ride for a day or so, and that's a lot harder than it looks, and it's certainly a lot more physical demanding than what people see. So it's good to get in a cart and ride for a day, and my dad and I were going to go down there and just kind of goof off. So hope we get the race in today so we can go down and do some practicing.
Now, when you and I were at Chicagoland Speedway a couple of weeks back, you had a whole bunch of McDonald's coupons on. You got any Big Macs back there? Because I think we're going to be down for a little while.
Well, with the temperature, we're going to need some coffee, I think. It's amazing how much it's cooled off with the rain. That was fun that day in Chicago. I forgot all about that. You have good memory.
Well, at least for that part. And you know what? I got to say one thing, Lindsay. We've been up here staying nice and dry. Jamie made a great call on that. But I want you to take a look at my man Jimmy over here. These are the young unsung heroes of our TV broadcast crews standing out there in the puddle in the downpour. It's let up on them a little bit now, but it's guys like Jimmy that help us bring these live TNT broadcasts to the folks at home. Great job, Jimmy.
I second that. Great job, Jimmy. Jimmy might be happy to know that the blue skies are out. We're hearing the jet dryers cranking up. It's the buzz. It's like the sound of bees that you hear out there. I think we're going to go racing, Larry Mack. It's going to be good. And when we come back, we'll talk to more drivers as they wait to get back out there, too. We're back. Welcome back to NASCAR on TNT. We're having some fun as our crew members there, PR director, I believe, avoiding the mess here as we're in a rain delay at Pocono Raceway.
I've been saying for years, some of the smartest minds in the world right down there in the garage area. Look at there.
That, you know what?
Bridge over River Pocono.
That's great. That's some team building. You can tell that they've probably gone away to a camp somewhere together to help make that team stronger. So we're at Pocono in the midst of a rain delay. We do, though, think that the race will get started as we haven't even gotten a lap through on this track.
Well, I think the weather map that we looked at pretty much told the tale. It was a very narrow band. It was moving due east, and it's clear to the west of it. We saw the blue sky before we went to break, and the greatest thing I hear jet cars out there.
You hear them. They're buzzing.
Music to my ears.
Yeah, you know, I think the guys that probably aren't the happiest about this are those that do not have a lot of experience at this track, and one of them would be Joey Logano, who's standing by with our Phil Parsons. Phil?
Thanks, Lindsay. I am standing by with one of the Gillette Young Guns, and that means a lot. Obviously, Gillette sponsoring this race here, but you're all ready to go. And you were telling me right before we went on that it was almost too dark in turn 3 before they even brought you back down pit road.
I know, we were laughing because it's so windy. The rain was going across the windshield instead of up the windshield. So, it's going to be surprising if we do get this thing started. So I think the worst of it's over. It just rained really bad, and now I think it's okay. So hopefully we get this Gillette 500 out the road. It's cool what the Young Guns do and everything. And it's funny, yesterday we went down to the infield and surprised some fans with doing the ProGlide challenge, a new razor that's coming out. So that was something pretty cool. So hopefully we get this race started and we get the Home Depot Toyota running.
You know, Kyle was given a gift of a pink razor. They brought him a pink razor.
That fits him. I don't use the pink ones, no. I leave that up to Kyle. He can do a good job with that.
How was that Home Depot Toyota in practice?
You know, we had good runs and bad runs. It seems like we'd go out there and we'd be good, top 5 to top 10 car, and then we make a run and we're about 15th to 20th place car. So I think our car's real sensitive, and Lord knows what the car's going to do now since it's raining and it's so much cooler than what it was yesterday. So, but it's kind of the same for everybody in that case. So we'll try to figure it out. Zippy's been here a million times and knows which way this track goes during the race. So hopefully we'll be on our A game and we'll just figure out which direction it's headed to and try to keep up with it.
Now, you haven't been here very many times. Do you like this racetrack?
No. I wish I did. Yes, it's a tough racetrack. I mean, it's a tricky triangle, so that's I mean, I guess it kind of earns its name. But lucky for me, I got Denny Hamlin as a teammate that really helps me out a lot, and helped me out a lot this week. Just following him on the racetrack, asked him a ton of questions, and I feel like I got a good idea of things I need to work on, and during the race that as a driver can help, and then we can tune the car to that.
Sounds good. Appreciate it.
All right, thank you.
Joey Logano will start 12th when we get going.
Thanks, Phil. We're going to check in with our booth in a minute, but first, your son went running around this track with Joey Logano, didn't he? Because this is one of the places that I know a lot of the drivers do. It's 2.5, right?
Yeah, Brandon and Joey, I think on Friday night they went running around this racetrack. They wanted me to join them, but I said, you know what, I can't. I'm a little busy.
You didn't want to put him to shame, Larry
I'll
Mack.
wait to
Let's be honest.
Bristol and I'll run around that half-mile racetrack.
Yeah, that or Martinsville. That sounds good. All right, we'll get it upstairs now to our guys in the booth. And guys, if you want us to bring you anything or send you anything up there?
It's very comfortable down here.
You take some people out of here. There's a lot of chaos up here.
Yeah. Am I one of them?
Yes.
So I'm curious. Every driver has their thing on a long rain delay. I would guess you probably went to the motorhome, relaxed a little bit, maybe a nap, and for you, Kyle, maybe a head-first slide through the infield grass or something like that? Am I close?
You mean during the rain delay or
during
after
the rain delay?
After the race starts
way.
again? What's interesting when you're watching this from a fan's perspective is they come down pit road, and where did the drivers go? Straight to the infield.
Mm-hmm.
That's your first sign that it's going to be a longer rain delay. If the drivers will set on pit road, then everybody hangs out and talks. But, during a rain delay like this, the race has not even started, so they're almost still in pre-race mode. You heard Jamie talk about it. You just get in the car, you strap in, you ride around a couple of laps. It's not a big deal. Once you start a race, then it's tougher to get out and get back in again.
It's just more aggravating because you still get worked up for it and you want to go. But I'll tell you what, this place, it's already blue skies behind us. And if you see this flag over our shoulder, it's blowing really hard. This place usually takes a long time to dry, but I think we're going to get this thing turned around.
You know the worst part, and this was always the worst part for me, you'd be running like, you know what I'm talking about. And then it rains, and then you got to sit in the infield, and you can't fix your car, and you know you got to go get back in it.
And you know it's going to be bad.
And you know it's going to be bad. You know, at least right now, these guys, every one of them's a winner right now. Every one of them's a hero. They think their car's going to be perfect.
Their optimism hasn't been killed
Pessimistic.
yet.
Pessimistic, baby.
We're creating words. It's NASCAR on TNT. A rain delay at Pocono, but hang with us. We're going to have some fun. The skies look good, and we will be green in a bit. You're watching the Gillette Fusion ProGlide 500 presented by Target. If you're just joining us, welcome to NASCAR on TNT 2010. A slight delay at the Pocono Raceway. Rain showers moved through here right as we were set to take the green flag, but as you can see, the rain has moved on. The skies are clearing. We have heard this track could dry in as quickly as 90 minutes, so it won't be long before we have the opportunity to go green. And while we're waiting it out, log on to NASCAR.com/TNT Million. Wally, Kyle, fans can win up to $1 million.
That's a lot of moolah.
And look, think about it. How many times in your career could you ever win $1 million?
Just picking 10 things right.
Yeah.
We haven't done that in our lifetime.
Look, all I had to pick was 4 springs and 4 shocks, and I couldn't get them right on a race car. What makes you think I can pick 10 people?
And the 10 things
we can't play anyway. I know, that's true.
Wally and Kyle referring to the top 10 drivers in order for today's race. You can do it every week on NASCAR.com, and we look forward perhaps to giving away some cash in the next 6 weeks. Lindsay, Larry, I know you've got all you need in that category.
We do. I'd like $1 million, though. I might take time to play that fan challenge.
And what I love about it is the fact that I think at the Pocono race, it's a 200-lap race. You have up to lap 50 to get those picks in or even make changes to your picks.
So because of the delay, people can even think even longer about what they want.
They can listen to all these driver interviews, and they can start making changes. So.
Yeah, exactly. Get the insight into how they're really feeling about their car. Looking at the starting grid right now, Kyle Busch up there as the pole center. What do you think his success is going to be here today? Do you think that he's got enough to get it done?
Well, I was listening to one of his interviews in the Countdown to Green, and I think it's one of the reasons that this has not been one of his better racetracks. Even a guy like Jeff Burton that has so many races here, I read earlier in the week, talked to Jeff last night, he said, I've always come here, and my biggest problem, I overdrive this racetrack. This is one of those racetracks, once you get some laps on your tires, you really have to back the corner up. You don't really beat anybody getting in the corner here. It may look like you complete the pass getting in the corner, but where you beat people is getting through the middle of these 3 corners and accelerating off onto the straightaway. We've heard so much said about turn 3. Turn 3 is a long sweeping corner that goes forever with only 6 degrees of banking, and that takes you onto one of the longest straightaways on a NASCAR Sprint Cup Series schedule. A lot of times it looks like a car maybe has 15 or 20 more horsepower than someone else, but if you back it up to turn 3, that car just got off the corner much better than that other car.
So you got to recognize that. Well, I'm hearing that Ralph Shaheen has caught up with the other driver on the front row. That would be Clint Boyer. Ralph?
And Lindsay, right now it's all about this Coke bottle right here because you didn't have one and you just about killed your poor PR guy.
I was like, he's got a couple things to do today. Make sure that I have a Coca-Cola is one of them. He didn't have that. So I made him go get one. But, you know, it's a bummer for everybody. The rain delays are part of, you know, every sport really. But, yeah, the good thing is the sun's out. They got the jet dryers out on the track. It looks clear behind it. The wind's still up, so I think it'll dry a little bit faster than normal. Big racetrack to dry, though. But, you know, when we get underway, I think our Cheerios Hamburger Helper Chevrolet is good, and I'm looking forward to a good race.
When this place does dry and we go back to racing, how does it change?
Well, I mean, you know, it'll change a little bit. Obviously, it rained really hard. It's going to wash some of that rubber off, but some of that rubber was Hoosier rubber, you know, from the ARCA race and things, you know, so sometimes that can be bad. I'm looking forward to it. I think our car's got a good balance on it. The guys worked really hard on, you know, bringing a good setup here, unloading with a good car, and I feel like we've done that. So, you know, I'm excited about these next few races. We've got some good racetracks coming up for us. This is one of them. important time of the year. You know, we're a little bit behind trying to get back in that chase thing. We haven't won a race yet. We've got to do that. You know, we've got a lot of things, you know, our to-do list that haven't been done yet, so we got to get after it.
Now, I know you're a little bit bummed out. We talked about it at the beginning of the weekend because Mercury's going out of business, and you got a 49 Merc. Have you stored up on all the parts you need to keep that thing running?
That's funny. Well, you know, I got to be careful. I got to make sure that it does have a Chevrolet, you know, engine in it. It's got to have a Chevy in it to get down the road. It wouldn't run. But you know, my Mercury is my prized possession, a 49 custom Merc, and you know, here they're going out of business. You know, it's shutting the doors on. It's going to be a little bit rough, but I got one of the old ones. It's a goodie, and I'll be able to enjoy it for many years to go.
And you know what, Marty, if he has any problems with that old lead sled, I bet he can get his PR guy to go run and get him apart.
I'm sure he can, as well as...
I got one more thing. One of our guys, Brewer, he come up sick this morning. He's in a hospital, so we want to say hi to you, buddy.
There you go. All right, now to you.
You can get that and a Coca-Cola is what I was going to say. Kevin Harvick hanging out with the championship leader and his teammate, by the way. And we interrupted lunch. So what was for lunch today, Kev?
I went way out on a limb, had a turkey burger.
That's not very far on a limb, is it?
No, not really, but I have a bad habit of not eating, so I have to eat anything that I can eat before I get back in the car.
So what, you don't eat on race day, or what's it, you just forget, or what how's that happen?
Yeah, I've always, ever since I wrestled in high school, it's been all about you know, what you eat and when you eat, and I remember my coach always telling me that it was better to wrestle hungry than it was to be too full. So
you kind of remember midway through, I forgot to eat lunch today. That would be a good idea. Okay, all of a sudden we have sunny skies. How's this racetrack going to change, you think?
Well, I think the slicker the racetrack, the better for our cars. You know, it seems like we can make time a little bit better the more that things fall off. So it should. Its temperature's still cooler, but I think the sun's obviously out, and that's going to change the racetrack a little bit. And I think after the first run, it'll be back to the same racetrack that we pretty much practiced on yesterday.
You got rid of that tough stretch in May where you were just really dreading those racetracks. Is this the last one of those that you kind of go, oh boy, if we can get through that with the top 10, we'll be okay?
I don't really think we have a bad racetrack right now. Our cars have been running really well. And that's more for me than anything else. The confidence for myself is a lot higher than it would have been going into those racetracks before. And the guys have done a great job in getting the race cars where they need to be for me to feel comfortable in them, and the speed's there too. So I think it's, I really don't think we have a weak racetrack right now.
From what I understand, the Flyers are 8-0 with you in attendance. So how are you going to get to Chicago tonight to help your boys out is my question.
Yeah, they've been playing really good, and every time we've ever watched them play live in person, they've won. So I guess I'm spoiled, and all of a sudden Jeff Carter keeps calling and saying, "Okay, what time are you coming today?" But you know, it's those guys. What a great story for not only the fans of Philadelphia, but just really everybody in general, just to watch those guys and what they've done in the playoffs. It's been a lot of fun to be a part of.
You've been playing a lot of golf lately with your business manager, Josh, and at one time. Might have been this space right here. I got Rusty Wallace to hit a golf ball at Mike Helton's motorhome. Think you'll do that for me? I got a 7-iron out for you. You interested?
It'd probably be better off if I throw it. We went and played golf yesterday. I've got bug bites from here to here because I spent more time in the woods than I did on the fairway for sure.
You're supposed to hit your drive straight. I wanted you to hit one straight down here between all the motorhomes. Well, you wouldn't do it.
Here's the problem. I've learned how to hit the golf ball, but I still don't know where it's going. So now it just goes further into the woods.
That's exactly how Wally plays. That's exactly how Wally plays.
Yeah, but he probably doesn't count all those strokes in the woods. He's probably like Richard. He just says, well, went in about right here, so I'm going to hit from here.
It sounds a little more accurate for Wally. Lindsay?
Thanks, Marty. You know what's interesting is that Kevin talked about Jeff Carter, who basically scored the game winner. So he really wants him to come back to that game because those two are good buddies. But you talk about a good story. Look at RCR this season.
Well, first of all, Wally just figured out that playing golf, the object is to get the lowest score. Someone just told him that last week. But no, Richard Childress Racing, there's no question. And I almost hate using the phrase one of the most pleasant surprises of 2010. Because this resurgence actually started the latter part of 2009. I think they started building those guys some better race cars, lighter race cars. It was holding more lead. We knew the engine program was good because we could look over there and see how Montoya was running. Richard Childress played the shell game with the crew chiefs again. I think Todd Berrier really complimented Jeff Burton. So honestly, when they broke out at Daytona and they started running good from the drop of the green flag of this 2010 season, I was not surprised whatsoever. They got the win at Talladega with Harvick. They've got 2 drivers in the top 12 right now. They've got Boyer just right outside the top 12 and 13th. And honestly, it's just Larry Mack's opinion. I honestly believe Richard Childress Racing is more suited.
I'm standing by with Marcus Ambrose. Marcus, now you're used to this rain here. Back in your earlier career, you would have raced in this stuff.
Yeah, sure would have. 2-time V8 Supercar champion, and we'll race in the snow, in the rain, in the desert, whatever it takes. But you know what? Those cars are built to handle wet weather driving, and they have special tyres made for it. These cars, these stock cars, are so fast. This track's so gnarly. You don't want to be anywhere near it if there's moisture on the track.
Now, we hear that during the tire test at Watkins Glen just a little while ago that you did a little ride swapping. Tell us about that.
I did, man. I was like a kid in a candy store. I got to drive Jeff Gordon's 24 car. There was only 3 of us testing there for Goodyear, trying to get a good tire for when we go back for the race. And, you know, I was laying some times down, and Jeff said, hey, I wouldn't mind driving your car. Maybe you want to drive mine? And we just, I don't know how it all came together, but I didn't fit in his seat very well, but I made sure I got in there and turned some laps, and then he jumped in my car and turned a couple of laps. And just a big thrill for me to be able to experience, you know, driving Jeff's car. I mean, not many guys can ever say that they drove the 24 car that Jeff pilots, and just a big thrill. You know, we learned a little bit, and he learned a little bit, and you know, we just got a good comparison on how we set the cars up, and also for Goodyear too, on how the cars handle different setups and how the tires react to that.
Now, when you're in a town, a lot of times I've seen you go mountain climbing and things like that. Have you done anything interesting since you've been up here?
We did. We actually got what I call a lilo, basically a beach or a pool blow-up toy, and we whitewater rafted them down here to the Poconos. Went trout fishing, tried to find some trout, and we found a few waterfalls. Unfortunately, we didn't want to go down them, but we did, and just had a blast. There was just 3 of us down there. We thought we weren't going to make it back, but I'm thinking now with all this water around and all this sudden influx of rainwater that those trout are going to be on the chew, and I wouldn't mind getting out there and throwing a line in.
All right, you had a top 10 here last year. You need to turn this thing around a little bit, get you another top 10. Can you do it today?
I don't see why we can't. We were setting up for a warmer track condition, so the sun coming out right now is good. But you know what? The rain delay, some guys hate it, some guys like it. For me, I don't care. I got a chance to sit back in my motorhome and eat some of my favourite Little Debbie snacks.
Do you have any extra of those?
I have right here just for you, Phil.
Well, thank you very much.
I can see your suit's fitting a little loose. And,
yeah.
You know,
It's my brother Benny's. It's my brother Benny's suit.
Yeah.
All right, back to you, Adam.
Thank you, Phil. And I can assure you the Little Debbie snack cakes in the booth have been consumed by Wally and Kyle. And
what are you trying to say?
You were getting beat up a minute ago.
I know.
Wally,
well, actually,
your confidence down?
I didn't know anything about Harvick's golf game, but I could play with Harvick. Harvick and I could be on a team because I don't keep score. If I only lose 1 box of balls in 9 holes, I've never played any more than that. That's a good game for me. So I think Harvick and I could get along on a golf course.
I got to tell you the truth, though. I played with Harvick the other day, a couple weeks ago during the Charlotte race. Most improved golfer I have ever seen in my life. I'm telling you, we played 2 years ago. I'm like, Kevin, how much have you played? Second, third time. You know, he's joined the country club. He's taking lessons. He's impressive. Don't let he's laying down some smoke right there.
Really?
Because he's trying to bait somebody. He might have been out in the woods, but he was out in the woods looking for somebody else's golf ball.
Mine.
Yeah, don't let Kevin, don't go there with Kevin Harvick right now.
Here's what amazes me, though, about Harvick. He was a high school wrestler. He's been going to hockey games, so he's got that grit and determination of those who skate on the ice. We know how he drives a race car, and now he likes the finesse game of golf. Which one of these does not belong?
Golf is a finesse game?
Hockey doesn't fit. Yeah.
If you're going to get through the Pocono Raceway, you have to be finesseful coming through turn 3.
What finesse?
What was that word you used before?
Pessimistic.
That's it.
Here at Pocono, there are 3 distinct turns, and each one has a very specific set of challenges. But today, we're going to focus in on the risks of turn 3. Turn 3 is tricky because the cars are always on edge, and they're on the verge of spinning out at all times. Whoa! Bye, Carl. Check out Casey Kane's car as he loses rear grip off turn 3 as he races side-by-side with Sam Hornet. And that little contact can become big if you're already loose. Getting through turn 3, in my opinion, is the most important corner on the track. If you can do that well all day, then you've got a shot to win.
There it is, turn 3.
There it is. And look how dry it is. Okay, I mean, just since we've started doing, we've been through some driver interviews and stuff, but you see this corner with the wind and stuff, but you see how much the jet dryer has dried the racetrack.
And I would say, based on the estimate we got, a little over an hour, and we may be racing here at Pocono, and it would appear by the looks of the track, NASCAR agrees. You're watching live coverage of the Gillette Fusion ProGlide 500, presented by Target. We're at Pocono on TNT.
Welcome back to our NASCAR Sprint Cup racing on TNT, the Gillette Fusion ProGlide 500. Hello from Pocono, Pennsylvania. It looks like a different day outside. The sun is out. The rain has stopped. We should be racing in just a short bit. The drivers are all getting ready, thinking about getting back out there on the track. Matt Yoakum right now standing by with Kasey Kahne.
And Lindsay, you heard earlier Joey Logano talk about how difficult it is to master this place in your first or second time ever to Pocono. For Kasey Kahne, his first ever run here in a Sprint Cup car, sat on the pole and set a new track record. You had a great professor helping you master this place.
Yeah, the first time we came here, we were able to test it, and we spent 2 days here testing. Bill Elliott came with me, and he'd go to each corner and help me through each corner. We were downshifting into one, upshifting, and over here as well. It was interesting. It was a lot different than it is now as far as the way the cars drove and with the shifting too. So it's changed now. This has always been a pretty cool track, and I've always really enjoyed it with the 3 different corners. You have to change. Your car has to kind of work in each one if you want to go fast. So you have to figure out how to do that.
And then next week we go to Michigan International Speedway. You're going to have the new Ford engine back.
Yeah, looking forward to the new FR9, and I think it should be a little bit better. You know, they've worked really hard on it to give us some more power, and I think it's needed a little bit. So I think it'll help all the Ford teams. Looking forward to having that next week up there in Michigan.
So not only are you a Sprint Cup driver, not only are you an owner of some open wheel teams that run on pavement and dirt, you're also a promoter.
Well, this weekend we're going to Tony's the Prelude. Looking forward to that at Eldora. It's going to be a great event, like always. I get to race on the dirt there, and the following Wednesday we're putting on a show in Sedalia, Missouri, a World of Outlaw race. I'm going to go and try to race in that too and enjoy it. It's a great track, great half-mile dirt track there, and hopefully we get a lot of fans come out and enjoy the race. But the Outlaws put on a great show, so I'm looking forward to going there and then going to Sonoma from there. Kind of be halfway. I'm going to go hang out with Clint Boyer for a few days and enjoy that.
Well, he's got a lot of fun coming up on Kasey Kahne's racing and non-racing calendar. Marty?
Well, it's been a busy calendar for Jimmy Johnson this weekend. Let's first of all talk about Watkins Glen. How much fun did you have yesterday?
Man, total blast. To experience the boot and race on a section of track that not many guys have, and it's been so long since Grand Prix has been there at the racetrack, but to go through there and experience some of the history of what that track's about, I finally feel like I've experienced it the right way. Coming through the carousel was so much fun and really, really fast in that car. I was almost glad that I actually opened the steering wheel up and went straight out into the boot because the short course for the Cup cars, it's a lot of G's in one of those cars through there. You're in third gear with a slight little lift and then back to flat and clicking gears. It's fun.
Those cars have so much grip. I mean, just a ton of grip. Do you really learn anything that helps you with your road course racing in the Cup car?
From my standpoint, when I grew up racing motorcycles, my dad would put me on a bigger bike so that things would happen faster and I'd feel more horsepower and stuff. So that when I went back on the smaller bike, my age category, it slowed things down for me. And I feel that way with a Grand Am car, that hopefully was into braking zones faster and experienced different levels on a road course, that when I go back to a Cup car, it slows everything down and it's a little easier for me.
Let's talk about Pocono, and I know that first practice seemed excellent for you guys. Most of the second practice seemed excellent for you guys. And that last run, you said, man, I messed up that run. What went wrong on the last run?
Oh, the last run, well, first of all, we had great practice sessions, and the one lap that really counted in qualifying, I didn't put a good one together and got loose and ended up back there in 25th. But the last run we made, I was trying to get aggressive with the brake bias adjuster, And it worked great for turn 1 and turn 2, but I got to 3, and there was way too much rear brake in the car, and I jumped off that, I was chasing the car and got off the patch. And outside of that patch in 3, there's not a lot of room between it and the wall, and it's really dirty, and I almost had a right side issue going on.
That would not have been good. For the month of May for you guys, everybody wants to say the 48's in a slump. How would you categorize the month of May and how that went for the 48 team?
Well, I mean, there's no doubt about it. I've made some mistakes, had some issues. I've also had some bad luck. I mean, it's like a Scud missile came out of the infield at Darlington.
At Darlington, yeah.
It took me out. I mean, I can't control that.
Yeah.
So between bad luck and making some mistakes, we don't have the results that we want to have. But we've been running well. We've been competitive. I think Richmond was probably our worst race. But outside of that, we've been in contention to win races and running up front. And just haven't had things go our way. And that's racing. And I think it speaks volumes to how competitive this garage area is. And if you slip up, even as a 4-time champion, the other guys in the garage area are getting the job done.
That could change today, too, because everybody says you guys in the 11 are the 2 cars to beat. Wednesday, you're going to have some fun. You grew up in the dirt, so you should really be one of the clubhouse favorites for the race in Eldora. What do you think?
If they add a jump or 2 to the straightaways,
that would make it better, wouldn't it?
It would help me a lot. But I've had so much fun racing in that event, and I hate that I missed the first couple years because of a previous obligation I had with another charity foundation event. It's a blast. I'm looking forward to it. I didn't test this time because testing, we go into a small track, and I developed some habits from a small little bull ring and then go to the big, wide, fast Eldora, and it takes me all of practice to get back into big track mentality. But I'm looking forward to it, and hopefully our team wins. And to me, it's weird having Kyle Busch as a captain of my race team.
How's that going to go over?
I know we're going to have fun, and we're not going to worry about running second. But, you know, he was at Hendrick Motorsports, and he was so young and like Kyle, and now is our captain. So it'll be a lot of fun.
And real quick, I know you're excited about, you're running a special paint scheme in Eldora. That's how important this race has gotten to be.
Yeah, we are. Lowe's has a Father's Day special that's coming along, and there'll be 480 fathers' names on our car, including my dad's name. So that's very exciting. And then we mentioned how busy things are. Our baby's coming soon, so it's been a busy stretch so far.
Yeah, and you're making driver plans, right, for that? If you're backup driver plans for when the baby's coming, right?
Yeah, we've got to be organized and ready, and we have a good plan in place with Eric Amarola. So we'll have a good time, and hopefully we don't need him, but if we do, I know we'll be in good hands.
All right, I think you're going to need your fire suit pretty soon. We may go racing, okay?
Let's do it, and I know everybody's ready.
All right.
Thanks, Marty. You know what? You might not know this, but Chad Knaus has actually already bought Jimmy some baby clothes. He has nicknamed the baby Sea Monkey.
Well, and you know what?
Me.
Jimmy Johnson told me that he grows a beard in the summer just to aggravate Chad. He said Chad hates that beard. So
because Chad's so by the book on everything.
Yeah.
I love it. I want to go back to something that Casey Kane was talking about. He addressed shifting and talked about his testing here at this track. How different has racing here become since the elimination, basically, of the overall shifting?
Well, I think, honestly, it's helped the durability of engines, because what we would do before the gear rule that came out about 4 or 5 years ago is you would come here with a very low gear to get you up that short straightaway. But because it was such a low gear, you'd be turning way too many RPM on the front stretch and the long pond stretch, the back stretch. So what the teams would do is run an overdrive transmission and go from 3rd to 4th on those 2 straightaways. And it would be very stressful on engines. About 4 or 5 years ago, at all the racetracks, NASCAR installed the gear rule. They dictate pretty much what gear you run. They also said at road courses in Pocono or anywhere else, no overdrive transmissions. 4th gear has to be 1-to-1. NASCAR does not have a rule that says you can't shift. They don't care if you shift at Martinsville or Daytona or Talladega, but the rules with the gear rule and no overdrive transmission pretty much 4 or 5 years ago said the fact that you're not going to shift. It won't work.
And it's better with this new car, clearly.
Well, I just think it's just across the board, because you're just not. We had so many guys that would miss the shift or on downshift and would just turn way too many RPMs. I think old car, new car, it's honestly, and I think the numbers support it, it's helped the durability of the engines.
Our Phil Parsons has caught up with somebody who is a legend, who we're actually going to have as part of our Pride of NASCAR series within the next few weeks here. He's caught up with Dale Inman, legendary crew chief. Phil?
Thanks, Lindsay. Dale, you were telling me just a few moments ago that you came up here really even before NASCAR came up here back in the early 70s.
Yeah, we ran on our weekend off in the NASCAR schedule. They had a 500-mile USAC race here. We came here in 1971 and then came back for the same race in 1972. And then NASCAR came in 1973, so we had a little experience with this track when when we came back, which was an advantage to us.
You guys have won a couple of races here, you and Richard back in the day, and how much has racing changed here in the almost 40 years since you first came here?
You know, when you walk in a dark room and turn a light on, something to that respect, you know what I mean? But it's still been it's a fast racetrack no matter what down here at the end of this straightaway. They've never took that out of it, you know what I mean? And then we went through the years where they was shifting, some of them shifting 3 or 4 times. And I know we put a transmission in Richard's later years and said, you go down the corner at 205 mile an hour and go to 3rd gear. He tried it one time, he come back in and he said, you can get that out. I'm not going to do that. I ain't taking my hand off the wheel at 205, 10 mile an hour.
You know, a couple of weeks ago, it was a big moment in the history of NASCAR when you guys were at the Hall of Fame and inducted the King RP into the Hall of Fame. You were there from the start. You were there before Richard ever started driving. What did that mean to you?
Well, it was big, but I think it's big for everybody that's involved in NASCAR. And certainly back when the things that he done to get himself in there was no indication at all that that was the goal that he was seeking. You understand it? A lot has happened from the time that he started his racing, with drivers with helicopters and airplanes and big buses and all this other stuff. He didn't do that so they could have that. It was just the time he came along and the way the NASCAR schedule was and what he had to do.
I remember one time that you told me that you and Richard actually drove the car to Riverside that Lee raced out at Riverside on the road course.
Well, you got that pretty close. Me and Maurice drove it out. And Lee run Trenton, New Jersey on a Friday. And me and Maurice drove the car to Riverside, California. He flew out. We got it qualified 4th place out of about 75 cars. And then he come in on Sunday and never drove. Well, he came in on Saturday night. But the story with that, Maurice and Richard was supposed to drive it out. And Richard was trying to walk on his hands out in the front yard and said he hurt his shoulder, and I'm not sure about that either. But it was me and Maurice that went in it, and the car broke down coming back. We locked the right rear hub up, running about 120 mile an hour maybe, and had to order a house and everything. So I always tell these people that it ain't always been this easy.
Well, it was a well-timed shoulder injury for RP.
Yeah, I think he got well and went to Trenton with him. It didn't hold that up. But no, I'm sure he hurt himself a little bit. But what an experience we wasn't too young, but I think back then kids stayed younger at an older age, if you know what I'm trying to say. At maybe 21-year-old is still kids. Now a kid gets 16 or 17, he's grown up, So, but we were still kids for a pretty long time.
But Dale, we appreciate all you've done for this sport, and we'll look forward to seeing you in one of our Legend Series.
Well, I hope so, and hope we get this race in. I know we're killing time now, but it's my pleasure.
Thanks, Dale. Let's go back upstairs.
Thank you, Phil. Together, Richard Petty and Dale Inman won 198 races, 7 championships. They had chemistry that surpasses anyone really that we've seen until this day.
And it's great to see Dale Inman back at Richard Petty Motorsports, because he actually left Richard Petty, or Petty Enterprises, what it was called then. And in fact, when Richard won his 200th win at Daytona back in 1984, Dale was not the crew chief. You saw in the graphic there, Dale was actually crew chief for Richard Petty and then for Terry Labonte. Dale Inman actually won a championship with Terry Labonte, and there's no question when we get to the point that I think crew chiefs will start to be inducted into the Hall of Fame, there is no question Dale Inman will be one of the first crew chiefs, I think, to go in that Hall of Fame, and rightly so.
And as Phil talked to Dale about, we also obviously just saw Richard Petty inducted into the Hall of Fame. We want to take a look back now at our Pride of NASCAR feature on the King.
How old were you when, and you lived here, you lived on this property. We're sitting here on the front porch, so the race shop was really right there.
Right
same place
behind
it
the
is.
house.
Same place it is. Almost 60 years it's been in the same place.
The original floor is still down there.
Still there. So in this area, this is rural North Carolina. How old were you when you learned how to drive?
We always had a couple old cars around and lived on a farm, and you just jump in the car and just drive around. And I had a store out the end of the road here, and Mother needed some bread or whatever, and I just jump in the car and just drive out. Never went across the highway because it's dirt road, and we just turned around and come back.
Although the Daytona race won't run for a month yet,
Mr. Lee Petty acts as if he's already late for his appointment. If you ask the NASCAR champion, he'd probably tell you he was late.
How old were you when Granddaddy started racing?
Okay, we ran the first race, NASCAR race, strictly stock race is what they called it, in Charlotte in 1949. I was 11 years old. My uncle and my dad borrowed this car from some boys in Greensboro. We drove the car to the racetrack. They put a number on it at the racetrack, took the muffler off, took the hubcaps off, and I think they had a seat belt. That was the only safety feature of the whole deal. And there was no organization to it. Everybody just showed up and they said, okay, go out there and run, and that's exactly what they done.
Long before the season opens, Petty, working with his son Richard, must prepare to run those races with only minor overhaul and repair. Together, father and son build their cars and build them well.
Did you get married before you started driving or after you started driving?
All happened at the same time.
You kind of snuck off to South Carolina and got married. So what exactly was that all about?
Well...
And what happened? What happened? Explain that story a little bit.
Really, I guess I was just getting ready to start, and I don't know if I'd run any races or not, but we was talking one night, and I told her, I said, if we don't go get married now, I ain't going to have time to go get married. So we got married, come home, and I took her home, and I come home.
So you just dropped her off at her house?
I just dropped her off at the house. We did stop somewhere and get a hamburger or something for on our way back.
So you had a wedding supper anyway?
That was the wedding supper, yeah.
Here he comes. Richard Petty wins the Southern 500. His margin of 5 laps is a Southern 500 record. Petty won almost $27,000 this afternoon to bring his year's winnings to more than $110,000. That's pretty fair for a 30-year-old country boy from North Carolina. The Petty family has been trying to win this race for 18 years. Papa Lee won more than 50 races, but never won the Southern 500. And it's taken Richard 9 years to do it.
Petty, the great Southern stock car driver, coming around now will take the checkered flag for his 3rd Daytona 500 triumph, making him a man among men in stock car racing.
Petty has earned almost $1 million behind the wheel. In addition, his fellow drivers have voted him most popular driver on the NASCAR Grand National Circuit. Richard Petty's almost too good to be true.
Still to this day, you're probably busier than 90% of the drivers in the garage area, making appearances, doing endorsements, doing things like that. Why do you spend so much time signing a single autograph?
Okay, one of the first things my dad told me, he said, anything worth doing is worth doing right. You look at all of the drivers' autographs, and somebody will come by and they'll have a piece of paper and they've signed all, been everywhere and got the names. There's not but 2 or 3 of them that you can recognize. And so I said, okay, I'm going to take time, put it down so that when it gets home and it gets cold, they'll know where it came from.
This may be the race that we're looking at here as they sweep up into traffic. A highly dangerous situation. Coming down the front straight. Here they are, Sam. They will come across the yellow line just about together, but Petty had the lead. By the nose of the car, Richard Petty was just in front of Dale Yarborough as they came across the line.
You've been around this sport so long that you may not get terribly excited at the prospect of winning a race, but was there a little extra thrill in winning, knowing that the #1 fan was here today?
Well, definitely. 200 is very, very important, but under the circumstances, with all the presidents that's ever been in the United States, this is the first one that's ever showed up at a racetrack. So everybody's got to go from that racing standpoint, and I wanted to be the one that was able to welcome him to Grand National Racing.
Used to, when the races were over, they'd open the gate and the fans would come out of the stands, down into the garage area, or down into the infield to have autographs signed. What made you, more than any other driver, and even the other drivers say the same thing, Richard always did this. Richard always, would sit there for 5 hours. What made that start?
One day I think I just sat down and I looked and I said, okay, I go to the racetrack and I run the race. And when the race is over, the promoter gives you money. Where'd that promoter get that money? He got it from them fans up there. If those fans don't come, then you don't get paid. And you said, okay. So I look at it as every time I write an autograph, it's thank you for letting Richard Petty be a race car driver, do what he wanted to do, hobby-wise and all, and make a good living out of it. So it's a thank you. Instead of saying Richard Petty, it says thank you, fan.
The legend, the man, the king, Richard Petty, will say goodbye to all the millions of fans who have adored him for many, many years. So on your feet, wave and say goodbye, your special way to King Richard Petty.
The big deal is we're here talking to you when it's over with, and I wouldn't change none of it. I wouldn't trade nothing for nothing else.
You're not Richard to the people that work here. Go see what the king wants to do. Let's check with the king, see what the king wants to do. For someone who has always come across as the guy that could be your next door neighbor, you know, to be referred to that constantly, you know, what does it feel like sometimes?
I don't even go there. I know a lot of people, they want your autograph and then they say, put King by it. And I said, I can't even spell it. You know, the way things have progressed over a period of time, race car drivers are now becoming celebrities. Used to, they were just next door neighbors and all that. When I come home, I'm next door neighbor. I went to school with all these people around me. I go to town down here. Hey, Richard, how you doing? It's not about racing. You're not special. And I think that's what my dad always said was, you know, don't get above your racing. You are what you are. You are where you came from. And the good Lord give each one of us a little talent. Some of it's for driving, some of it's for singing, some of it's for farming, or whatever. We had a little bit of talent to be able to drive the race car. And I don't feel that elevates me any at all.
Such a great feature, and so cool to see Kyle Petty interviewing his dad and getting him to share such special stories to the family. Let's take a look at these numbers for Richard Petty. 1,184 races, 200 wins, 555 top fives, 712 top tens, and man, 123 poles. Talk about impressive. Well, when we come back, good news. Everything's looking good. The drivers just called to their cars, and we could go racing in just a handful of minutes. Stick with us. NASCAR on TNT. There they are, getting ready, because these guys just want to get back out there on the track.
Welcome to the Gillette Fusion ProGlide 500 presented by Target on TNT.
On behalf of Gillette, Target, and Pocono Raceway, we want to thank everybody for tuning in for today's race.
Keep a lookout for all the Gillette Fusion ProGlide believers who, after trying the new Gillette Fusion ProGlide razor, truly believe they have received Gillette's best shave yet.
After the race, be sure to visit a Target to purchase the Gillette Fusion ProGlide razor.
That way you can believe too.
That's a heck of a chairman's message. A job done, well done by Juan Pablo Montoya and Clint Boyer there. We are just moments from going racing here at Pocono Raceway for about an hour and a half. We've been under a rain delay, but the skies have cleared. The guys are getting ready to get into their cars. Brad Keselowski is one of them, and we're going to toss it right now to Phil Parsons. Phil?
Thanks, Lindsay. I'm standing with the most recent winner in NASCAR, Brad Keselowski. Got that big win last night in Nashville. Got you another guitar. How was that?
It was great. What a great night. Discount Tire Dodge Charger team over there on the nationwide side, leading the points, winning races. Just makes it a lot of fun and makes the traveling back and forth, makes it worth it. So got to thank all those guys out there on that team. But I want to win here on the Cup side too. We're working really hard to try and get there with the 12 car and give us some time. I think maybe we'll be able to do it.
Now, this is your first time at Pocono. What do you think about this place?
Yeah, this is one of several tracks I've never been to. Never been here, Pocono, Martinsville. I got Sears Point coming up. So several racetracks that are new to me. So I've had a lot of fun, qualified really well, ready to get this race started.
Did you miss any practice with going back and forth?
I missed a little bit of nationwide practice, but made all Cup practice. So I got some great people that helped me out a bunch on the travel, and can't thank them enough. Couldn't do it without them.
All right, have a good one.
Thank you.
To you, Matt.
And Ryan Newman just climbing in the cockpit of the 39 machine. This place is pretty special for you. Not only do you have a Sprint Cup win, but your first ever stock car win came right here at Pocono.
Yeah, back in 2000. We first race for Alltel on a car back then, but it's always been a fun racetrack for me. I've always enjoyed it. Look forward to it again today.
And looking at your race car just over the course of the weekend, how do you feel as far as the balance, and what part of the racetrack really was the car the best?
Felt like it was pretty good everywhere. I don't know that we're the best everywhere, but we're pretty good. Pretty balanced in all three corners. So made a couple changes last night. I think we were maybe like a 5th place car in the first practice, and we didn't get it quite right in the second. So kind of back to where we were in the first practice, and small changes to try to make it a first-place car.
Sun's out. Let's go to Ralph.
Matt, not only is the sun out, but the flags are blowing pretty good straight down the front straightaway here, Matt Kenseth. How much wind do you need to really feel a push with this car as you go down into turn 1?
I don't know. I'm probably not smart enough to figure that out. You need to ask somebody smarter than me, but it's the same for everybody. But when you do get a tailwind down the front stretch, you certainly will get going a little faster and use more brake getting into one.
How's your car setup-wise for this track today?
I don't know that either. I hope it.
What do you? Can you tell me anything?
Yeah, the main thing I can tell you is I had a real good friend of mine this week, and I was going to ride my motorcycle up with here on Thursday, and it ended up blowing me off and leaving me sitting at home all by myself, not answering my texts or anything, but somebody in the booth might know something about that. But no, our car was pretty good really in practice. We just really worked on the balance for the track conditions that we had. I don't really know, honestly, if the sun, the wind, the rain, the Hoosier rubber, what it's going to do to the track. I don't know that anybody really does. They can talk about it, but we just worked to get our balance the best we could get it during the available practice that we had, and that's how we're going to start the race.
Marty, nothing like getting thrown under the bus by a NASCAR star live on TV.
Yeah, that wouldn't be Kyle Petty he was talking about, was it? Nah, that wouldn't be Kyle. So let's see if Elliott Sadler will give us some answers about how the racetrack's going to change. Boy, it's sunny. It's a lot like it was yesterday in the first practice. You agree?
I definitely agree. I think the first 15 or 20 laps until we get the rubber back on it's going to be a little different with the diesel fuel and things like that from the jet dryers, but should be back kind of how we were in the first practice yesterday. So the Stanley Ford was okay, but we hit the racetrack a little bit too much yesterday. We got it up off the racetrack. We hope some of the adjustments we made, and you know, it's a pretty long race, so we want to try to take care of our equipment in the first half and go after the second half.
Yeah, when you make a lot of changes like you guys did this morning, is that one that worries you? You kind of probably wanted to get going, didn't you?
Yeah, when you make a lot of changes here, it's always a lot of fun because you go into turn 1 by 200 miles an hour and you're side by side with everybody. So, I mean, it's just the way it is. You know, we tried to make the adjustments to the best of our knowledge. And as a race car driver, I got to drive it in there and know it's going to stick. I got to have that kind of faith. So, hopefully we'll have ourselves a good day, pretty decent starting spot for us. And we'll try to make the most of it today.
Just keep believing. Turn 1, it'll stick. It'll stick.
Definitely
it'll stick.
Good. Thanks for the pep talk, Marty.
No problem, Elliott. Ralph.
Well, Max Pappas is getting strapped in his car, ready to go. He qualified 20th. Max, a tremendous qualifying effort for you. How ready are you for the race?
I'm really, really excited about the opportunity of starting 20th. The Geico Toyota ran really well in qualifying. You know, we were not as good in the race as we wanted. You know, I got some tips from Montoya. You know, had Davey Blaney coming and help us with the car as well. You know, hopefully, you know, there's going to be a better pace in the race. But I'm really excited. You know, it's a great day. Pocono is an awesome racetrack.
Lindsay also got some tips from another great race car driver, Emerson Fittipaldi. The great Emo is his father-in-law. He's married to Tatiana. And, of course, Emo spent a lot of time here whistling around Pocono in an Indy car.
Thank you, Ralph. I want to get to the bottom of Kyle Petty blowing off Matt Kenseth, but before we do that, I want to talk to you, Larry Mack, about the weather conditions and what a lot of these guys are saying. How much is this change now, the sun out, everything going to impact them?
Well, yeah, I mean, I think you've got 43 drivers and teams that they have the unknown about their race car. You know, you've got a lot of teams like Carl Edwards, Bob Osborne, the 99 team. They made multitude of changes to their car, so they have no idea what they have, I don't think, regardless of the weather. It was a little cool, a little overcast yesterday. The wind was blowing, so you've got a lot of guys that had pretty good race cars then that they really don't know what they're going to have with the sun out there, because this is a very temperature-sensitive racetrack. When that sun comes out, it heats the racetrack up, and the track loses grip. So, yeah, I would say as we speak, if NASCAR indeed's letting them adjust the air pressure and reset the air pressure, probably will. They're maybe making a little bit of changes to air pressure, which is the only thing they can change right now to start this race.
So you're saying it's like they're starting from scratch?
To some degree.
Oh, that's not what they want to hear. Well, I know that just like the drivers, our guys up in the booth are ready to get this race underway. Guys, take it away. But Kyle, what's the deal? I mean, you don't tell me you're in D.C. You're blowing off Matt Kenseth. What's going on with you, man?
That was coming up. And Matt should know better than to jump on me if I've got the mic last, okay? Let me just say, okay, here's the problem. I had to be in D.C. to shoot a thing for NASCAR.com for the Ponytail Express. Matt cannot pass a Starbucks. I had to be there on a time limit. I did not have time to be dragging his sorry butt up the highway at that day. So I said, okay, Matt, here's the deal. Get there the best way you can.
Did he blow you off this week, too?
He's never done sorry, Matt. Okay, I am so sorry, Matt. I apologize. I apologize.
Thank you for returning all my calls this week.
I'm sorry. My phone's on the side of 95. Sprint helped me there.
The track is drying very quickly. In fact, for all intents and purposes, we are set to go. They are working on a little part of the track there at pit exit. Beyond that, I think we're just about ready to go racing, guys.
I would say let's just leave those cones there and let's get this race started. What do you think, Kyle?
The one good part about this, and you know this from driving here, when you leave pit road, it is so wide. You see how wide the racetrack? They come 5 and 6 wide. Pit road is 4 and 5 wide. It's wider than the front stretch at Martinsville and places like that that we race on. So there's plenty of room. If there's an issue here, these guys can drive around it.
Yeah.
When we do get racing here this afternoon, we will begin half number 2 in NASCAR's regular season, and there are no shortage of storylines. We talked earlier in Countdown to Green about the hot and the cold, and no doubt about it, Wally, the hot, the Busch brothers. The last 6 races that they've been in NASCAR competition, one of the 2 has gone to victory lane.
Yeah, they've been really on fire, and you know, everybody thought Hendrick was just going to dominate off the start, and it looked like they were going to at the start of the year. But you know, the Gibbs team has come on really strong. It seems like Kurt Busch and Steve Addington have gelled. You know, they've hit on something, and now these guys are really putting it together. So you know, it looks like we've got a bunch of people that are going to be in the mix this year for a championship.
Other drivers to keep an eye on this afternoon: Jimmy Johnson, a 2-time winner here, not great in recent weeks, and Tony Stewart outside the top 12, but he also has won 2 times here at Pocono. You can be a winner this afternoon as well. It's the TNT $1 Million Fan Challenge. Log on to NASCAR.com/TNT Million. You pick the top 10 finishers in today's race in order, and you can win up to $1 million. And we should point out, if you've made your picks and you want to change them,
The Gillette Fusion ProGlide 500, presented by Target on TNT, is brought to you by Sprint, proud sponsor of the NASCAR Sprint Cup Series. By Frost Brewed Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer. By the all-new 2011 Super Duty, built for tough. And by Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15%. Call Geico at 1-800-947-AUTO or visit us at geico.com.
he is back, TNT Race Buddy. Log on to NASCAR.com now and watch up to 4 live camera angles at once with the TNT Race Buddy Mosaic View. TNT Race Buddy on NASCAR.com. 90 minutes since the scheduled green flag here at Pocono. Rains moved through right at green flag time, but we have dried out this racetrack. A couple of repairs being made, and then we will get underway. 500 miles at Pocono. I think we're getting close. Lindsay, Larry?
Thanks, Adam. Yeah, a little repair that they're working on right now on the track, and I think we can show you some of that and what's going on. Larry, maybe you can lend your expertise to what they're trying to fix up over there.
Well, the good news is there is a little bit of a pothole, but it's not like in the middle of the groove in 33 degrees of banking like in the Daytona 500. This is actually in the area where they come off a pit road to get back on the front straightaway. They will never be racing down there, but I do believe that all the tracks and NASCAR learned from the experience that we had in the Daytona 500, and they are much more equipped to fix a problem like that. They're putting an epoxy there, and epoxy is a substance that dries very quickly and hardens very quickly, but the good news is that it's not anywhere close to the racing groove. It's well outside the groove down the front straightaway.
So bottom line, do not hit the panic button.
No.
This will get taken care of very quickly. Want to switch topics right now. Double file restart shootout style. This is the year anniversary for that. What is your take on how that's gone so far?
Yeah, it is hard to believe that 1 year ago when we came here that was the first race that we went to the double file restarts, just like we had been doing in the All-Star race for a number of years. And of course there were other things that go along with it. The wave around. I love the wave around because no longer as broadcasters do we have to explain why the leader of the race is back there about 10 cars behind the car that actually is at the very front. So I love everything. But Lindsay, you know, when I think about what NASCAR has done, to me they have hit home runs with every change they have made in this 1 year since we were here a year ago at Pocono. When you think about, you know, before the Daytona 500, after what we experienced in the Budweiser shootout, they said, you know what? We want the fans to see a green flag finish, and they moved to 3 attempts to the green-white-checkered. And then I think the greatest thing, because I've said all along, our sport was built upon emotion. If you go back to that 1979 Daytona 500, What gained our sport so much popularity was seeing the Allisons and Cale Yarborough after the race down there in turn 3 and 4. Now, mind you, in 2010, we can't let drivers start slinging jack handles at each other.
Exactly.
You know, we still have to maintain law and order, but I think NASCAR has said, you know what, guys, we're going to let you show your feelings. We're going to let you show your emotions, and I think we've seen that so much. And then the thing they did after race number 5 is getting rid of that wing and going back to the conventional rear spoiler, something we as competitors, something the fans had been so used to seeing for so many years. You know, NASCAR, they have this fan council, and they are listening to that fan council, and so many of these things that we just talked about, that's where a lot of those things were stimulated from.
It will be interesting to see what the next change could be, and I know that drivers and crew chiefs would like to know that as well. Speaking of crew chiefs, we have caught up with the 29 crew chief, Gil Martin, who obviously has operated Kevin Harvick to a first-place finish in the point standings right now.
Lindsay, the drivers are all buckled in the cars, and Gil, you're on top of the box. The winds are still about the same, but the sun's back out. We're back to conditions on Friday. Is that something to be concerned about? Is this place a temperature-sensitive racetrack like some of the other ones we go to?
Man, I think our Shell Pennzoil Chevrolet's been good, but we've been chasing the weather like everybody else. Saturday morning, we had a lot of sun. The cars seemed to be a little tighter. For happy hour that afternoon, the sun went in, the track got a little cooler, everybody got freer and tightened up some, and we were expecting to have overcast day today, and now the sun's coming out. So the track's going to be green, the sun's out, so I'm sure we're going to have a little work to do today.
And they'll roll off mid-pack. Marty Snyder?
All right, let's talk to Steve Letarte and get his take on the track changes. And boy, the wind is blowing now. It's a lot like it was in first practice, so I'm assuming that's good for you, right?
Yeah, we hope so. You know, DuPont Chevrolet is really good in the first practice. The second practice, we tried some stuff and didn't seem to work. But you never know. This race is so long. The track changes so much that just kind of got to be in position to see if you get there at the end.
Now, you have a bird's eye view of this hole we're trying to fix at the end of pit road, and kind of necessary, but we could avoid it, right?
Well, I think you could avoid it, but definitely if you left pit road too wide under green, it gets pretty narrow right there trying to blend back on the racetrack. So I think NASCAR has a plan. It won't take 15 or 20 minutes to fix it. In the Northeast, you know, we have all kinds of daylight. Hopefully we can put 500 good miles on for all the fans.
All right, and Lindsay, we're hoping to get going green here very soon.
Absolutely, and it looks like it could be quicker than we thought, obviously, which is a great thing to get these guys going racing. Larry, spoiler. I want to ask you about the spoiler because obviously you brought it up before, one of the changes that NASCAR has made. We've seen teams that appear to have had success since then. We've also had teams like the 48 that you could maybe make a correlation.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if it's coincidental or not, but I know that's one reason that we did not go to the rear spoiler until the 6th race of the year. NASCAR worked very, very hard with the teams, with the manufacturers, spent a lot of time in the wind tunnel themselves, testing to make sure that they didn't really change the balance of the car, the way the car drives front and rear, from going from the wing to the rear spoiler. I personally, and I think I was in sync with a lot of the other teams. You even heard Joe Gibbs say it in the piece that you did with him in the countdown to the green, that we really didn't think that we were going to see a difference. It would not be a game changer. But all I can say is ever since we went to that rear spoiler, Jimmy Johnson has not been to victory lane. He won 3 of the first 5 races. Now, he's had some good runs, but, you know, I'm just saying, if you look at Tony Stewart, first 5 races, 3 top 10 finishes. He's only had 1 top 10 finish since we went to the rear spoiler. And then I think the biggest thing, the minute we went to it, Joe Gibbs Racing was winning everything that we were going to. The only races he didn't win out about the first 6 was he didn't win Phoenix. Ryan Newman won it, but Kyle Busch was leading by a tremendous amount when that last caution came out. And, of course, Kevin Harvick won Talladega. So even though we didn't believe it was going to be a game changer, I'm not convinced it's a game changer. There's a lot of things that's changed since we did go to it from the wing.
Maybe we can find out what the crew chief of the number 9 car, Kenny Francis, thinks of the rear spoiler. He's right now with Ralph Shaheen.
Yes, he is. He's right here getting set, patiently waiting. They were just talking about the wing and the spoiler here at Pocono. You seen a big difference?
Probably not a lot of difference between the wing and the spoiler handling-wise. You know, the spoiler's not quite as fast on the straightaway, just has a little more drag, but I think there's not a lot of difference in it in the corners.
How about with the sunshine out, the wind blowing? How's your setup for the 9 going to change with this?
Well, we'll just have to see, won't we? You know, Budweiser Ford was pretty good yesterday. It was windy. It was windy like this yesterday, not quite this windy, but it was a little bit overcast. But at times it was sunny, so I don't know. We'll have to see. It's pretty cool, so it's hard to say, but hopefully it'll be good.
What kinds of things are you telling Casey right now as he gets ready to go racing?
We're not really talking about anything really, just waiting to get going here. Want to get going, see what everyone wants to get going and see what they got. You know, like you say, it's a little bit of an unknown with the weather changing and all, and you know, the track's green again. So we're just anxious to get going and see what we got to work on.
Phil Parsons.
Thank you, Ralph. I'm with Alan Gustafson, crew chief for Mark Martin. And Alan, we've been talking about the rear spoiler and the change from the wing to the rear spoiler. What kind of things did you have to change, or maybe how did it affect the setups in your car when we went to that spoiler?
It didn't seem to affect the balance much on the car. It seemed to have taken away some speed from us, and you know, we struggled to quantify that. We've had the cars in wind tunnel and really worked hard to make that transition very easy and as painless as possible, and all of the information that we've gathered hadn't showed that. So it's really tough for us to quantify right now. It seems like we've lost a little bit of speed since we ran the spoiler, but something we're working hard on at HMS, and all these guys on this HendrickCars.com Chevy are working hard on it, and I feel like we're making gains. But I don't think we're where we need to be yet.
Do you know that Mark Martin has a record here?
He has a lot of records here. I think he's got the most top 5s and the most top 10s. I think he has the most race finishes, lead lap finishes too. So, but no wins. We got to fix that.
How about 6 second-place finishes here? And there's only one other driver at any other racetrack that's ever done that, was Bobby Allison at Martinsville. So we need to change that today.
Absolutely, yeah. That's focus one. That's job one right now, is change that today.
All right, thanks, Alan. They're looking for win number 1 in 2010, Lindsay.
Thank you, Phil. You got to say a lot, too, about that team, because there's a lot of uncertainty around that team for next season. Here is a close-up shot of the work being done at the end of pit road. That's the epoxy, right, that Larry was talking about. It drives fast.
And again, I think, like Steve Letarte said, you know, and if we get into some green flag pit stops or even under caution, you may see cars too wide trying to get out of this area on the front straightaway. So NASCAR's just making sure, because if they just left that hole there, Lindsay, if you drove through there, I mean, it would absolutely tear the entire front end of the car out. So this stuff should set up and dry awfully quick.
And you can't leave the cones up, Larry.
No,
just kidding.
That won't work.
All right, there. So there's an overhead shot of it. You see it there. Hopefully, they've done enough to get it fixed up there, and we will be going racing very, very soon. You've heard the drivers talk about it. I think they're ready just to get in those race cars and get around. Can Tony Stewart will add another win here? We'll see.
Hi, boys and girls. Welcome to Pocono. Showing everybody what kind of a team we are. Going out there and getting that backup car out. Race this thing back to the front after we drop to the back. Have a little fun today and bring us home a little triangle trophy. I'll make up for this mistake yesterday, guys. My fault, and I'll get us back up here. Just be smart about it. Take them one at a time. Breathe easy, boys. We're going to make it. You are the man, dude. Good job, guys. God, I'm proud of you guys. Our genius do. We don't tell you how to save fuel. I just hope you save yourself enough till you burn out. I'm coming to you guys.
It was cool. I mean, especially for a new organization and a new group of people, and being with a new race team and finally getting that win, that official point win as a car owner. That was something that really was a different feeling than just winning as a driver.
That was Tony Stewart talking about his win here last year in a backup car, coming all the way from the back of the field. Getting ready to crank up the engines here at Pocono Raceway. We are told that there will be a competition caution on lap 15. And yes, they already cranked, the engines are.
And they're going to do a couple of things with this competition caution. It doesn't mean that you can't pit before lap 15, but you cannot put fuel in the car before lap 15. This is to keep someone maybe from coming in about lap 10 or 12, dumping fuel, changing tires, and then staying out of the competition caution. The other thing they're going to do with this competition caution, I think it's a brilliant move, because we don't anticipate anyone will be pitting. They're going to leave those 4 cones around that area just to give it more time to set up and more time to dry. I think what they're doing here is brilliant to get us green flag racing.
All right, well, to help us get green flag racing, let's toss it upstairs to the guys in the booth. Adam?
Thank you, Lindsay, and welcome again, everyone, to the Pocono Raceway. TNT happy to be with you for the Summer 6-Pack with Kyle Petty and Wally Dallenbach. I'm Adam Alexander, and so finally, we get the opportunity to head on track with the anticipation of racing not too far behind. This is good news for everyone involved. When we came on the air earlier today, a chance of showers, and the temperature was up close to 80 degrees. It's not dipped much, still 76 is our temperature. Actually, it has dropped, 69 degrees now. The winds have calmed a bit. And you see Travis Quapple on pit road. He had a couple of tires that went flat during our red flag, so they are taking care of that. And then he will join the field. A couple of pace laps, and we get set to go racing. And after the car has been sitting idle on pit road for an hour and a half or so, Wally, any more anxiety as you take the green flag?
I think the only thing that people should realize, and Elliott Sadler actually hit on it, you know, when those guys are out there with those jet dryers, I believe they run on like kerosene, and they blow this stuff down on the racetrack. They obviously dry the track, it dries the track out, but there's also a little bit of a film on the racetrack that it is greasy, and it's gonna, you know, you talk about a green racetrack. What are they talking about when it's a green racetrack? It's just slippery. That's what a green racetrack is. There's no rubber on it, and there's no grip. So the track actually is probably in worse condition than it would have been if we would have went green before we got the rainstorm. So there's going to be maybe some more issues as far as just getting a hold of the racetrack at the start of this race.
The pit window here between 32 and 36 laps, but now we know there will be a competition caution as these drivers get the 1-to-go signal crossing the start-finish line. That competition caution at lap 15. Any difference in mindset or a change in thought process as far as strategy is concerned?
A little bit from a crew chief's perspective, and Larry could probably speak to this more, because we're sitting here saying this is a 200-lap race. Now it's technically a 185-lap race, because we're going to regroup and we're going to reposition ourselves, and really nobody should get lapped in that period of time. Nothing should happen bad. You just get an opportunity to make an adjustment, refuel, re-go, restart the clock. And I think when you look at it like that, it changes a crew chief's mindset a lot more than it changes a driver's mindset.
Less than a lap till we go green. One more trip down pit road. We begin with Phil Parsons.
Thank you, Adam, and I want to follow up on what Kyle was talking about. Remember, in a countdown to green, we talked about Rodney Childers, crew chief for David Ruderman, starting all the way back in 29th, how difficult it is to pass here. This may be the perfect opportunity to put 2 tires on the right side, try to get some of that track position early, and not have to do a 30-lap or a full-lap fuel run to only put 2 tires on. To you, Matt.
Phil, Daytona 500 champion Jamie McMurray. Now, his car was good in practice on final practice on Saturday. He was top 5, but the biggest issue he had, turn 3. The car was just too tight. They've made some adjustments, but Kevin Bono-Mannion is hoping it doesn't fall into a fuel mileage race. The reason? They haven't worked long enough together to find out just how well he can save fuel, especially if we go into overtime with a green-white-checkered finish. Ralph?
And A.J. Allmendinger hasn't felt good all weekend long. He's got stomach issues. They don't know what's causing it, but they do know that when his stomach gets empty and he gets hungry, that's when it flares up the most. So they've got gel packs like this strawberry banana flavored one here that they can pass through the window into the cockpit to give him some food on a pit stop if he starts getting hungry, Marty, and that stomach flares up on him.
Ralph talked to Denny Hamlin right before he climbed in the car, and he says, if anything, this sun is going to make the racetrack looser. And the one thing the 11 team changed this morning on their setup, they made the car a little bit tighter, which they think will certainly help them in these sunny conditions. And Denny already has one win today. He just won the team pool for how long the red flag would last, guys. We're hoping that's not his last win of the day. Adam.
Marty, he doesn't need any more luck here. Denny Hamlin has been dominant. 8 trips, 3 victories at the very difficult Pocono Raceway. In fact, he won both the pole and the race in the 2 races here during his rookie season back in 2006. I misspoke a lap ago, said it was 1 until we go green. It was actually 2 to go. The 1 to go signal now has been given, and teams through turn 1 for the final time behind the pace car. The next time they head into turn 1, the mindset will be completely different, Wally.
Yeah, I think you'll probably want to give each other a little bit more room maybe down to turn 1 this time around, especially if you're on the outside. If you're starting on the outside, the guys on the inside, if they run any trouble, they're going to be sliding up the racetrack into you. So you're going to be looking at getting around the corner, but you're also going to be looking at the left side of your eyes going, boy, I hope this guy sticks.
So after a red flag of nearly an hour and 45 minutes for rain, we finally get set to start today's 500-mile race here at Pocono. We look now at the Burger King race analysis. 200 laps making up those 500 miles. Note the pit road speed, 55 miles per hour. And the pit window, big as well. Strategy, a very big part of this race. In all 43 cars in their original starting positions, no one had to go to the rear for an engine change, a backup car, or other unapproved adjustments.
55 miles per hour on this pit lane is torture. I mean, I think that's why a lot of guys get in trouble for speeding here, because it's 1,800 feet long. It takes forever to get from one end to the other end, and I mean, it's just hard to go that slow.
Yeah, it's just a huge pit road. It's wide, it's long, and you know how it is. You've got no reference points, so you feel like you're running 25.
Brett Bodine, many short track wins in this part of the country. Today he takes the pace car to pit road. The green flag is out, and finally we are racing at Pocono Raceway.
A slide job. Earnhardt, just what we were talking about.
Exactly what you said earlier.
He went down in there, and that thing did not stick, and boy, he was lucky they gave him plenty of room there.
Great qualifying run for Dale Earnhardt Jr. Started in the 3rd position. He has already slid back to 5th. Casey Kane looking to the inside for position there.
That's one of those things as a driver, you didn't save anything. Everybody around you saved you. Yeah, that's exactly the way it worked.
Kyle Busch did grab the race lead. The pole sitter electing to start on the inside as the green flag went in the air today. And his teammate Denny Hamlin getting aggressive off of turn 3.
Denny got a great run up off the inside. And we heard a couple of guys during our practice session that we did the other day on speed, and they talked about the bottom was going to be a place that people ran, not only on that patch, but people were going to go to the bottom of the racetrack. That's really early to be going to the bottom of the racetrack, but your tires are your best right now.
Hamlin able to clear Boyer and is up to 2nd in the running order. Not a bad start for Hamlin. Rolled off in the 5th position, already up to the runner-up spot behind his teammate Kyle Busch.
Oh, 3 wide at the tunnel.
Yeah, you got to get that sorted out pretty quick when you get into that tunnel turn.
And you see those guys right there go across there. They're 3 wide right as they get there. Everyone's saying, okay, who am I going out checking right here? And then you see the gap between them and the cars in front of them. Those guys really stretched it because you've really got to slow down to get there.
Kurt Busch in 3 on the inside of Montoya. Kyle Busch has led the first 2 laps. That equals the number of laps he had led in his career entering today's race. And look what happened at the start of this event. You're on board with David Rudiman.
Oh, yeah, we wondered what happened. And these guys, you see the 56. We saw it on the restart, the 56 of Rudiman all the way to the inside. That's teammates. Again, that's teammates. But they just didn't take off as fast as what he thought they should. He got hit in the rear.
Here's Hamlin following Dale Jr.
I mean, that thing just did not stick. And boy, he had a lot of cooperation around him, or that could have been big.
Dale Earnhardt Jr. has gathered it in. 6th is where he has scored on the racetrack. You're right on board with that FedEx Toyota of Denny Hamlin. Joey Logano making his 3rd start here, driving to the outside of Ryan Newman, a former winner. Logano and Newman were racing for a spot just outside the top 10. That's 11th. Burton in 10th, just in front of them in the 31 car.
You know, and that's impressive from Logano because, you know, in some of the pre-race interviews, they asked, do you like this place? And he said no. Instantly, he said no. Yeah, he didn't think about it. He didn't do anything. And this is one of those places, and Wally can probably elaborate, this is one of those places you got to like.
Yeah.
You know, to get around this place, you got to like. You talk to people that win at this racetrack, they like this racetrack. They like the layout. They like the challenge.
And Wally, you and I were talking earlier about this being the infancy stages of Joey Logano's career, especially at a track like Pocono. He talked to his teammate Denny Hamlin, who's had a lot of success here, more experienced. Can you gain much at a place like Pocono where driver tendencies are so helpful as you see the battle for 4th?
Absolutely, because you have these corners are so different. I mean, it's not close to anything that any other racetrack that you run on. This is Pocono. It's not like anything else. You can't compare it to another racetrack. And, you know, when you've got a guy that gets around this place well, you go up there and ask some advice, and he can help you in a couple of spots. Huge. As you see the 11 car going for the lead and gets it. Boy, I mean, he's just kind of...
Yeah.
That car looked awfully good in practice, man. And then we were talking about him. The 11 car was going to be awfully strong.
Hamlin helped his teammate Logano. He didn't help Kyle Busch right there.
Yeah, and he's helped Kyle. You know, Hamlin makes this team stronger. Kyle Busch makes this team stronger. Joey Logano does. But, you know, and you're talking about having a teammate. We heard Casey Kane say when he first came here, you know, Bill Elliott and those guys go out and show you where to let off, where to get on the gas, how to get across this thing. This is one of those places that is so different than anything that you run, and we can't stress that enough. I know we're going to kill it, but it's so different than any other place that you need some guidance.
But there's another thing, too, about this place. If you screw up a corner, it kills your lap time. If you can get a little bit of help at any place of this racetrack, it makes up big on the stopwatch.
Yeah. Ask Jimmy Johnson. Fastest car in practice, fastest car in almost every practice, and qualifies 25th because he misses one corner. One corner out of 3, he misses, and it kills you.
Talk about Jimmy Johnson. Started 25th after that poor qualifying run the other day. Scored in 23rd right now and being followed by Nationwide Series point leader and last night's winner in Nashville, Brad Keselowski, who today is making his Pocono debut. Hard to be patient for Johnson starting as deep in the field as he did today.
You got to be patient. You know, as watch Juan go past the junior here. You know, Juan's making some time.
That's for 7.
It is hard to be patient, but at the same time, this racetrack has a tendency to get real spread out, and you've got plenty of room. So you don't have to make something happen instantly like you do at a Bristol or like you do at a Martinsville or even like you do at a Charlotte. You let these guys get strung out and then pick them off one at a time, knowing that you've got a championship pit crew and a championship crew chief that's going to get you back in contention too.
And you got a caution coming out pretty quick.
Yeah.
So you don't have, I mean, you know what I'm saying?
You have to go crazy.
He can pick 4 or 5 cars off right now and not lose a lot to the leader.
Lap 15 is when we will get that competition caution. We've completed 6 laps so far. We'll have that competition caution when we return. You're watching live coverage of the Gillette Fusion ProGlide 500 presented by Target from Pocono. Nine laps in at Pocono of the 200 laps here this afternoon. Denny Hamlin continues to show the way. This is 9th start at Pocono, 6th time he has had the field in tow of those 9 races, and he wasted little time in getting there. Another driver moving through the field nicely in the early going. And there you see the 9 of Casey Kane, started 8th today, the former Pocono winner, up to the 2nd position. You saw Kyle Busch, he's dropped back to 4th, and there's Montoya. He's looking forward to that pit stop at lap 15.
He got a little bit of turn 3 wall on the exit there a few laps ago.
He got a little Wally's World there.
You said this place is tricky, Wally.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There he is. Watch him.
And watch the 88 right behind him. Boom. Almost right there with him. That's incredible.
Wow, the 2 almost got it, too. He was hanging it there.
The 88, and you see, we're in the car with him. Yeah.
3/4 the same.
Montoya now being scored in the 7th position, Phil.
Adam, that's right where he started, but he's been complaining to crew chief Brian Patty ever since the start that the car is tight and getting tighter every lap. He said, but if I lose, if the back end swings out, then it starts sliding on me. So that's what happened to him up off of turn number 3. But Montoya has a very, very tight race car. Brian Patty will make some adjustments on this competition caution.
Yeah, and you look, and this was just a change of position here with Burton driving around Junior right there. But, you know, and what you do have sometimes is a driver will complain about the car being tight. He keeps putting a wheel in it, keeps turning, and then it snaps loose. And from the infield or from watching on TV, you say, oh, my God, that car is incredibly loose. You know what I mean? He's just hanging on to that thing, and it's not loose. It's exactly the opposite from setting inside. And really, that's what Montoya is saying is, I'm having to put so much wheel when it does catch.
Sometimes you forget that. I mean, really, you gotta tell your crew what it's doing first. Although you hit the wall because you were loose on the exit, it began because you were pushing, like you said, and the car will not turn.
And that's hard for a young driver.
Yeah, I tell my kids all the time.
Yeah, that's
What's
hard.
it doing first?
What's it doing first? You got to, you know, if you can't get in the corner, you can't get off of the corner, and that's the whole deal. You got to break it down.
Nice battle between Burton and Dale Earnhardt Jr. They're going at it for the 8th position, Matt.
And Junior working the high side, gets reported into Lance McGrew. The car tight, especially off turn 3. They're already looking ahead to that competition caution in 2 laps and the wedge adjustment they're planning on making.
Next time by will be 13 laps complete. Matt referred to the competition caution. If you're just joining us, This race red flag for nearly 2 hours. A rain shower moving through right as we were getting set to take the green flag. And so NASCAR has elected to throw a competition caution at lap 15 for all teams to come down pit road and evaluate their situation.
If they want.
If they want. No, not a mandatory pit stop for sure. What kind of strategy are we going to see on pit road at lap 15, Larry?
Well, honestly, as I said in the countdown to the green when I was talking about the keys, whenever you hit pit road at Pocono, the first thing you want to make sure you do is fill it up with fuel. The driver, and you would as a crew chief love to give him 4 tires, but I think we will see a lot of guys maybe mid-pack and back go ahead now, roll the dice, get 2 right side tires, just trying to get that track position early. If you remember, Ralph Shaheen talked to Chad Knaus before the race. I look for Chad maybe to be one of these guys that tries this strategy.
And this early in the race, good time to try 2 tires and see what you got.
Yeah, and this is, you know, it's the best.
Whoa, man, Busch.
Well, yeah, he finally got it.
Yeah, but once or twice. Let's be honest. That looks like Kurt Busch at Charlotte right before he checked out on the field in the All-Star event. I mean, he was all over the wall in those first 2 sections. But you know, now is the time to try. When you can short pit and you're getting a free caution, you might as well use it to your advantage. We see the 2. He's up on the patch. And you see him way up here at the patch. The car begins to come across. He's sideways right there just about. And right there, the car steps out.
He was flirting with a pretty girl in class, and he finally decided to ask her out, didn't he?
Yeah, but you don't want to do that too many times.
Joey Logano trying to take advantage of his misfortune. More with Marty.
Well, guys, Logano, as you mentioned, learned a lot from Denny Hamlin. Denny actually was supposed to take him around in a rental car, but Denny forgot about the appointment. So he showed up late to the racetrack. He said, I'll tell you what, teammate, I'll make it up to you. Follow me for the first 3 laps out in practice. They did that, and then we showed the shot in the practice show earlier this week on Speed, where he came to the window and coached Joey through it. Joey told me before the race started the first time, he said, that helped so much just learning from him, and especially in turn 1. He said, that's where Denny is really good here at Pocono.
And that's important because Denny shows him the way to get around the racetrack. But this is a feel racetrack. How far do you feel you can drive into turn 1? What's your car feel like across the tunnel? What's the car feel like when it's drifting and it's sliding? And it's a drive by the seat of your pants. This is one of those places, as the caution comes out right now, this is one of those places that a driver can make up a little bit across the tunnel turn and through these corners.
We told you there would be a competition caution at lap 15. We've now completed 16 laps as the caution waves. Denny Hamlin, Casey Kane, Clint Boyer, Kyle Busch, Jeff Gordon, the top 5. No driver has fallen a lap down in the early going, and so there will be no free pass awarded here. But likely everyone will come to pit road. Couple of reasons. One, you want to see what you have. The other is we're halfway on a fuel run here. You don't want to go too long and miss an opportunity to get on pit road, or you could pay for it later.
Now this is kind of like a free pit stop, just because, hey, this thing may go green for the next 100 miles or 100 laps. So, you know, you want to definitely come in and take advantage of the caution.
NASCAR.com Track Pass, Race View, Pit Command, and Scanner. The most access to your favorite drivers live, free for Pocono. Live in-car audio, multiple camera angles, and the most race stats anywhere online. Commercial free, all race long. Presented by the all-new 2011 Super Duty. Only on NASCAR.com. Go to NASCAR.com/free Pocono. Denny Hamlin, very good in the practice session, one of the pre-race favorites. Started in the 5th position and quickly drove his way to the front. Took over the lead at lap 5, and he will bring them all down pit road. The first stops of the afternoon going to take place at lap 17. Ralph Shaheen.
Matt, Casey Kane's car was a little bit tight at the start of this run, but now they're going to make no changes to the chassis, just 4 tires and fuel. It was pushing the nose a little bit through the tunnel turn, Matt Yoakum.
His teammate Harvick is on the tight side. Clinton Boyer, who runs 3rd, he's free, especially off turn 3. They're going to make a big air pressure change in both rear tires to help with forward grip. Artie?
Denny Hamlin, top of your screen, says he's tight getting into the corners. He's also loose coming off the corners. He said, I want small adjustments, so quarter round up on the track bar to fix the tight, air pressure to fix the loose condition coming off the corners, and it will be 4 tires for the number 11. His teammate Kyle Busch all the way at the head end of pit road. He said, I am wrecking out here. The car is so tight, and an extremely tight race off pit road between the 2 teammates, but I believe Kyle Busch might have nipped him at the line.
+2 for Kyle Busch exiting pit lane. Denny Hamlin actually in front of Busch. We will sort out the running order when we return. 17 laps rather in the books at Pocono. And we're coming back after a break. You're watching NASCAR on TNT. Kyle Busch leading at Pocono, that despite having a race car that was not to his liking prior to the caution.
Tight, 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 tight. Loose all of a sudden. I can't get it. 1 lap I can go through 1 and I'm loose. I'm on the right rear the whole time. The next lap I'm plowing the whole time. No consistency.
Okay. You know, Kyle, I think a lot of that turn 1 is just depending on where the car sits in the bump that you choose in 1. Yeah. That lane, where you go lane-wise will make a big difference on what your car will do there.
You know, as bumpy as it is, if you pick up the gas when the car is unloaded or pick up the gas when the car is loaded on those tires, it totally changes the feel of the car. We saw the 2 car, here he is, down pit road to serve a penalty. They had left a valve stem, is what the report is, or left a valve cap off of a valve stem, and that's for a safety reason. You know what I mean? They got to come in. They want those things on there to make sure that nothing shears that off, or that nothing gets down in there and the tire goes flat. So that was an issue for them.
Another driver that lost positions on that exchange of pit stops, Casey Kane, was 2nd when the caution came out, being scored 12th right now, and Greg Biffle having a nice afternoon. Up to 6th in the running order.
And let's address the Casey Kane issue real quick. Casey Kane is the very first pit coming down pit road. He's in pit number 43. So he got to his pit box first. But by the time he pulls out, the traffic on pit road, on a full pit road with 43 cars on it, is so massive that he makes no time coming off pit road.
So he's feeling aggressive.
Yeah, but he loses all of his time getting off of pit road.
The 24 did get into the 16, didn't it? That's what I'm not seeing.
It was
things,
really
right?
close.
That's pretty big going 200 miles per hour down to the turn 1.
See Dale Earnhardt Jr. not satisfied with his race car on that first run of the afternoon. Started 3rd, back to 8th, and Tony Stewart, last year's winner, riding right behind Jr. in the 9th position. Being greeted by his friend Kevin Harvick, and Jeff Burton to the inside. All that off of turn 3. Jeff Burton up tonight. Stewart was 10th. Harvick gets around him for that position, and just behind you saw Jimmy Johnson flashing into the picture.
And that's the one. You know, here's a guy who capitalized on that 15-lap pit stop. He was humming along there, 23rd, 24th, biding his time, being patient. They picked up position. Now, I don't know whether he changed 2 or whether he changed 4. We'll have to check that. But he put himself in position that now he's up racing with the leaders, and he's moving into the top 10.
Montoya hit the wall earlier. Here drives to the inside of Matt Kenseth. Kenseth, who took 2 tires, just like his teammate Greg Biffle on those pit stops a moment ago, losing a spot to both Gordon and Montoya.
Yeah, and Kenseth, this team may be the best team all year long. He and the 2019 of pit strategy that puts them up front, gets them in clean air, gets them in a good position, and they have good runs. Todd Parrott and those guys and Matt have taken that car that's sometimes been a 10th or 12th place car and run 2nd and 3rd with it a few times.
Mark Martin getting aggressive and too aggressive. Slides up the racetrack. McMurray and Hornish rally back off of the corner.
It's really hard to get down in there because you're carrying so much speed down there. And like we were talking earlier, it's so bumpy. If you just hit that, you could go through there 10 times exactly the same way and then be offline a foot or 2 and hit the bump just the wrong way, just the car sets a little bit different, and it'll shoot you up the racetrack.
See Ryan Newman. The tunnel turn right behind him, Joey Logano. Actually entering turn 3 there. This from 14th on back, and not a bad day for A.J. Allmendinger, one of the 4 Ford drivers running the new FR9 engine today. He's been impressive at times in the early part of 2010, and here passing Logano for position.
Yeah, that was pretty impressive. He got a good run up out of 4, or excuse me, up out of 3, and was able to clear Logano. He got right on his quarter panel to slow him down a little bit, and then pulls out and uses the air to get on around him.
'56 there, Truex, and taking a look at Logano.
Truex has gained 10 spots since the start of today's race. Started 27th. He's in 17th and trying to get 16th away from Logano. Talked about Jimmy Johnson making a move to the front.
Yeah, and he's going to probably continue to make that move to the front. He's picking these guys off one by one, and he's passing good race cars right now. Just went around Tony Stewart.
Yeah, he's passing race cars that were solidly in the top 10 qualifying, and were solidly in the top 10 on that first little run.
You see the drivers that have gained the most position since the drop of the green flag today. Good afternoon for Casey Mears after starting 25th. Carl Edwards, not bad today. Jimmy Johnson looks good as well.
And you see that move right there. Yep. Tony sees the 9 get a good run across the tunnel. He's got good momentum. There's no need to slow them both down and let that pack behind them catch up to them. Tony pulls over on the short chute, gives the 9 the entry into the corner, and then drops back in behind him and drafts down the front stretch. And you see the gap they have on the group behind them.
Side by side for 7th. Biffle, who took 2 tires earlier, under attack from Jeff Burton and Dale Jr. there as well.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how this 2-tire thing plays out. I mean, obviously the track position is important, but as we go further into this run, it'll be interesting to see how much the 16 and the 17 drop off lap times.
And I was surprised, really, there weren't more drivers that went with a two-tire strategy. Many took 4, including the race leader, Kyle Busch. Kyle Busch continues to lead the Gillette Fusion ProGlide 500 presented by Target. And yes, he is one of the Gillette Young Gun drivers. And if you didn't have Kyle in the top 10 today when you made your picks for the TNT $1 Million Fan Challenge, you better log on to NASCAR.com/TNT Million and make a change. You have until lap 50 today to update the top 10 drivers in today's race. Pick the top 10 in order from this afternoon's event, and you could win up to $1 million.
Yeah, if I had hit 10th, I think I'd make a change.
Yeah, I think I would too. You know, but I got to say this. We heard his audio.
Exactly.
What was that?
He's giving he's giving temperatures. I thought it's what he was giving.
That's what it sounded like to me.
Wow, it was loose right there.
Yeah, but or it sounded to me like he was giving temperatures. There's the 48. Pat, and remember the 16 took 2 tires, but we heard Kyle's audio a minute ago. You know, push, push, push. Then all of a sudden it's loose. I don't know what I'm doing. What am I doing wrong? And obviously these guys made a really good adjustment, because at this point in the first run, 10 laps into the first run, the 11 car had already passed him and was driving away from him, of Denny Hamlin. So he's holding his own right now. Whatever adjustment was a good adjustment.
And these days, you better stay in front of it, because you have one pit stop where you miss an opportunity to adjust the race car. It may take you out of contention. 2 for sure, Kyle.
Yeah, and especially at a place like this, where you have a tendency to have longer runs and you have a tendency to get so spread out. You know, if you're in a place and you're only a couple of seconds behind, or 3 or 4 seconds behind, but you can get 7 or 8 seconds behind here fairly fast.
Talked about Greg Biffle taking 2 tires. Kevin Harvick taking advantage of that same strategy played out by Matt Kenseth. Harvick is now running in the 7th position. That after starting back in 22nd, he's gained 15 spots in the first 30 laps here today. And when we were under the red flag earlier, we heard Kevin talking to Marty Snyder, and Marty asked him what tracks he was most concerned about on the schedule ahead. The point leader said, I don't think we have any bad tracks right now. That's something very impressive when you look at the run of tracks that are coming up.
It is, and it's like we said a minute ago with Joy. You have to like the racetracks you're going to. Obviously, Kevin's looking at the racetracks that are coming up, especially they're on the TNT group right here. When we go to Michigan, when we go to California, when we go pass for second place right here, the 33, the 11's not on like he was at the beginning.
Yeah, no, he's not.
But when, you know, obviously Kevin enjoys the racetracks we're going to, so this is the part where you grind it out from a points perspective to just get into the chase, and he's ready to grind it out.
I think he's trying to like this place because he really hasn't run well here at Pocono, so I you know what I mean?
Good point, good
I think he's trying to set himself up, and yep, I really do like this place.
Mention Harvick, he's 7th, just in front of him, Burton in the 6th spot, and here's driver number 3 out of the RCR stables. Clint Boyer started 2nd and running 2nd after driving around Denny Hamlin a moment ago. Impressive day for Richard Childress Racing. Matt?
He is the highest running RCR car, and his spotter Mike Dillon told him about 10 laps ago that a number of guys are actually working the bottom off turn 3. You might try to venture down there and see if there's more grip, because that's his biggest issue at this juncture, just needing more help on forward bite on exit. The car a little free, but he's running in the 2nd spot, and we're about another 17 laps away from the next stop.
And you see Boyer's last lap time in comparison with Kyle Busch, who leads the race. Boyer quicker than the race leader, 33 laps in. Matt brings up an interesting point there. Not a ton of traffic other than restarts here at Pocono. You can get spread out. So a spotter's job kind of doubled here. Not just managing the traffic for his driver, but Wally looking at trends of other drivers who are running well and trying to help you find the right groove.
Well, there's really, other than turns, I mean, I guess you can move around in turn 1 a little bit. But, you know, turn 3 is we've always seen, since they put that patch up there, what do they call it, the grip strip? Up there on high and tricky. It used to be everybody ran down on the bottom because that's where the grip was. Then they put that patch in there a couple years ago, and that definitely changed everybody's line. And everybody started running up there because it was the grip. But now that that is weathered, and we're coming up to that turn, now that that patch is weathered, we're seeing cars go down the bottom again, searching for grip. And you're always looking. If your car's doing something you don't like, you've got to try a different line. But Boyer right now is still up on that strip. He's not running the low line yet.
Yeah, and he is a little bit faster than the 18 lap after lap after lap right now.
The Gillette Young Guns flexing their muscles this afternoon at Pocono. Top 3 drivers out of that family, and they look good now. Guess who's back? TNT Race Buddy. Log on to NASCAR.com now and watch up to 4 live camera angles at once with a TNT Race Buddy Mosaic View. TNT Race Buddy on NASCAR.com. And perhaps you could dial up a picture to watch a lead change. Clint Boyer closing the gap on Kyle Busch and trying to become the 4th new leader of the day. Busch nearly sideways off the corner.
Well, Boyer got sideways first, trying to turn down under him. Then Busch got, but I think Kyle just said, okay, you got a faster car, go ahead, because obviously the 33 car has made up a lot of ground in the last 3 laps.
When you look in the rearview mirror and the guy's a spec, and then the next thing you look in the mirror and you can read his sponsor and see his eyes, you know he's coming. And there's no reason to hold him up, because if the 18 holds him up at this point in time, then the 3rd place guy catches him. And you think about that as you're going through the race. I know it doesn't sound like a lot, but to give up 1 position, whether it's a lead or not, you know, 25, 38 laps, 40 laps into the race is not a big deal.
Right.
And Boyer, when he ran around Denny Hamlin for the 3rd position, was more than 2 seconds behind Kyle Busch for the lead at that stage. He very aggressively drove up and grabbed the top spot. Time to go through the field. Let's head downstairs to pit road. Matt?
Clint Boyer and the 33 team, Adam, continue to gain momentum as we hit the summer months. Last week, he gained a couple spots in the points, moved up to 13th, just outside one of those locked-in chase spots. 75 races, Marty, since his last win, and they had a great shot to win here last fall. Right now, the car just has a little bit of grip issue.
Well, Matt, when this run started for Kyle Busch, he said, man, I wish the grip would stay like for an entire run. That was about 2 laps into the run, but as the grip wore down, the 18 also losing a little bit of the handle. Loose off of turn 1 is his biggest problem. Dave Rogers said, do you want more of what we did last time? He said, that would help out a lot. Behind him, his teammate Denny Hamlin, just still way too tight, especially going into turn 1. When Clint Boyer went by Denny Hamlin, he tried to follow his line because he felt like what Boyer was doing was a little different than what Denny was doing, and something that he picked up on and may use later in the race. Jeff Gordon back there in the 4th position. Car pretty loose still. He said, guys, we've got to tighten this up. I'm very good in turn 1 where he was tight earlier. They have fixed that. Now they want to fix the loose off of turn 3, Phil.
Hey, Marty, remember Juan Pablo Montoya was a little bit tight in the center, and then the thing would snap loose off. The tight in the center is better now, but the loose off, he said, maybe even getting worse. He said it absolutely cannot get off turn number 1. Is way too loose off turn number 1. Crew Chief Ryan Petty said, we'll tune you up on the next pit stop. Just hang with it. He still maintains a 5th place position. And remember, he had a runner-up finish here last year, Marty.
And Jeff Burton back there as well. He said to the media earlier this week, this is really my best shot at a championship, and he honestly believes that. And in solid runs like this one, Burton said, I just got to have a little bit more grip, especially off turn 2. That's where Burton feels like he's losing all of his time, is over in the tunnel turn, Matt.
Marty, his teammate Kevin Harvick runs in the 7th position until the finish 11th last week at Charlotte. Harvick had 5 straight top 10 finishes, longest streak this season. Currently, the car is tight, much tighter this run than the last. And Ralph, they want to make an air pressure change in that right front to try to fix it.
Now, Jimmy Johnson's been digging his way up through the field, but you know, when you got a great pit crew behind you, you don't have to do it all out on the racetrack. He took 4 tires and fuel, made a wedge adjustment as well, and they gave him a great pit stop as he passed a few cars on pit lane as well due to that excellent stop by the crew. Now, Matt Kenseth runs right behind him. Actually, it's now Casey Kane running in 9th position. He was running up to 2nd just before that competition caution came out. Suddenly now, the number 9 has gotten pretty loose. Matt Kenseth took 2 tires and fuel, made a track bar adjustment. His biggest problem on his pit stop, as he sits in 10th right now, was the fact that he could not see the pit board. The wind had blown it sideways. He couldn't figure out where to hit the pit stall. Now, Larry Mack, that car's starting to get loose.
Well, a car I've been watching since the drop of the green flag, Ralph, is A.J. Allmendinger in that 43 car. He started back in the 17th position. He's just outside the top 10 and 11th. But the story behind this car and some of the other Fords, when you look at the 8 Roush Fenway and Richard Petty Motorsports Fords, half of those Fords have the new Ford engine package, something that all of them are going to run at Michigan. Allmendinger is one of the Richard Petty cars that has it. This is a good test for that engine package because of all the RPM that you turn, especially on the 2 straightaways, the front stretch and the back stretch.
17 laps into this race is when drivers came down under caution, not too far away from green flag stops. We'll have them when we return to Pocono. Clint Boyer's got it working today at Pocono. Lap 45 just complete. Boyer took over the lead about 10 laps ago, and he continues to dominate, and it's easy to update where the Gillette Young Guns are running in this race because nearly all of them are up front. They've got the top 3 positions, 4 in the top 9, and Newman, Edwards, and Logano not bad themselves. Fans, be sure to visit your local Target store to pick up the new Gillette Fusion ProGlide Razor. And I should say, Wally, you look extra clean-shaven today.
It's that glide, smooth glide.
It's like a comb on your skin. Although I still think it's funny.
7th spot. I mean, he's hanging tough right there. And you see Jimmy Johnson continuing to march forward in that 48 car.
Do you think they made him mad? What's wrong with 48? What's wrong with a 48? Do you think they just made him mad?
But you know, but it's like Jimmy said the same thing in his interview. You know, he looks back at a few races and really, you know, he got hit by a missile, like he said at Darlington. There's your finish. You know, he'd already been in the wall at Charlotte, so you got to give him a little bit because you don't know where the rear end was knocked out from under that thing, left or right, when it got away from him. But he's had a shot at winning. You know, you look at the All-Star race, you look at Dover. I mean, and he said it. I made a couple of mistakes, okay? And that's pretty big, man. When Jimmy Johnson makes a mistake, because you just don't expect it from that team.
13 races in, 13 to go to the chase. He and Denny Hamlin have each won 3 races as he goes to the inside of Montoya, and we'll see if he can get him here in the tunnel turn. If he matches what he did in the second half of the regular season as he did in the first, that'll give him 6 wins in the chase. He'll take it. Rudiman on pit road, Phil.
David Rudiman said the car is way too tight. It just feels like it doesn't have any grip. You saw the track bar adjustment in the right rear corner. 4 tires for David Rudiman, Matt.
Kurt Busch, one of the last cars on the lead lap. Remember, he had to come back in for that valve stem cap. He says the car has major issues. If we get a caution, he said, think about maybe making a shock change or a right front spring change. They made a track bar adjustment. Absolutely no grip. Too free on exit. Meanwhile, Tony Stewart making his way in. The Hendrick engine guys, he said, this motor is really running today, so they should be proud. The biggest issue on the 14, the car just has a little bit of issue with being too free. All 3. Meanwhile, the 88, Dale Earnhardt Jr.'s in. You can already see they've got the wedge adjustment completed and the track bar adjustment in that back window. Air pressure change as well. His biggest issue, just too free, like so many other cars. He's away. And Jamie McMurray, champion, the biggest issue he had today was down in turn 3. They made a chassis adjustment on the last stop. Air pressure changed this one as well. Marty?
Ryan Newman said his car was, quote, ugly loose. So they did a track bar and also a wedge adjustment, trying to tighten it up and make it a little less ugly. The leaders are coming right now. Ralph?
Todd Devnich, the gas catch can man over there working on the chassis adjustments of the number 9 of Casey Kane. It was pretty loose. Better when the clouds came out. They're going to make a right rear air adjustment to a wedge and a track bar, Marty.
Kyle Busch said the last change is what I want. I want a little bit more, but that was air pressure. Dave Rogers gives it to him. A little bit of a slow stop, but they also did clean the grill of that 18 car. Phil?
Juan Montoya just now leaving pit road. Car was a little bit too free up off the corners. They put some ledge in the left rear corner and a fuel air pressure adjustment for Juan Montoya.
Scheduled green flag pit stop starting at lap 47. All these drivers had been in under caution at lap 17. That was a competition caution. Here's the leader.
And Clint Boyer comes to a stop at him. No adjustments planned for the 33. Shane asked him, any adjustments? How's the car? He said, car is good. Solid stop so far. Marty?
Denny Hamlin coming down pit road, Matt. He said it was just really a little bit too tight going into turn 1 especially. And Mike Ford asked him, is it the track that's tightening up? He said a little bit. So all they're going to do, air pressure here for Denny Hamlin and 4 tires for him. Further up pit road, Jeff Gordon said, guys, I'm still way too loose. They go down 1 round on the track bar, trying to tighten that car up. And for Jeff Burton, he said, I need more rear grip. So it'll be air pressure for the 31. All of these guys pitting right now.
Wally, Kyle, you remember in our race analysis earlier today what the pit road speed was?
Yep, 55.
Someone should tell Matt Kenseth coming to pit road to pay his debt in the last scoring segment. He was too fast, just over 60 miles an hour.
It's easy to do, especially, and I don't remember who he came out next to, but I was watching somebody, I don't know if it was Montoya or who it was, but he left with somebody, and it's easy to speed when somebody's right next to you leaving pit lane.
48 is in front of Ralph.
Yeah, 4 tires and fuel for Jimmy Johnson. They're also making a chassis adjustment. He wanted to get a little bit looser from the center off of turn number 1. That's a big issue for him. Bit of a problem with the left rear tire on Jimmy Johnson's car. They had a great stop the first time, gained a lot of spots during that competition caution. Cost him a few seconds here.
Yeah, it actually started on the right rear, Ralph, and that was his problem. He was a little bit slow on the right rear, which took him time to get over on the left side. But you're right, that did cost him a couple extra seconds. And around this place, boy, that's a lot of time on a green.
Jimmy Johnson had stayed on the racetrack, and I believe was credited with leading a lap. But the green flag stops are completed. It's cycled through, and Clint Boyer back out front at Pocono.
The Gillette Fusion ProGlide 500, presented by Target on TNT, is brought to you by Dish Network. Why would you ever pay more? By Coca-Cola. Open a Coke and enjoy the race. By Progressive, making it easier to buy car insurance. And by Verizon, the network with the most 3G coverage.
Clint Bowyer last went to victory lane at Richmond in May of 2008. Took over the race lead here this afternoon at Pocono at lap 38, and he's led every lap since. And prior to going to break, I misspoke. I said Jimmy Johnson actually led a lap in that exchange of green flag pit stops. He actually did not get credit with leading a lap, and they lost some ground for a couple of different reasons, Wally.
If just watch the right rear tire changer, he pulls the wheel off. When the wheel goes back on, it looks like a lug nut falls off, and he's got to take a little extra time putting it back on. Maybe that's 2 seconds, okay? But it did hold him up 2 seconds. The problem is that 2 seconds on pit lane cost him 7 seconds to the leader once we got things sorted back out on the racetrack. So that's something, you know, we always talk about mistakes on pit lane. A little mistake, a 1 or 2 second mistake on pit lane is huge at a place like Pocono because you're running 200 miles per hour down the straightaways.
And look, I've been on both sides of this coin. I'll say that there's nothing worse than driving your butt off and passing somebody, okay, 2 or 3 times, and then every time you come down pit road or have a mistake happen, and now you're behind them and you got to go work them again because they've already learned your tricks on how to work them. On the reverse side of that, there's nothing worse than being a pit crew and getting your driver out 6 spots in front of the guy he was racing, and then he gives it up to the guy on the racetrack too, because I've been on pit crews too, so it works back and forth. This was just a simple mistake, but you're exactly right. They lost a lot of ground that he's got to go back and race these guys that he was already better, and he was already marching towards his lead.
Talk about a nice day for Richard Childress Racing. Clint Bowyer leading the event. 1.9 seconds, his advantage over second place Kyle Busch. You see Clint there, and his teammates knocking on the door again as well. Kevin Harvick, who started 22nd, has picked up 17 positions, currently in 5th. And Jeff Burton, who was very aggressive in practice yesterday, Wally, ran more laps than anyone, currently 6th.
You know, I really have picked Burton and Bowyer should have won races this year already. I mean, the Childress team has done such a great job turning this thing around from a year ago, and they are. You're right. They're knocking on the door, and I think once they get through that door, I think they're going to start winning a lot more races. It seems like it's so hard to win that first one, but once you get one under your belt, they start coming. But this whole team is running great now.
And the thing with that, exactly right. You just nailed it. The organization is running better.
See Casey Kane closing on Jeff Burton, Marty.
And Wally, it's exactly what Jeff Burton and I were talking about this morning. He said, you know, once we get that first win, it's just getting over that hump. And you guys know, once it comes, then all the confidence comes, and then the wins seem to come a little bit easier. Jeff truly believes that not only him, all 3 of these RCR cars could win a championship this year, let alone win races. And he took this racetrack, for example. He said, this is a racetrack where we haven't been very good lately, but we're all 3 very good today. And this is the type of track you have to get better at. You have to improve on those tracks where you're not very good, right, guys?
You know, one thing I was watching here, looking at Kyle, look at the tape on the 9 car. And, you know, I was talking to Larry, and if Larry, you're down there, you know, we were talking about this morning in one of our production meetings how I was asking you about this new engine, and you were saying that one thing about this new Ford engine is that you could run more tape, which actually helps on a racetrack like this because of the downforce, because, you know, these engines run cooler. Is that correct?
It is, but the irony, Wally, here at Pocono, the 9 car does not have the new engine package. And you're right, he has a lot of tape on that nose, but the only Richard Petty Motorsports car that has it, I talked about him a while ago, A.J. Allmendinger. But the big difference is in the new engine and the old engine. And remember, we talked to Greg Biffle as well, who's running one here during the red flag. The new engine has a little more bottom end torque and a little more horsepower. It weighs about the same as far as weight, but the weight is a little bit lower. It lowers the CG down, which is good. But the big thing at a fast racetrack like here this week, especially Michigan next week, you can run more tape that helps the drag and the downforce because it runs cooler.
I'm a little surprised they're running that much tape on the 9 then.
Well, I think they had banked on it being a little cooler today, and it's definitely cooler today, even though the sun came out, but it's a little cooler today than it was yesterday.
Because that really does help here.
That helps a ton here, because we've got basically, and we talked about it a little bit earlier, we've got basically short track cars or downforce cars that are running a speedway with so much front stretch and so much that's going on. The drag, and they talk about the score being more drag. These guys are back to looking for, okay, what's going to help me down the straightaway here? So I am surprised they're running that much safe. But we heard Kyle Busch earlier reading off temperatures over the radio. So there is some concern from some different teams making sure they've got the right amount of tape.
4 of the 5 Fords in the running order today, or 4 of the top 5 Fords, are running the new engine. Larry mentioned Casey Kane is not, and you saw A.J. Allmendinger. He is the best of those running the FR9 engine this afternoon. Jimmy Johnson, we've documented the fact that he lost some ground in that exchange of green flag pit stops. I'm going to get a spot right here from 10th to 9th. And he's also picking up time on the stopwatch. He's 20 seconds behind race leader Clint Boyer, trying to get Richard Childress his first win at Pocono since 1993.
Just like that.
Clint Boyer continues to lead the Gillette Fusion ProGlide 500 presented by Target on TNT. Glad you're with us from the Pocono Raceway. A gorgeous sunny Sunday afternoon. And now we take an inside look at what's happening now in the NASCAR Sprint Cup Series, brought to you by Sprint and Evo 4G, America's first 4G phone. Kevin Harvick, by 9 markers, continues to lead the Sprint Cup Series points. For more NASCAR stats and live in-car audio, check out NASCAR Sprint Cup Mobile and the new Evo, only from Sprint and sprint.com/speed. A handful of cars out of the race as we put 63 laps on the board this afternoon. J.J. Yaley, Bobby Labonte, Michael McDowell, Dave Blaney. Jeff Bodine at 61 years old out of the race. Chad McCumbee and Joe Nemechek have also retired. Conway and Pappas 2 laps down, and the next car to go 1 lap down would be Kurt Busch. He would love to see the caution flag. A miscue earlier, had to make an extra pit stop, and now he's in danger of going 1 lap in arrears to race leader Clint Boyer.
Yeah, that was that drive-through penalty we talked about earlier. You know, 1,800 feet at 55 miles per hour when everybody else is going 180 miles per hour. I mean, he practically lost a full lap.
Yeah. And he was so far behind the pack that he had to run so long by himself before he ever caught up. And he's just now, after this round of pit stops, caught up to the back of the pack.
Just in front of Kurt Busch, David Strimmy, also a lead lap car. Ralph?
Adam, we were talking a little while ago about how much wind there is down here on pit road and the problems it's causing with the pit boards. Well, look what Chad Canales' guys just did for Jimmy Johnson. They cut 6 holes in their pit board to try to get that air to blow through this pit board so it'll sit stable so Jimmy can find his pit stall.
Sometimes you have to get creative at the racetrack.
And you do. I think we saw it earlier in a couple of the interviews with some of the crew chiefs. The pit boards were just flopping around. I mean, I'm like Wally. We were sitting here watching some of that. I'm not sure that had anything to do with the lugs falling off the left rear or the right rear, you know what I mean, from that. But it is so hard. This is, you know, sometimes you come down pit road, and pit road is so wide and so long, and there's blue cars, and there's red cars, and there's green cars, and you lose sight of where your pit is and where your pit board is, so you look behind your pit trying to pick something out. It's important to have as much signage as possible, and if it's blowing around, it's hard to find where you need to be.
See Jimmy Johnson in 8th. Ralph talked about him. He's picked up 2 positions since he made that green flag pit stop. Clint Boyer going around the 19 of Elliott Sadler. Sadler scored in the 28th position. He will now go 1 lap down. And look at the cars as they come down this long front straightaway, and we made some interesting observations about their look here at Pocono yesterday, Kyle.
Yeah, we made some observations, but we don't know anything about this. Let me just say that, because I don't.
Right.
You know what I mean? It's been a while since I've done it. I think Larry understands where the body location is and the way these things are. These are not speedway cars. This is such a long straightaway that when you get that camera angle and that shot we have, the car is really, the body is really moved to the right, and it's not the body. The body's kind of cut cocked sideways up over the wheel, which allows that spoiler to stick out to the right side. You don't want that at Daytona. You don't want that at Talladega. You don't want that at a speedway where you're looking for low drag. This is a drag car. This is a car that needs that thing when it gets in the corner and it yaws out and it's set sideways. You want that air on the spoiler to set it down. You know, I've been out of the aero business for a few years now, and I don't know a lot. But Larry understands, and you see the spoiler sticking out to the left. The red spoiler on the Cheerios car and the darker spoiler on the 6. And Larry can explain this better than I can. Larry?
All right, I'm going to try to explain it. When we talk about aerodynamics, you'll hear us all the time talk about the drag. That's how the car goes down the straightaway. And then we talk about front downforce. That's the pressure pushing on the front of the car, and rear downforce, the pressure pushing on the rear of the car. But what teams have learned over the last few years is a thing called side force. Now, what they're doing that makes these cars look like this way, dog tracking, is they take the rear end housing and they actually put toe out in the rear end housing just like we do in the front wheel. Well, if you look at the side of this car, it's flat. So what that does when they do that toe out with the rear end, it puts side force down this flat side of the car, and what it does, it helps the car stay nice and snug getting in the corner, but also helps the car turn through the middle. But just like Kyle said, the other thing, it gets this right rear corner out in the air that gives the driver a really good feeling entering the corner at over 200 miles an hour.
So basically, you know, what you're doing is you're giving up a little on the straightaway, you know, because of the drag and everything, but you're looking for that car to stick better in the corners, and that's why they're doing it this way. Sounds like it's windy down there where Larry's at.
Yes, it's very windy down there. He needs to get behind that spoiler.
Clint Boyer picking them up and putting them down. He just went around David Reagan. 27th is where Reagan is being scored, but he's now one lap down to the leader who's dominating at Pocono. Clint Boyer continues to dominate at Pocono. His lead over second place Kyle Busch, 1.4 seconds. Next in line, Denny Hamlin, some 5.1 seconds behind. And they are the only ones in the single-digit category as far as seconds are concerned. Jeff Gordon fourth, 10.5 seconds back. Now let's check out the Built Ford Tough driving force. Casey Kane looking good here today. Qualified 8th, driver number 9 has moved his way up to 6th in the running order, and this after they had some issues earlier on pit road and lost some positions under caution. Nice job by Casey today. He is the best in the Ford family, 10th and 11th, Allmendinger and Biffle next in line as far as Fords are concerned. While we were in break, David Rudiman went a lap down, and he has since been passed by David Reagan. So should the caution come out, Reagan is in line to receive the free pass. And there you look at Rudiman on track now. Perhaps the reason he's struggling today in 27th position, a result of what happened earlier. It's off turn 3.
You see these guys almost, and then he comes and hits it way back here with Cialo. These guys are already, they're right there at the light, but he's way back here.
He began the cycle of green flag pit stops earlier. He's on pit road now under green. A little bit earlier than what you would anticipate, although we are likely somewhere in the neighborhood of 10 laps before we will see drivers making green flag stops. Only one caution flag today if you're just joining us. That at lap 15, NASCAR threw a competition caution after we had a rain delay of nearly 2 hours before we ever got the green flag to start today's race. We went green, the competition caution came out, everyone pitted at lap 17. Since then, we have had a cycle of green flag pit stops. Those started anywhere from lap 47 to lap 50, and now we find ourselves closing in on another cycle as we've completed 74 of the scheduled 200 laps here today. Elliott Sadler a lap down, but he too has come to pit road. Likely the leaders will be there under green when we return. You're watching NASCAR on TNT. As promised prior to the break, green flag pit stops. Point leader Kevin Harvick is in, Matt.
And you can just see how much brake they're using going into these corners here as the brake does just flew off those wheels. Harvick is a little free. They're going to make an air pressure change in the right rear, and he is away. Meanwhile, the 88 of Dale Earnhardt Jr. is in. He said his biggest issue, no grip, especially over in the tunnel turn. Chassis adjustment already completed. Ralph?
12 car is in, making their pit stop as well. They're farther down the pit lane. They're making tire change on the right side of the car. Coming around, it'll be 4 tires and fuel, and a good pit stop for the number 12, Matt.
And the leader, Clint Boyer, just smoked those tires getting on the binders coming into pit road. He said his car, if anything, just needed to have a little bit of work on getting the tightness out of it. Marty.
Kyle Busch said the car is really close, guys. We're right on point. It's a tad tighter than it was last time. They make a slight chassis adjustment, also an air pressure adjustment for Kyle Busch. Behind him, Jeff Gordon comes to a stop in his stall. He said it's so loose. Every time I touch the gas, the worse it gets. Down again on the track bar for Gordon, trying to tighten that race car up. Phil?
Juan Montoya is in the pits right now. Too tight in the center of the corner. Not enough overall grip, and he's loose in the corner. Going to lower the track bar a little bit of air pressure for Juan Montoya.
The scheduled green flags pit stops just started past lap 75. 3-time Pocono winner Denny Hamlin had taken over the race lead, but now he will get his service. Long drive down pit road at Pocono, but when he turns in, Marty Snyder will be there.
Car too tight for Denny Hamlin, guys, and this guy's going to take they were talking about taking a spring rubber out of the left rear. Instead, they take a pound out of the right front, half pound out of the right front tire, and also a wedge adjustment trying to get that car a little bit looser for Denny Hamlin, especially in turn 1.
Okay, who sped? You know somebody's going to do it.
You nailed it. You got it.
Leaving the pit lane, exact same spot as Matt Kenseth. This time the victim, Juan Pablo Montoya. And there you see the 42 paying his debt to NASCAR.
And I mean, this is going to just kill him on the racetrack.
Yeah, and the problem with this is that we've run enough green flag laps that he's dropped far enough behind the leader that this pit stop almost assuredly puts him almost a lap down. Yeah. I say almost. It should put him a lap down. And where we talked about Kurt Busch's earlier, it happened right after his issue happened right after the first, or right after a yellow flag stop.
Well, there's a leader just across the start-finish line, and Montoya's just getting into 1, and he's not fully up to speed. So, yeah, he's going to be fighting to stay on the lead lap.
Yes.
AT&T has been tracking the top pit crews of the season. Jeff Gordon currently in the lead, but you can help determine the ranking each race by voting for the AT&T Fastest Pit Crew of the Year. Go onto your AT&T phone, text the car number you want to vote for to 2258-2258 for the pit crew you think is the fastest and most valuable. TNT will reveal the standings each week, so make sure to vote. The AT&T Fastest Pit Crew of the Year award, brought to you by AT&T, the nation's fastest 3G network. Pit work so crucial when you come in under green at a place like Pocono. Brad Keselowski going to have to make a trip back down the pit lane. Missed a lug nut on that cycle of green flag stops.
And he's definitely going to be a lap down when he comes in.
I was going to say, I may have been wrong on the 42 car. He may not go a lap down after, unless they pass him on the racetrack, obviously. Yeah. But because of it, this 12 car is going to go a lap because he's already 50-some seconds behind the leader, which he's almost a lap down at this point in time. So to come down pit road, have to stop and put on the lug. He'll most assuredly go another lap down.
Matt Kenseth penalized on that first set of green flag stops. He's 24th in the last car on the lead lap until now. Clint Boyer opening up the door and trying to drive by and put another one behind him.
And, you know, when you're in a Clint, I mean, when you have a car like that, you want to pass anybody. It doesn't matter. Yeah. But you want to put these guys down because they're good enough to come back and bite you at the end of the race if you don't get them a lap down and keep them there.
Yeah, and Matt's running him hard right here, man. Matt run him on up in there and run him pretty hard to get back to stay in front of him. Because Matt understands that the 33 is a good enough car right now. If he gets around him and jumps up there and you see Jamie McMurray is the next car in line and he gets around Jamie.
Be patient. Still there.
He won't get the lucky dog.
He won't get the lucky dog. And you hear the spotter telling the 33, be patient, be patient. And that's all. Clint is so good right now. He does just seem to be patient. Just bide your time. But, you know, at the same time, there's blood in the water right here.
Yeah.
He's wanting to put him on get him that lap down.
Because these guys are all threats, man. I mean, they're still good race cars. If Matt wouldn't have had the penalty, you know, he was running up in the top 10 or 12.
Montoya, the other driver, caught speeding. He was 9th when he pitted. He's now 18th, but still on the lead lap. And you see Clint Bowyer racing Matt Kenseth trying to put him a lap down, and it's allowing Kyle Busch to close the gap. Very nice. You can see in feet and inches how far he is back as he tries to close on the lead.
Oh, boy, he's trying.
Oh, he's on the wheel.
Now, if he can get up and stay beside him to the entrance of the tunnel turn, but I don't think he's got it. Oh, yeah, he does.
Yeah, he's a little bit ahead. Optically, it didn't look that way, but he's a little bit ahead. He cleared him.
And finally, here's those magical words from his spotter. All clear. Kenseth now a lap down. Everybody chasing Clint Bowyer. He's got a second lead over Kyle Busch. NASCAR on TNT, back at the Pocono Raceway. Glad you're with us for today's running of the Gillette Fusion ProGlide 500 presented by Target. Everyone chasing Clint Bowyer. His advantage now just over a second in front of Kyle Busch. And if you want more TNT coverage, the Coke Zero in-car camera on Race Buddy lets you vote for and ride shotgun with Coca-Cola Racing family drivers like Kevin Harvick. Check out the Coke Zero in-car camera on NASCAR.com's Race Buddy. Cast your vote now. Just behind Harvick, teammates going at it, Gordon and Johnson.
I'll tell you, if they ever get a caution, that 48 erases that gap that he's got, which is right now 16 seconds, 17 seconds from the leader. Bowyer may have his hands full with that 48 car.
Yeah. He has, since the pit stop, he was 21 seconds behind the leader. Now he's 16 seconds. He's picked up 5 seconds on the leader. Now the leader's in traffic. And I just noticed something before we went to this battle right here. We came back from commercial on the 33 car, and then the rear view mirror, or just off the side, you could see the 18 working the 17. 17 just pulls over and lets the 18 go because he's got nothing to race the 18 for.
Right. Exactly.
But when you're the leader, they drive you hard lap after lap after lap because they know you're putting him down. Once he's a lap down, the second place guy doesn't put you any farther behind.
So there you saw Clint Bowyer into turn 1 and all the way back down that 3,740-foot straightaway here at Pocono. You see Jimmy Johnson in behind that UPS Ford of David Reagan. Gives you an idea of the ground he would make up if we would get a caution.
It's only a straightaway.
It's only a straightaway. It's all, yeah. But you know, honestly, he's come from what, 9th or 10th or 11th, right after the caution, back to 6th. I mean, that's pretty impressive because he's done it against really good cars. Jeff Gordon, he's running down running down the 9 car right now. When you look at it like that, he's passing cars that are top 4 and top 5 cars that have a shot at winning this race.
You feel like you're out to lunch if you're Johnson or Gordon running 6th or 7th and you're 17 seconds back. And we've run now 69 consecutive laps under green. All you need is a caution and everything works out. Dale Jr. wouldn't mind a caution either, Matt.
Absolutely. Second twice here at Pocono. Now Dale Jr., the last stop, they made a couple different adjustments trying to get more grip, especially the tunnel turn. But Junior told Lance McGrew that it is hitting, bottoming out so much that nose on entry into the corner, lap after lap on every corner, to keep an eye on his front splitter braces. And let's head over to the torque and Larry Mack show all the fans at home exactly what he's trying to tell Lance McGrew to keep an eye on.
Well, Matt, when you look at the front splitter on this car, this piece right here, as you go through inspection, NASCAR makes you start that splitter 4 inches off the ground. But the way it works the most effective on the racetrack, whether it's on the straightaway or the corner, is be right against asphalt. But at a place like Pocono where it's so bumpy, you have it bottoming out. And if you just look right here at these splitter braces, they're not very big. It's very easy to break those splitter braces. So what can you do in a race to get it up off the ground just a little bit? About the only thing that you can do is on a pit stop, the front tire changer can go in there on the front shock, and he can add a little thin spacer right on his shock shaft, and that will just stop the travel of the shock just that much, and that may be all you need to get that splitter up off the ground.
And make the car a lot more comfortable for the driver.
Yeah, you watch the gap in between the splitter as he goes down in the corner here. I mean, it just literally lays down on top of the racetrack, which that's fine. But the problem is when you get down on the bumps, you start jacking on that splitter, and it really upsets the car. And when it upsets the car, it normally shoots it up the racetrack to where it either gets tight, or sometimes it'll even get loose. The last lap through the tunnel turn, 88 car was awfully loose. So that's probably what Larry said. If they can make that happen on a pit stop, would probably help him. You see he's loose again there through turn 2. He's been doing that just about every single time through there. And you listen, you know, it's fun, but when you're driving sideways through the corner like that, you're losing time.
Yeah.
You've got to be able to drive straight off that turn 2 in order to be really fast.
Yeah, these cars, you know, and we talked about it in the beginning, and so much. Yeah, now he's talking about toe in and stuff like that. But you know, the thing is, these cars want to run in one direction, and that's forward. They don't like to be pushed sideways. They don't like to be sideways. Change of position here, and that 31 just keeps coming, just keeps coming. And that's the way he's been all year long. But you know, these cars want to go in one direction, and you see Kyle Busch make time, and you see some of these guys make time, but not for a long period of time do they make time. They have to adjust their car to run straight up off the corner to be able to put all the power down.
That was Jeff Burton that went around Jeff Gordon for 7th in the running order. His teammate, Jeff Burton's teammate that is, Clint Bowyer, continues to lead 8 laps from halfway at Pocono. Good to have you with us on a Sunday afternoon from the Pocono Raceway. With Kyle Petty, Wally Dallenbach, I'm Adam Alexander. Our entire NASCAR on TNT crew happy to be bringing you live coverage of today's Gillette Fusion ProGlide 500 presented by Target. Clint Bowyer, the race leader. 22 cars on the lead lap. The last of those, Jamie McMurray, but he's in danger of going a lap down.
Now, Jamie's been doing a good job up to this point of keeping him behind him. You know, it's not going to happen forever, but the last 3 or 4 laps, Jamie's been running really a good line, and it's been tough on Bowyer. Boyer's eventually going to get him. All right, we just did get him. Cleared him in the turn 1. Boy, I'll tell you what, Kyle Busch closed the gap.
And that lead for Bowyer has been anywhere from 1.5 seconds to 2.5 seconds over Kyle Busch, depending on where Bowyer is in relation to lap traffic.
Well, it's like Kyle was saying earlier, when you're the leader and you come up on a guy you're trying to lap, they just hang you up, they hang you up. Once you get that guy a lap down.
Second caution of the day. The first, a competition caution, came out at lap 15. This one for debris in the tunnel turn. So that advantage for Clint Bowyer is going to go away. And McMurray awarded for his efforts.
Yeah, Kenseth was kind of, I'm sure Kenseth was hoping that McMurray didn't get past because he would have been the lucky dog. But because he just got past, now the 1 car gets it.
But I'm going to tell you something. He has lapped up to the 21st place guy. That's impressive at a place like this. Yeah. At a place like Pocono, that's like saying at Martinsville, I lapped all the way to 5th or 6th place. Right. Okay. That's how big a statement that is. I think what the 33 has shown today is a pretty dominating performance so far.
But now we'll see if the 48 can get up there and play.
Yes.
So McMurray, as Wally pointed out, will get the free pass, being the first car 1 lap down. And if you remember, during that cycle of green flag stops about 20 laps ago, his teammate Montoya caught speeding on pit road, dropped from 9th to 18th. He was about the 4th or 5th car in line to go a lap down if the caution had not come out. So Montoya, who was fast early, also gets a little bit of a benefit from this caution.
That's a huge break for Montoya. I mean, he basically just picked up 46 seconds on the leader because of that caution. That's the easiest 46 seconds he'll ever pick up on a leader.
3 laps from halfway. 6 lead changes today among 4 leaders. The most dominant car of them all, no doubt about it, Clint Bowyer. He's led 58 laps this afternoon. And really, other than Denny Hamlin leading 2 laps during green flag pit stops a while ago, Bowyer has been in control of this race since lap 38. Right around 20 laps ago, everyone came in under green. This only the second time today these guys will pit under caution. The first time it happened at lap 17. This time the pit stops happen at lap 98. Pit road is open, and here they come, Ralph.
First one we're going to see stopping is going to be Casey Kane. He's got the first one as they come down pit road. He's been very tight in the front. They told him he can go harder on the splitter if you want to, so they're going to make an air pressure adjustment, 4 tires of fuel, Matt.
The fastest car for that last 10 laps was Bowyer's teammate Harvick. They're making a slight air pressure change while Bowyer, his car too free. They're going to make a wedge adjustment, significant wedge adjustment, Phil.
Matt, Carl Edwards had been a little bit too tight in the center of the corner. The last time they came in, they took a little wedge out. It was a lot better, but he's still a little bit free up off the corner, so they're going to lower the track bar 1 round, Marty.
Several little changes for Kyle Busch. Track bar wedge and air pressure just a little bit loose. They clean the grill, and the 18 this time easily will win the race off pit road.
The Gillette Young Guns solid on the pit lane. Kyle Busch wins the battle. Denny Hamlin up a spot to second, and Bowyer, the race leader, dropped back to third. Nothing like winning the pole and having the #1 pit position. You can get off the pit lane quickly, and it works for Kyle Busch. He's the race leader. Back in a moment.
The Gillette Fusion ProGlide 500 presented by Target on TNT is brought to you by the Home Depot, proud sponsor of Joey Logano and the number 20 team. For updated stats, news, and information about Joey Logano, visit HomeDepotRacing.com.
Joe Gibbs is smiling. His drivers Kyle Busch and Denny Hamlin 1-2 off of the pit lane, and they will restart on the front row.
Maybe smiling, maybe not.
Yeah.
For now.
We've seen them this close together before, and nobody was smiling.
10 cars took the wave around on that caution. Among them, Kurt Busch, Matt Kenseth, and Brad Keselowski. The restart comes at the halfway point. Lap 100 goes on the board as we go back to green.
Jumping in there, Denny. Oh, yeah. And he got Bowyer down on the bottom.
3 wide into turn 1.
This is going to be really cool.
3 wide to the tunnel. Oh!
5 wide to the tunnel.
Who wants some of this? Wow. Harvick. Now Harvick shot out of a cannon.
Who's this in second now?
Yeah, how about that guy?
Welcome to the party, Jimmy Johnson.
Oh, great move by Harvick right there. That was incredible.
Really cool.
And those guys got 3 wide down in turn 1, which allowed Harvick to get that run down that short chute and just jump to the inside. Those are the moves you make, and you think, man, I wish my car run like this against everybody else all day long, every day.
Harvick, the 5th different leader today. Nice battle in the back part of the top 10. Casey Kane making it 3 wide into turn 1. Logano had to back out of the gas.
There goes Burton, taking a look underneath his teammate. Bowyer's looking around going, what the heck happened?
Those guys are getting a run. Yeah, there's a 31 that got to run up off of turn 1 and use that short chute and used a little bit of the draft to be able to bounce around.
Those drivers that took the wave around, Kurt Busch, Matt Kenseth, David Reagan, Brad Keselowski, they came down pit road here because they were about 20 laps off in regard to fuel and tires.
Well, this place is big enough. You can duck in. And if you can get out fast enough and get up to speed fast enough, you can stay on the lead lap. One of the few places he can get away with it.
One of the few places, and that's what these guys are doing. They're trying to capitalize on that wave around rule to get themselves, as a leader, you work and you get these guys, 20 cars, 23 cars, you get them a lap down, and then they get their lap back, then they pit. Now, they're right in front of you, but remember, they're on new tires now, and now they should be pretty equal. So it's going to be a little bit longer before these leaders run them down and catch them.
Side by side into the tunnel turn. Joey Logano, Marcus Ambrose, a couple of youngsters enjoying a good afternoon here. This is the battle for 11th. Truex, Montoya, and Junior right behind us.
Truex has trouble there right in the center of the corner. Just stacks them up. Earnhardt Jr. right on his tail. See a lot of guys go to the bottom now in turn 3.
Jeff Gordon trying to make it work in turn 1.
Biffle sitting there.
That's for
ninth spot right now, yeah.
Sam Hornish Jr., top 10 in both races here a year ago, working on Mark Martin in the tunnel turn. Hornish 16th, impressive day for him.
Right along number 29. This is on the start.
Now, these guys are 3 wide right here. He comes up off the corner and just turns left, and he gets that good run.
It's actually a huge draft with 3 cars sitting there, 3 cars by side.
Yeah, and we've heard everybody say how much drag these cars. Well, when the spoiler creates drag, it also creates that dead pocket of air behind them that allows the car to suck up to it.
It's like a huge garage door standing there in front of you.
Yeah.
Matt?
Adam, we documented in the Countdown to Green just how the entire RCR platform has improved, especially Harvick. 2 great races at Charlotte, a great run at Dover, and now for the first time in his Sprint Cup career, he's now leading laps at Pocono.
Hamlin got a good run there.
Leading laps at Pocono. 18 trips to this facility. Harvick out front for the first time today.
Now Harvick busted loose just a little bit in turn 2, and that was just enough for Hamlin. He got through there really good. Now it's a drag race down the straightaway.
You can't make a mistake at this racetrack with Hamlin around you, or he will pounce. A 3-time winner here. He got the run down the front straightaway. Can he close the deal in 1?
And remember, these guys are only 5 or 6 laps on these tires, so these tires are still pretty good. This would have been an easy pass, or easier pass, I will say that. 20 laps into a run, but I'm going to tell you, that 29 of Harvick was impressive right there to drive in on the outside and be able to maintain that. Here we are over the tunnel, and this is where Harvick had trouble the lap before, where he got a little free.
And it looks like he had trouble again, to be honest with you, because down the 18's underneath him.
And his teammates right behind him. So these guys, look how quickly the 18 and the 31 caught up. You see the 31 dive to the inside. When you can enter that corner on the bottom, you can carry that speed in. But you see right here, the 29 carries the speed off and down the straightaway.
We talk so much about the success of Hendrick Motorsports. How about Joe Gibbs Racing and Richard Childress? Top 4 positions right now at Pocono. Hamlin back out front.
Yeah, it's been a little bit of a year, 12, 13 races into this thing. It's been a little bit of a year of streaks, if you really look at it. The Hendrick organization started off, in the first 5 or 6 races, I'm thinking, nobody's touching the 24 or the 48. They're just out in a league by themselves. Then they make the spoiler change 6 races in, and it's like, nobody's going to touch the Gibbs organization. And then all of a sudden, the Penske organization raises its hand a little bit, and they dominated Charlotte. They're not as competitive here, but still they're having a good run. But the Childress guys have been right there from the very beginning. If you go Daytona, California, Vegas, they're right there.
Joe Gibbs Racing and Richard Childress Racing sharing the honors out front today. The only 2 teams that have led under green. 106 laps completed Pocono.
Welcome back to NASCAR on TNT from Pocono Raceway. Things heating up here at the track. Denny Hamlin has led 19 laps. He took over the lead back on lap 105 from Kevin Harvick. We want to give you the Verizon race summary. Things have been very, very active, but it started off not so much, Larry Mack. There have been 5 leaders, 9 lead changes. Look at that.
But as Adam Alexander pointed out before we went to commercial break, only 2 organizations have led under green today, and that's Joe Gibbs Racing, as Denny Hamlin's leading right now, and then the 2 cars of Richard Childress Racing, Kevin Harvick in the 29, Clint Boyer in the 33.
And of course, things started out a little bit hairy because we had that weather rolling in here. The storm clouds started. It was a downpour before the race could even get going. They had to fix the hole, but finally, we're out there racing. You talked about the Childress and Gibbs dominance. I mean, look at these cars. You got to think that someone from one of these 2 teams is going to end the day in victory lane.
Well, and I think, you know, the big question is, can someone from one of these 2 organizations end the dominance of the 48 team in the big picture, and that's the championship. Kevin Harvick is leading the points right now coming in here. Kyle Busch in that 18 is second, and these 2 organizations, I mean, right now, head-to-head, they're beating the Hendrick organization.
Well, Jimmy Johnson, you talked about Hendrick. He gained 20 points since the start, 20 spaces rather, since the start of this race. You know that his car was fastest during one of the practices this weekend. Do you think that he's going to be a key factor towards the end?
I think there's no question, Lindsay. You know, we had 3 practices here, and that 48 car was the fastest in 2 of them, second quickest in the other one. He just didn't get that good qualifying lap in, and he needed that caution that came out just a few laps ago, lap 96. That let him catch up to all these guys. We're seeing right there, and you see him sitting back there in the 5th position.
Larry, also Kyle Busch, though, man, he was complaining about his car a little bit earlier, but now look where he is. He's back in the 2 spot, and we want to take a look. Points as they run. Look right now, Kevin Harvick, obviously your points leader. Kyle Busch just 24 points behind Hamlin there, and we talked so much in the pre-race show about the guys knocking on the door to get in the top 12. Going to be a lot of movement, I would think, after today's race.
Well, we were just looking right there at the top 6. Right now, and we've still got 88 laps to go because of the way he's run today and the fact that he's led a lap. Clint Boyer in that 33 car comes in here 4 points out of the top 12. As we run right now, he is in 11th. Ryan Newman would be bumped back out of the top 12 because Ryan Newman right now is back in the 20th position in that 39 car.
Clint Boyer, you had a chance to talk to him too a couple days back, and he was giving a lot of good insight about stuff that his organization he thinks has really taken a step forward.
Well, I think the biggest thing is when they went from 4 teams to 3 teams, it actually freed up, I think, one of the smartest crew chiefs over there, Scott Miller, who had actually been over there with Jeff Burton.
Yes.
Scott Miller is like the competition director. He is pretty much tying those 3 teams together, and I think that's something that's been missing in Richard Childress Racing. But like Clint pointed out to us, Lindsay, they've had some good runs. They had some freak things happen to him. He blew up at lap 50 at Bristol. They had a brake line issue at Darlington. He gets caught up in a wreck at Texas. He knows performance-wise they are chase material.
And you know, by the way, though, he did just tag the wall a little bit. We got a replay that we're going to show. Take a look at this. Did you see that, Larry Mack?
Well, he's led 59 laps, and I think this is coming up off of turn 3.
Yeah.
How many cars have we seen? And actually, Matt, he hit that wall pretty hard.
A very significant wall slap there on the 33 of Boyer. He just told his team that the car progressively getting freer and more free as the run progresses. Remember, he was out front. The car was great, just a tick free. But now Adam, Kyle, and Wally stuck back in traffic. He's lost a lot of the good balance in that 33 machine.
Yeah, and sometimes a lot of that is in your head as far as you're out there, you're out front, you got it, you're on your way, and you're just clicking off laps. Now all of a sudden, you've gone from the most dominant car out there. You know, you're sitting in 6th spot, and now you're starting to get a little bit desperate.
Yeah. How many times have you been leading a race or seen somebody leading a race, and they're letting the car do all the work, and then they get behind, and it's like, I got to help this car, and they get farther behind, and that happens sometimes.
You take a lap off, you may end up in the wall. That's what happened to Boyer. Hamlin leads, 114 complete. Under green in the Gillette Fusion ProGlide 500 presented by Target on TNT. 117 of 200 laps complete here this afternoon. Denny Hamlin continues to show the way. Now we take you through the field Let's send it down to pit road, and we start off with Marty Snyder.
And this is a nice sunny Sunday cruise for Denny Hamlin. In fact, that's what he said. I'm cruising right now. And he actually said earlier, I'm being conservative. Remember in August when he was running back in the pack in 19th, he drove to the front. Denny running very well right now. So a little too tight in the turn 1. And the same is the case for Kyle Busch, his teammate. He said, I'm just a little too tight in the turn 1. Everything I gain in turns 2 and 3, I lose in turn 1. Matt?
Kevin Harvick provided the drama back on lap 101 when he made it 4 wide to take the lead. Now he says the 29 car sideways. It's free over in the tunnel turn, Marty.
Jeff Burton driving the car that he finished second with at Dover 3 weeks ago. He said it takes off early in the run, but the later they run, the looser this car gets for Burton. So they're hoping for a short run to finish this race, Ralph.
Timmy Johnson's trucking along in 5th place right now in car number 48, but he's not feeling like the car is getting down into the track. Even though the car is good and balanced, it's not giving him the bite that he's looking for. Now, Casey Kane in car number 9 feels like early on in the run that the car is rolling over on the right rear. However, it starts to fade away as the run progresses. They're going to make a track bar wedge and air pressure adjustment, Matt.
The dominant car much of the day, the 33 of Clint Boyer. He has faded now back to the 7th position, losing 6 to Casey Kane. The car is loose, and Ralph, it is just getting looser and looser as every lap goes by.
Well, Matt, one of the surprises in the top 10 might be car number 43. A.J. Allmendinger is just cruising right along, having a very good day. You might remember we talked about him having a stomach ailment at the beginning of the day. They had food ready for him. If the stomach gets empty, that's when he has a problem. They haven't even passed any food through the window yet. Marty, all's good in car 43.
How about this run for young Joey Logano with a 9th position? He said when the sun is out like it is right now, his car stays a little bit too loose. It shows in the record books his best finish here being 23rd. But remember August, running in the top 10 when he lost a left rear tire. Jeff Gordon is behind him in the 10th position. An extremely loose race car for Gordon. He has said something is wrong with the race car. Steve Letarte thinks they have gone way too low with the track bar on the 24, making that car extremely loose. Matt?
And just moving inside the top 10 to 10th is Dale Earnhardt Jr. in the 88 car. The car was free earlier. Now he says it's pretty snug. He doesn't want to get the car any tighter on our next stop, which should be in about 16 laps. Ralph?
Craig Biffle came into today's race 9th in the points. He's sitting 12th on the field right now. This is the kind of day that will get you into the chase and give you a shot at a championship. They're flopping back and forth between loose and tight all day long. Very tough day for his crew chief and the driver, car number 16. But these are the kinds of days you got to fight through, Marty.
Martin Truex Jr., one of his hometown races, having a solid run so far. He has stayed in the top 15 for most of the day. He is loose in and off the corner for Truex. Last time they made a track bar and a wedge adjustment, trying to tighten that race car up just a little bit, Phil.
Marty, Juan Montoya got the break he needed. He got that caution flag. He came within 10 seconds of getting lapped after having that speeding penalty. Right now his car is loose in and he needs some forward bite. The 77 car right now, Sam Hornish Jr.'s had his highest position of the race. Actually just lost that 15th spot to Tony Stewart. Sam Hornish right now is loose in, tight in the center, and loose up off the corner, Larry.
Yeah, the car I've been watching, we talked about this car in the countdown to the green. Tony Stewart in that 14 car, the defending champion of this race. He qualified 6th, but he has not even been a factor. Right now, he's sitting back there in the 15th position, almost 19 seconds behind leader Denny Hamlin. Guys, as I said, I thought this was going to be a good measuring stick where Tony Stewart and that 14 team is. I think they've got work to do, even if they want to make the chase in 2010.
Larry, it's not normal that a two-time champion has to work as hard as Tony Stewart does to stay in the top 15, but he's doing it again today. 3 of Denny Hamlin's 11 career wins here at Pocono. He's doing it again today. The Gillette ProGlide 500, presented by Target on TNT, brought to you by the new Gillette Fusion ProGlide. Turn shaving into gliding and skeptics into believers. The Gillette Young Guns looking good today. Denny Hamlin, one of those. He leads this race with 75 laps to go. We were scheduled to start shortly after 1 p.m. today. At that time, the temperature 76 degrees. A thunderstorm moved through, pushing this race back nearly 2 hours. 69 at the original green flag, and now, as you saw, 67 degrees, partly cloudy skies.
Probably the most perfect conditions for a race car driver.
Never would have believed it would be this situation 4 hours ago. It's gorgeous. Here's Kevin Harvick, your point leader. 34 markers in front of Kyle Busch, and he was in front of Kyle a handful of laps ago, coming off 3.
Wow.
And not nearly as hard as his teammate Bowyer about 15 laps ago. What impact does that have on Kevin at this stage, do you think?
You know, look at Kevin's right rear. Kevin's kind of got against the wall. You know, I think sometimes we talk about it and we say, okay, he got into the wall. And a lot of these guys are coming off there and slapping it or getting against it. And I think Kevin kind of got against it. Bowyer got the wall. He hit the wall. I mean, it all but looks like it rolled the fender in. When they do that, when Bowyer has the next pit stop, they're going to have to fix that. They're going to have to look at it, because when the tire pressure is really down and that sidewall flexes, that fender is going to be close enough that they got to fix it. You see the right side of his car. You know, it's really not rolled in. It's more of the scrape that we saw on the Montoya or a couple of the other ones that just kind of got into it. And he got into it pretty flush.
Do you feel that less, Wally, when you're running second as opposed to when you're running 23rd?
What's that?
When you hit the wall, is it not?
Oh no, you feel it more when you're running second than you do when you're 23rd, because you know you've got a good race car, and you know Kevin's car seems like it's fairly decent. Earlier, he was losing a lot of time there in the tunnel turn, but it seems like the car's fairly neutral right there.
It's kind of, as the tires got older, it may not feel any better, but he's not losing the amount of time over the tunnel to the competition.
Yeah.
At least he's maintaining what he had before.
Lap 98, the last time the leaders were on pit road. They'll be in under green momentarily. Denny Hamlin, Kevin Harvick, Kyle Busch, Jeff Burton, Jimmy Johnson, the top 5. Green flag pit stops underway at Pocono. The 99 of Carl Edwards in at lap 129. His teammate Greg Biffle has already been down pit road for service. Have Jimmy Johnson, Casey Kane, and Clint Bowyer. There you see Kurt Busch. And now Kevin Harvick on the pit lane. Right behind him is teammate Jeff Burton. Let's cover the Harvick stop, Matt.
And Kevin Harvick says his car much freer this run than the previous run. Gil Martin going to go in a little bit different direction. Air pressure changed big time for Harvick in the 29. In the 88, Dale Jr.'s in as well, Marty.
Jeff Burton all the way towards the head end of pit road. He said it's just way too loose, especially off turn 3. They do air pressure and track bar adjustment. Very good at the beginning of the run, trying to make it better at the end of the run, Matt.
And the stop continues on the 88 of Dale Jr. Chassis adjustment already completed for Jr. And he's away.
Green flag pit stops for the leaders started at lap 129. Lap 30, leader Denny Hamlin on pit road under green. Matt Kenseth then in front of Ralph.
Pit stop on the 17 going on. They're working on 4 tires and fuel for Matt Kenseth. He is away. David Reagan now diving down pit road. Marty?
Denny Hamlin led for much of that segment, Ralph. The car just a little bit too tight, especially into 1, but the worst part at the end of the run was coming off of turn 3. So it's air pressure and a wedge adjustment for Denny Hamlin trying to get that car to loosen up. All the way at the first pit stall on pit road, Kyle Busch, his teammate, tied into turn 1. He said that's where we're losing all of our time. It's a track bar adjustment for Kyle Busch, trying to loosen that race car up just a little bit. Jeff Gordon comes in. They thought they were having big changes on this car. They're going to make a couple of changes, track bar and wedge, trying to get this car to tighten up for once for Jeff Gordon. It has been loose all day long. They have not been able to make it better yet.
Nine lead changes today among 5 different drivers. Denny Hamlin was the leader when this cycle of stops began. And it appears everyone has been in for service. Hamlin never lost the lead. He continues out front. Harvick 5.2 seconds behind after this cycle. And remember earlier when Jimmy Johnson lost some ground on a cycle of stops? He picks up a couple of positions here. He's up to 3rd in the running order. Clint Boyer led a number of laps early in this race, but scary moment under green when he pitted here.
He's on the gas. Look at, wow. I'm telling you,
closer than that.
You could not have put a piece of paper between that. Look at that, was incredible from the other angle, but this angle, you know, it's like, you know, it looked close from this angle. When they showed us the other one, that is absolutely amazing. But that, even with the biggest pit road, one of the largest pit roads in the sport, it's that close, and timing is everything.
Matt, has Clint caught his breath yet?
Now on that stop, Adam, Shane Wilson noted on a previous stop the pressures just weren't building like they were earlier in the race on the left rear, so they made an air pressure change. They were going to go 2 rounds on the track bar down to try to tighten him up. And Clint said, I think going 2 may be too much. So they only went 1.5, but they waited to lap 130 or so that way that they could get themselves in their window to make one more stop. He's loose now in 3, and he says it's bouncing in 1, so he's got some issues still on that 33.
How are these guys managing the race at this stage, Larry?
Well, this is going to be interesting because I really felt like someone may try to have stretched it a little further on those set of green flag stops, because the most I've seen anybody go is about 33 laps. The last group to pit right there was on lap 131. If you add 33 laps to that, that means the next stop for that group should come at 164. If you add 33 to that, that's 197. And boys, that's 3 laps short of making it to the end. So if somebody's thinking one stop from here, you're going to have to start conserving right now.
It's that time of the race where you start to see more and more of the 48. Jimmy Johnson giving Kevin Harvick a hard time for second. They're 5 seconds behind Denny Hamlin. And now we take an inside look at what's happening now in the NASCAR Sprint Cup Series, brought to you by Sprint and Evo 4G, America's first 4G phone. Kevin Harvick entered the point leader. He still is 24 points his advantage over second place Kyle Busch. Harvick 4th on the racetrack. For more NASCAR stats and live in-car audio, check out NASCAR Sprint Cup Mobile and the new Evo, only from Sprint at sprint.com/speed. So Jimmy Johnson, who started this race in the 25th position, encountered a problem on pit road, spent a great deal of this day anywhere from 10th to 12th. Now finds himself in second, 5.6 seconds behind leader Denny Hamlin. Kevin Harvick, who was second for a good while, led some laps today. In fact, the first time he had led laps here at the Pocono Raceway, has dropped to 4th behind both Johnson and Kyle Busch. And Jeff Burton, who at some point will break through and get a win. The percentages say that has to happen. He is 5th right now. Talked earlier on Countdown to Green about Jimmy Johnson and so many people jumping on the negative bandwagon. He's fallen from 1st to 7th in points the last 5 races, lost some 345 to Kevin Harvick over that span. He's got 3 wins in 13 races. That means bonus points when he gets into the chase. You can say whatever you want about him. I don't think there's any concern in the 48 camp, and their run today, evidence of that, from 25th to 25th to 2nd.
I think most of the people that are talking about it are wishful thinkers.
Yeah, exactly.
You know what I mean?
Good point.
I think they're trying to throw it out there in hopes that it comes through, that he is in a slump and he does have trouble.
Kevin Harvick doing a nice job today. Up 18 spots, scored in 4th. What does momentum mean? Because this is a track where Kyle Busch has never been great. A couple of top 10s. Set on the pole, pretty good in practice. We know he didn't like his car early. Running 3rd right now. Momentum good for that team. How much does that help?
Yeah, momentum's good anytime, as long as it's the right momentum, and he's got the right momentum because he's coming off of a couple of really good runs and good runs at Charlotte, and even the way things worked out in the All-Star race, he still had good stuff. So I think when you look at the last 2 or 3 weeks or the last 4 or 5 weeks, even when you come to a place that you've not been very good at, you think, okay, I've got a little bit of mo on my side right here. I'm going to be able to turn a 10th place run into a 2nd place run. I may not be able to win, but I'm going to turn it around a little bit. And I think his attitude's kind of headed in that direction. I think he's a lot more mature this year than he was before.
I think with that team specifically, though, when you talk about peaks and valleys, they're the highest and the lowest.
Oh, man.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
When it's going good, it's going good. But, boy, when it goes bad,
But
really ugly.
That's been a little bit of Kyle's personality. He can take them to the heights because he is the most excited, and he can go to the bottom. But I'm going to tell you what, they've kind of stabilized themselves this year, and that's been a big thing that you see with that team, specifically in the Gibbs organization.
The gap has closed in that area, no doubt. Marty?
And I think it also helps with the communication with crew chief Dave Rogers. They have really come together very quickly. Take this week, for example. Kyle came by the shop Wednesday, visited all the guys, surprised everybody, and Dave sat him down for about 30 minutes, and he said, here's what we're going to do at Pocono. I'm going to put Denny Hamlin's winning setup in from August. Everything. And then you tell me what you want to change. You feel it out, and you make changes from there. And what it did, you guys mentioned Kyle, previously not very good at Pocono, but it gave him confidence. He said, yeah, now that feels good. Let me change this. So then he made it his own setup, but it all started with his teammate Denny Hamlin's setup, and that's how teamwork and communication works to make you better at a racetrack, where before, you haven't been very good.
Hang on. Woo. Brad Keselowski sliding up the racetrack.
Yeah, I think Brad was going to give him a little room and got a little bit farther to the right than what he wanted to get, and did a good job of just keeping it out of the wall right there. Yeah, I'm not sure he's going to do a job right there.
This is it's going to be interesting to see. This is about, we run 143 of 200 laps. If we start hearing about brake issues at all, when we were guys were downshifting here, it actually helped slow the car down. Getting into the corner. These guys are using a lot of brakes. I think more brakes now than they ever have. They're doing a better job cooling them. But by looking at these pit stops when they're pulling off these front wheels, man, there's a lot of brake dust coming out of those things.
And you know, Wally, sometimes it's not how hard you hit the brakes, it's how long you're on the brakes. Yeah. And when you get to the tunnel turn and drag that brake into the corner, when you drag that brake into turn 3 and use the brake to set the car just like you use the accelerator to set the car back on the rear tires and accelerate off the corner, absolutely, it's just like laying your hand on a piece of sandpaper back and forth. The longer you do it, the longer you sand on something, the worse it is. And that's all they're doing to these brake pads, gradually just sanding them away.
Denny Hamlin took the lead from Kevin Harvick. That was at lap 106. He's been out front ever since. 57 to go at Pocono. Closing on the 4th quarter of today's running in the Gillette Fusion ProGlide 500 presented by Target on TNT. And now we start to break down and analyze some of the numbers. A little out of the ordinary today. Only 2 cautions for 6 laps. One of those a competition caution after a rain shower moved through here shortly after 1 p.m. That's 6 off the average in the last 9 June races here. And our green flag runs today have been early and often. 78 laps under green at one stage this afternoon. When a crew chief doesn't get the trend that he's used to, that can throw off strategy a little bit. So let's bring in Larry McReynolds and see what he thinks of this somewhat abnormal race here at Pocono.
Well, Adam, I don't know about strategy, but I know who's really getting nervous right now are the engine guys, because when you look at that, we've run almost 150 laps with only 2 cautions, and we still got 50 laps to go. This is a 500-mile race. It's really cooling down, and when it cools down, these engines start making a lot more power. We've already seen where at the end of this front stretch, these engines are turning over 9,500 RPM, and you got to do that for 200 laps. So what's the concern? You would think maybe the concern would be in the bottom end of the engine, down here with the crank and the rods and things of that nature. Not necessarily. The real concern over that many RPM is right up here in the valve train. Mainly these valve springs right here. These are the things that will normally give up, and possibly even the valves themselves. I'm going to tell you how nervous the engine guys were about these valve springs. As I walked through the garage area this morning, I'm going to say 75% of the teams were putting brand new valve springs on for this 500-mile race. And by the way, guys, how do you like my Toyota Cutaway engine that was made by Cutaway Creations? Is it not cool?
That is cool. That's really cool. When you showed it the other day, man, I'm thinking, that's a nice piece. That's the kind of piece you'd like to have in your living room.
In your house. Yeah, that's what I said. Who gets that after we're done with 6 races? Because I know Larry would try to take it home if he could.
I sense jealousy. The old drivers don't have toys like the old crew chief. Here's the battle for 8. Joey Logano, very nice job in his 3rd start here at Pocono, to the inside of Clint Boyer, who led a number of laps earlier. Can he make it stick?
I'll tell you what, I'm not sure that wall slapper just whether it knocks something out or whatever, but Boyer has not even been close to the lap times he's been running earlier.
No, he's exactly. He was already a little bit off, but once he got into the wall a little bit, it's knocked the wind out of the sails of this team, or this car, as far as the handling goes.
Talk about Logano. He's in 8th. Then you got Allmendinger in front of him in 7th. 2 surprises inside the top 10. A couple of drivers who have struggled outside the top 10 today. Tony Stewart won this race a year ago. He's picked up a victory here a pair of times back in 14th. And there's Gordon in 13th, not been great today. Marty?
Adam, this has been just a crazy race for Jeff Gordon. Remember earlier we told you Steve Letarte felt like they actually put the track bar so far down that it was making the car loose. Actually, that should make the car tight. So on this past pit stop, check this out. They put the track bar back to where it was earlier in the day. So that means up 4 rounds on the track bar, and then they put the wedge in the left rear, 3 rounds down the left rear, trying to make the car a little bit tighter. And guess what? It worked. Gordon's one of the fastest cars on the racetrack and one of the few that can make it on one more stop. Also in that group, Denny Hamlin and the Joe Gibbs Racing cars. So only about 4 cars down here we feel like can make it on one stop, Phil.
Marty, I just talked to Alan Gustafson, Mark Martin's crew chief. They're running in the 15th position. He said he's about 4 laps short. Everybody I've talked to up and down my end of pit road said they're anywhere from 2 to 4 laps short. I asked Alan, who do you think can make it? He said the 11 and the 31 are the guys that we hear are thinking they can make it.
You can't be a half a lap short here.
No, a half a lap short here is a long way. You know what I mean? That's a full lap at Charlotte. That's a full lap at some of these other places. When you look at, something interesting, that Marty just said, and Larry talks about it all the time, and you hear people talk about it. You've got to stay ahead of the racetrack, and you got to stay ahead on adjustments. The 24 made an adjustment the wrong way, and it took them the wrong way on the racetrack. Now, with only 50 laps to go, they've got to recover from that mistake, because they are one of the fastest cars on the racetrack. But is there time left? Will they catch a caution? Will the cards, or will the game play out, or the race play out the way they need it to?
Denny Hamlin trying to put Kurt Busch a lap down. We'll see if he does it when we return. You're watching Sprint Cup Racing from Pocono.
The Gillette Fusion ProGlide 500, presented by Target on TNT, is brought to you by UFC Undisputed 2010. In stores now. So you want to be a fighter? This is how. By Sprint, proud sponsor of the NASCAR Sprint Cup Series. By Frost Brewed Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer. And by Dish Network. Why would you ever pay more?
Debris on the Long Pond straightaway has brought out caution for the 3rd time today here at Pocono at lap 154. Denny Hamlin leads this race. Kurt Busch, who had gone a lap down while we were away, will receive the free pass. Johnson, Burton, Kyle Busch, and Kevin Harvick, the top 5. Those 4 cars behind Denny Hamlin. Casey Kane, A.J. Allmendinger, Joey Logano, Clint Boyer, and Greg Biffle inside the top 10. Under caution, a pit stop late. Good opportunity to take a swing at it and see what you got.
Well, yeah, you almost got to get out of pit lane first.
Yeah, this is, there they are picking up the debris on the racetrack. But this, this changes Larry's strategy. Like Larry said, they were going to be 3 or 4 short. This changes that. But they're still going to work in another stop because they've been stopping at 31 laps. So now the stops are going to come from 185 to 195 and that kind of range right there.
And any advantage those drivers had that it stretched it to 131, the Joe Gibbs drivers and Jeff Gordon, doesn't matter anymore.
Look, I don't think it does, but I don't know. Larry would know more than I would,
right.
You know what I mean?
It would appear
but yeah, mathematically, it looks like if we go off everything that Larry's told us and everything we've seen from the Toyotas to the Chevys to the Fords to the Dodges coming down pit road, and when they pit, they're in the 133 or 131 to 133 lap range. If you say it's 155 and you add, that's a 188.
Here they come, Ralph.
Waiting for Jimmy Johnson. Chad Canals had asked him to start saving fuel about 7 laps ago. Jimmy's going to take 4 new tires and fill it up with fuel. Looks like a small chassis adjustment. He says the car's a little out of control on new tires, Matt, but then it starts to come in.
Harvick slides to a stop. They're going to put Harvick's pressures back to where it was 2 runs ago when his car was yarding the competition. He was one of those guys, Marty, that could have made it on one more stop had the caution not come out.
Matt, Denny Hamlin said the car just too tight to go early in the run. It's also tight late in the run, 3/4 of a round down on the right rear wedge bolt, trying to loosen it up just a little bit. His teammate Kyle Busch all the way at the end of pit road, a little bit tight center, and they take a half round on left rear. Denny Hamlin wins the race off pit road this time.
Hamlin doing the job on track. His crew answers the bell on pit road, and how about his teammate Kyle Busch picking up a couple of positions? He won the pole here on Friday, and the #1 pit stall paying dividends there. 45 to go at Pocono.
The Gillette Fusion ProGlide 500, presented by Target on TNT, is brought to you by AT&T. Rethink possible. By Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15%. Call Geico at 1-800-947-AUTO or visit us at geico.com. By Burger King, who reminds you to have it your way. And by the Home Depot. More saving, more doing. That's the power of the Home Depot.
Back at the Pocono Raceway, under caution for the 3rd time today. 43 laps to go in this afternoon's event. Now we check in with Larry McReynolds for his rankings of today's fastest pit crew. Larry Mack talking about the guys who have got it done on pit road. Hey, Larry.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, you look at that 11 car. I mean, they have won the battle off pit road several times. And honestly, when I look at Kyle Busch and that 18 group, there's several times they came in running 2nd and 3rd, not due to pit selection. They won the battle off pit road. And you know what? Our points leader, Kevin Harvick, that Gil Martin crew started back in the 22nd position. They have been solid as a rock all day long, sitting there in the top 5 at a racetrack that has not been that great to Kevin Harvick.
Along with Larry's vote, the fastest pit crew is determined by the winner of the race, the fastest pit time, and your vote at home. Be sure to text your vote to number 2258. That's 2258. And you can make your choice. The AT&T Fastest Pit Crew of the Year Award, brought to you by AT&T, the nation's fastest 3G network. Pit road was a busy place as they came in under caution. And an interesting time for Kevin Harvick as he made his exit.
It's always tight in the pits, like Kyle mentioned. This is probably our biggest pit lane out of all the racetracks we go. But you're still just almost running over your guys.
Wow.
Do you get to vote for the closest call?
That was the closest
He would
call.
win.
And the Jackman did exactly right. He just kept running. I mean, that's a bad part, because that way the driver has already committed.
Wait a minute.
No.
You think the driver's going to stop?
No, the driver's trying
keep
to.
running.
But how many times have you seen a driver try to correct and a Jackman freeze? That's ugly too.
We told you Kurt Busch got the free pass. He's 24th. 9 drivers took the wave around, including David Rudiman, Casey Mears, Elliott Sadler, and David Reagan among those who were hoping for a quick caution. It's all Joe Gibbs Racing up front as we get set for the restart at lap 158. Hamlin, the leader, takes the inside lane.
Wow, I was going to say they were lined up pretty good down on the bottom, but then the 29 jumped out. Okay, and this is where you make up a lot of your time here, as we've seen before with Harvick and these guys when they go 4 wide. Ooh, moving up. Oh, 83 in trouble.
83 down. Yep. This is going to be interesting to me on this next restart, because 18 was on the outside 11 was on the inside. On the previous restart, when the 11 took the lead, he started on the outside and drove around him on the outside. So that kind of surprised me when the 11 took the inside.
Yeah.
As, you know what I mean? Or
and
they
a
went
year
that way.
ago here,
Yeah.
it was the first time we had been under the double file restart rule. And the leader chose the outside lane every time last year.
Yes.
That's a 29 now. I don't know what happened to the 31. It's almost like the 31 just went backwards all of a sudden, whether he had missed a shift or something. But then the 29, they saw some error and he went for it. Not sure what. We'll take a look and see what happened further in the back.
Casey Mears had just taken the wave around and then this.
He got Sadler got into him.
Yeah. He just.
All the cars in that group actually had just taken the wave around.
Wow.
Watch Elliott Sadler. He's on the bottom. And you know, Casey Mears was coming to the bottom pretty quick there.
Back it down, stay low, all clear.
But really, in a way, Mears may have gotten some damage, a little bit of an advantage for those guys running back in that part of the field because they got the caution. They can come down and get their service. They clean up the debris of our fourth caution. We step aside. Kyle Busch scored as the race leader.
Welcome back to NASCAR Racing on TNT here from Pocono Raceway. Real quick, before we get to the race recap, we want to give you an update. We had Jeff Gordon, Tony Stewart just come into pit on lap 160. Right now, your leader, Kyle Busch, but let's take a look at the highlight package from earlier today. You know, it was a rough day starting out. Wouldn't you say so, Larry?
We were just about to take the green flag, and you can see the black clouds there. It moved in, a lot of high wind, heavy rain. Only lasted, though, for about 10 or 15 minutes.
Well, it did, but then they had to wait a little bit because there was a hole in the track, what you see there, epoxy as you call it, right? Fixing it, getting it dry quickly. Finally, 3:06, they take the green flag. Drivers are ready to get back out there on this track. Then we go turn 3, though, Larry, giving a lot of drivers some headaches.
It's been the Achilles heel. You're coming off that corner. You're carrying so much speed. There you see David Rudeman, the 00. A lot of cars hit that turn 3 wall.
All right, Jimmy Johnson, he's 4th right now, but his day was not shaping up the way he wanted. Slow pit stop could have cost him some valuable time there.
But he qualified 25th. It didn't take him long to move toward the front.
Well, and then we go to a lead change. Denny Hamlin, who is so good at this racetrack, passes right by Kevin Harvick there. So we got Denny Hamlin, who's now 2nd in place. Kyle Busch right ahead of him, his teammate.
Now, this was our last caution. It just happened on 158. This is the first caution that we have had that was not a debris caution or a caution that was actually brought out by NASCAR as they did on lap 15 after we had those hard rains in the beginning.
And we've only had 4 cautions, including that competition caution that they had on lap 15. That's not surprising to you, though, is it?
Well, it is not at a racetrack this big, you know, and I mean, these guys, they knew that we're going to be getting late in the evening, that we've got threatening weather, and it's like, you know, they're going to behave, but something tells me with about 39 laps to go, they're going to get both hands and feet up on that steering wheel now. Business is going to pick up a little bit.
Now they're getting real serious. All right, we'll be right back. Don't go anywhere from Pocono Raceway. 161 laps of 200 in the books. Come back. He's back. Don't forget, we brought Race Buddy back for all the action, and this is the best part of the race. For you to log on to NASCAR.com, join Race Buddy. We're 162 laps through 200, so this is the perfect time to check out your favorite drivers, get cool in-car vantage points. You can check out all the action, see what your favorites are doing. Tony Stewart doing some interesting strategy, Larry Mack. What do you think?
I think he has figured out he's not going to beat those guys at the front of the pack by outrunning them, so maybe he can out-fuel mileage them a little bit. He came to pit road at lap 160 with 40 laps to go. What he's doing, Lindsay, here under caution, he's shutting the engine off. And when the engine's off, it's not using any fuel. But if you think back to his win a year ago, he pitted on lap 159 with 41 to go. We were under caution. Yep. We went back racing at 165 for 35 green flag laps. I know that Kyle Busch, Denny Hamlin, those guys that pitted at 155, they cannot make it. Looks like to me, Tony Stewart, Darian Grubb, as they did a year ago, might be trying to pull it off.
Stewart is trying to stretch, and as we saw a year ago, that was his first race of the season. It only went up from there. Marty, we're going to come to you because you got an update on Jeff Gordon in the 24.
Well, and he's trying to pull the same strategy, Lindsay. And actually, Steve Letarte just told Jeff Gordon on the radio, this is exactly when Tony Stewart pitted last year, so we can make it from here. We're going to be close. 2 laps short right now for the 24 car.
Hey, Marty.
Yes.
Why wouldn't they have come in just then and just topped it off again?
And Steve Letarte did think about that, Wally. He said that would put them behind too many of the cars that they came in, and they thought that would put them too far back once they went back to racing. Okay. So they would be behind all those cars that just got the wave around.
Phil?
That's exactly right. I was talking to Travis Geisler, Stan Hornish Jr.'s crew chief. I said, will you guys come back in and top off? They stopped on lap number 160. He said, no, because that puts us behind all the wave arounds, all the lap cars. If you don't pit when you're supposed to pit, if you pit after that, then you have to start behind all those cars. We don't want to get behind them. We need some caution laps to make it, but we think we have a shot at it.
Matt?
And a lot of pit strategy working up and down pit road for Harvick, the 29, Boyer, the 33, the 2 RCR teammates. Their window would open at lap 164 to 165, but that would put them in danger if we got a green-white-checkered finish. Clint Boyer's crew chief Shane Wilson says, if you see any of the leaders peel off, you come to for fuel only. They're up on the wall waiting, Ralph.
Matt Kenseth just said to crew chief Todd Parrott, we're not going to win this thing the normal way. Let's come in with 1 to go and get the fuel. And Todd liked the idea, called him down pit road. Here he comes in, car number 17. He's 3rd in points, making a run out of his best finish, a 3rd, seeing if he can improve. Here they come with the 17. They're going to top this thing off, get as much in there as they can, and send him on his way.
And the 24 is going to, he saw all those guys peel off and figured, well, I got nothing to lose. So this is a good move, I think, on their part.
Another team that just came down pit road is the 82 car, Scott Speedman. We have not spoken about him, but he has stayed in the top 20. They had that crew chief shift. They had a lot of stuff that went on over there between Brian's team, now Casey driving there, the crew chief shift and stuff. And this could be a big race for them. If the fuel mileage thing plays out, this could be something where that team salvages something today, because I think they've run a good race.
Much needed shot in the arm for them. Larry?
I tell you a guy that I like what Brian Patty did with Juan Pablo Montoya riding with him here, is he came in on lap 163 with 37 laps to go, and when I look, now he's in the 22nd position, but when I look at the top 22, the first car that catches my eye that they can make it is this 42 car right here.
You see what he's doing? He's driving along, now put his left foot in and clutch it, and he'll coast, trying to save fuel. See?
Yeah.
And he was running back in the 27th position. All of the other drivers came down, and it paid off for Montoya, Phil.
Remember when these guys were looking at maybe making one more pit stop? That was the only team on my end of pit road that thought they may be able to make it. And they were going to have to run 36 laps twice because they last pitted with 72 laps to go. So I have a good feeling that the 42 car may be able to make it all the way.
A number of cars up front. No, they will have to come down pit road one more time. The front row as we go green, Kyle Busch and Denny Hamlin. Green flag waving at lap 165. 35 to go at Pocono. Busch in the outside lane gets the jump.
Wow. Dives to the bottom, too.
The jump and the block.
Harvick to the outside of Hamlin.
Ooh, gets a little high. That's going to cost him. Got up in those marbles a little bit.
Wow. And Hamlin just made a power move off the bottom of the racetrack right back up to take the lead.
Denny Hamlin, the new race leader, got around Kyle Busch, who had grabbed it at the restart. Harvick to the inside of Johnson for 3rd. There are 2 rows of 2 behind them.
Allmendinger, 5th spot, sitting right there. Got Logano sticking his nose down there in the bottom.
For a driver that doesn't like this racetrack and struggled in practice,
he'll like it a lot more, I bet you, if he has a top 5 run out of
it. And now's the time to use that bottom, when you can get to the bottom and go back to the gas. Obviously, that's always been the fastest way around here until the grip moved to the top. But that's a strong move on the bottom.
Hamlin is checked out. And we got trouble. Jamie McMurray into the wall.
Wow.
McMurray was running inside the top 15.
Okay, turn that thing into a pinot.
And now what this does is all those guys that pitted took themselves out of the race.
Yep.
Because they don't have time. It's not a fuel mileage race now, and they gave up all their track position.
Yep. Casey Mears gets the free pass. McMurray, who had finished second 3 times in the last 5 races, not so fortunate today.
Wow, it looks like Reagan slid up the racetrack right into Jamie. Looks like the 6 car of Reagan either got a big push or something, but he shot up the racetrack.
Riding on board with Tony Stewart, here's the accident.
Man, he really slid up the racetrack, and even after he made contact. He kept sliding up the racetrack.
The bumper cam of Dale Earnhardt Jr.
That was big.
Wow. He slides up. He goes almost all the way to the wall after he hits him.
It's not like he just slid up and hit him. He slid up and he kept sliding after he made contact.
Almost pinned the 2 car to the outside. Kurt did a good job of avoiding that.
We talk about the momentum McMurray had in recent weeks, those 3 runner-up finishes. He had gotten himself back in position to make a run at the chase. 15th in points, and this is going to hurt. And Larry, this opens up the door now for some drivers who are running up front to come down pit road and be right where they need to be, I would guess.
Well, exactly, Adam. And I know what Kyle just said. Those guys that came to pit road and topped off may have took themselves out of the race. But now, when you look at all of our leaders, we are within the window of pitting here and making it to the end. So honestly, if these guys come, those guys that topped off this last caution, they may actually gain some spots here.
Excellent point, Larry. That's why I was a driver and you're a crew chief. I'm an idiot and you're not.
I'll be shocked if these guys up here don't take advantage of topping these cars off right now.
And you're exactly right. You know, I think if you look at it that way, these guys, and it'll just cycle back and they'll have their position. But it's just going to, for the total race, it took fuel mileage straight out of it. It's just going to come back to the fastest car now.
You never admitted that when you were wearing a helmet. You know that?
I talked to myself inside the helmet, not y'all.
I bet you did. Lap 168 is when these pit stops will happen with 32 laps to go, and pit road is open this time. Here they come, Ralph.
Jimmy Johnson was not going to make it, so said Chad Canales. We had to come in and pit. Here they come. They're going to fill this thing up with fuel. No tires, no adjustments, just fuel, Matt.
And Gil Martin told Harvick, when you hear them pounding on the deck lid, go, 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 just fuel only for Harvick. Meanwhile, right side tires for his teammate, the 33, Marty.
Denny Hamlin made the call, fuel only. He said, I'm going to work the traffic. I'm fine with that. His teammate Kyle Busch all the way at the end of the pit road. Dave Rogers told him, we have too good of a car to gamble with it right now. We have to stop right now. All these guys pretty much fuel only.
There were some tires, but for the most part, as Marty pointed out, fuel only. Kyle Busch, again the quickest off pit road, just edging his teammate Denny Hamlin. Joe Gibbs Racing leading the parade. A number of drivers stayed out. We set the field the moment. It's been an eventful day at the Pocono Raceway. Welcome back as we enter the closing laps of this afternoon's 500-miler here with Kyle Petty and Wally Dallenbach. I'm Adam Alexander. So much talk late in the race has been about strategy, gentlemen, and the field has
we always do this, though.
Completely shaken up.
Yeah.
Denny Hamlin, Kyle Busch restarting 14th on back. That's impressive.
The whole strategy has changed in the last 50 laps. With 50 laps to go, it just became another race. Once it was a fuel mileage race, one stop race, then it became maybe a one, maybe not a stop race, and now it's just down to nothing but speed. And so many guys have had to pit. Now the strategy's out. It's just go for broke.
And what's going to be great, the fastest drivers that we've seen on track are going to restart outside the top 10. There's going to be some movement in the closing laps.
You've got some guys right there, 5, 6, 7, 8 rows back right now that have got to work their way up, so it's going to be pretty good.
The double file restarts always make it entertaining, and we've been given the one to go. So the next time by, the business on track will begin. Kurt Busch, who has had a number of ailments today. Our scoring board has been broken up here into 2 different columns. He's been on the right column at the back of the field most of the afternoon. He scored as the race leader when we go back green. Let's go down to Phil.
Adam, remember when I told you that Travis Geisler said, we're not going to come back in, but we do need a few caution laps? Well, those were the caution laps. They last pitted on lap number 160. You see him starting up on the front row. They've been a solid car all day, top 15, top 20, never in danger of going a lap down. Right now, Sam Hornish is trying to better his career best finish of 4th, which he got right here last year.
And Phil, that one of 2 good runs he had here at Pocono a year ago. Sam, one of 3 drivers that recorded top 10 finishes in both Pocono races last season. Montoya and Gordon the others. And Tony Stewart continues to work the fuel mileage game. He's 3rd at the restart.
You know, these guys don't want to give up too much, and Larry spoke about it earlier. What if you get to a green-white-checkered? We've been just trying to get to the end of the race. You know what I mean? This is a 2.5-mile racetrack. Okay, so every time you do that, you've added 2.5 miles for every lap. So these guys, we were cutting it close, being 2 or 3 short. Now if you get the green-white-checkered, you got to pit.
And maybe more than 1 green-white-checkered.
Think about 3.
3, 2.5 miles a lap. You're talking about a lot of laps to make up there. So here are the top 5. Kurt Busch, Sam Hornish Jr., Tony Stewart, Juan Montoya, Ryan Newman, the top 5. Jeff Gordon, Scott Speed in 6th and 7th. And then there's Regan Smith.
And this is, you know, this is the point, too, where guys are going to be a lot more aggressive right now in these restarts. You have to be.
Kyle Busch and Denny Hamlin restart 14th and 15th, and they pull out a line as we go green.
And Denny's already on the move. That's exactly right.
Kurt Busch, the race leader, chose the outside lane.
Now this is where Hamlin and those guys, they can lose a lot of time to these leaders if they don't get through that traffic. You see they're about in the middle of the pack.
Yes.
They got to go.
I will tell you, Kurt got a great start, but Hornish has just driven back up beside of it.
Roger Penske picked up a pair of wins last night. Brett Keselowski getting him to victory lane in Nashville in Nationwide Series competition. And last night it was Ryan Briscoe who won an IndyCar competition in Texas driving for the captain. He's never swept the weekend in the top 3 series of American Motorsports, but right now looking good with 28 to go. Matt?
If you look at the day that Kurt Busch has had at him, he recovered from that valve stem cap issue. It took him all day long, basically. Back on lap 156, he pitted for 4 tires and fuel. He was the lucky dog. Then he came back in 4 laps later, took on 4 tires and fuel again, and now Steve Addington continues to tell him, save fuel, save fuel. Remember, they've not been in a fuel mileage conservation situation yet as crew chief and driver, so he's not really sure when he's saving fuel how much he's really saving.
Montoya now jumps in between the 2 Penske drivers.
Whoa, look at Gordon. Get sideways there.
Woo. I think the 17 got in the back of Gordon a little bit, and he drove off into the tunnel just to show him he was still there. Got a little away from him. I'm going to tell you, Hornish made a power move down there a minute ago, but that 42 car is coming.
A couple of other drivers on the move. We told you that Hamlin and Busch restarted outside the top 10. This time by, they're running 9th and 10th. Busch in 9th, Hamlin in 10th. The lead for Hornish, 4/10 of a second that time by as Montoya continues aggressive, trying to get the runner-up spot.
And Hornish's car is working really good down in 1. He goes into 1 and cuts back across the racetrack and comes up off that corner straight. And that's where he made the move on the 2 car a minute ago, was down this little short chute and got him as they got to the tunnel. And he's got away from these guys because the 42 was right on his bumper going across the tunnel the previous lap.
Well, yeah, they were also running side by side there for a little while, so see if the 42 has got anything right now. He makes a little ground up here in turn 3.
The lead last time by for Hornish was 4/10 of a second. Let's see where Montoya is this time by. Right side of your screen, Tony Stewart goes around Kurt Busch for 3rd.
But, you know, we've seen it all day, too, Kyle. The guy that gets out front on these restarts, you know, all of a sudden picks up a little bit of speed.
It was 4/10 of a second. The advantage that time by again for Hornish. And we have a caution for debris. Denny Hamlin had gotten around Jeff Gordon and was up to 8th.
And this is good for guys like Denny Hamlin and these guys, because now we go to the double file. So instead of being 10th in line, now they're 5th in line on the inside or outside. So it picks you up positions. It's a good thing when you're trying to catch up.
And it's a best case scenario, Kyle, because you run 8 laps or so under green, you gain a few positions, then as you said, you tighten up the field, double file restart. So it's a very good opportunity for guys like Hamlin and Busch to get back in the game.
And I'm sure Hornish didn't want to see that, and Montoya didn't want to see that, because that brings those guys to them, not them back to them.
Remember when all those drivers, Busch and Hamlin among them, that came down and took fuel and no tires? When they did that, they came to pit road at lap 168. Boyer got tires, and he's picking up some positions, up to 15th. Here's the reason for the caution. David Rudiman.
Yeah, he probably got his tire cut on that deal. He made contact with the 31.
Yeah, he did, and then it rolls off.
Yeah. Hard to make it last when you want to go 2.5 miles and get to pit road at this place with a tire issue. 25 laps to go. Sam Hornish Jr. leads this race. He's one of 7 leaders here today. 13 lead changes. We've had 6 cautions for 21 laps. A nearly 2-hour delay at the beginning because of rain, but once we went racing, it's been gorgeous and been an interesting race, and the best yet to come. Stay with us. ...24 laps to go at the Pocono Raceway. You're watching live coverage of this afternoon's Gillette Fusion ProGlide 500, presented by Target here on TNT. Strategy has been the name of the game here in the last 25 laps or so. We've seen a few different thought processes play out. And while we were away, a few drivers electing to come down pit road and get tires. And perhaps these drivers that you see on your screen that made their pit stop at lap 176 coming to get tires because they've seen it play out for someone else. Clint Boyer, when Denny Hamlin and those guys came down pit road, got tires, and it's paid off for him. Let's go to Ralph for more.
Well, the crew with the 48, Chad Knaus and Jimmy Johnson, they were trying to decide, do we play it safe and just stay out on the track, try to get as many points as we can, or do we start going for the win, take 4 tires? They came down, took the 4, they're going after it, Matt.
Ralph, Clint Boyer's team actually debated about hitting pit road again for tires. They decided to stay out, but Dale Earnhardt Jr., he hit pit road. He was back in the 26th position. Their game plan, do what the others didn't do. Since the leaders all stayed out, Marty, the 88 hit pit road for 4 tires. No changes for Junior.
Well, Matt, how many times have we seen Jeff Burton have a top 5, top 10 car this year, only to have problems late in the race? The reason Jeff Burton pitted, he made contact with someone on the racetrack, knocked in the right front fender. They had to come bang that out, put on 4 brand new tires. He will go from the top 10 to restarting 26th. Phil?
Marty Juan Montoya came in on lap 163, put 4 tires on. So he has some of the freshest tires on the racetrack other than the guys that just came in this time. So he's up on the front row, going to restart second to Sam Hornish, and he has fairly fresh tires. Lap 163, his last stop for tires.
There's too many strategies.
You know, the funny part is these guys commit to a strategy, and not the funny part. They committed to a strategy, and then 10 laps later they had to commit to another strategy. And you don't want to be. I'm glad I'm not a crew chief right now, because there's so much out there that these guys are focused on and trying to figure out that a strategy 25 laps ago may end up beating them.
Yeah, I mean, you got, you know, Boyer, I think, is in a good position, but it's still, things have to line up perfectly for him. He's on good tires. But you got a lot of traffic in front of you.
Hornish, the race leader, chooses the outside lane. Tony Stewart from third, trying to make a bonsai move on the inside. 3 wide for second.
Boy, it's going to be real busy through there.
Here comes Denny Hamlin driving to the inside. He's been the dominant race car here today. Has led more laps than anyone.
Boy, the 39 gave the 42 a shot right there.
Gonna get interesting here.
Probably good. He did. He cleared third.
And look, there's Hamlin right there in fourth.
Sam Hornish Jr. had led 6 laps all season entering this race. He's led 7 today. Excuse me, 6 laps in his career.
I'm gonna tell you, that Toyota runs up off that corner. When he gets that thing rotated, when the 11 car gets that thing rotated in the middle and gets on the gas, it comes up off the corner.
Talk about drivers that have
look at the 18 slide up there too.
Taken advantage of opportunities today. Regan Smith inside the top 10 late in the race. As good as we've seen him perform in 2010.
I'm gonna tell you, out of this group we're watching right here, the 42 and the 2, I'm gonna tell you, they are driving right now.
Yep.
Yeah, there you go.
A little nudge?
Nah, it's a little nudge. I'm here, and I need this position, and I need to get around you and get to the front as quick as possible.
Oh, watch it! Kyle Busch sliding high.
And the 11 tried this move a minute ago, and I thought he cleared him, but the 42 powered back by him down the straightaway.
Well, the 39 dove down in there, and I think the 18 saw the 39 to his left and went to give him room and went sliding up the racetrack, and his brother was up there.
And this is just, by these guys running 3 wide, those guys in front are really getting away. You see the separation there. They were right on each other's bumpers, and look how far the 42 and the 11 are in front of this pack, because you cannot run the times. These guys are losing a half a second to those guys in front of them right now. They just separated this pack. It's going to be tough for Kyle and those guys. I'm not saying they can't do it, but they got to drive back to get back in the race.
Oh, hang on. Man, oh man, I can't believe he saved that. Smith did a good job right there. Boy, he stacked them up behind.
Oh my goodness.
Clint Boyer now up to 11th. Ryan Newman trying to get by him. That's kicked Regan Smith outside the top 10.
Yeah, well, he pretty much got kicked out of the top 10 on that move.
And this is that cutoff right here where these guys are at, right at the end of the top 10. You got guys with 2 tires, you got guys that have been out there for 5 or 6 laps, and you got guys with brand new tires. So they're just, it's bottlenecking right there. You got to break through this pack to get to the next.
A 55-second lap for Sam Hornish Jr. last time around, 0.3 of a second in front of Tony Stewart. Looked like Allmendinger may have popped the wall there off the corner.
Like I said a little bit earlier, this is where these guys, you have to start getting aggressive. You have to start taking and giving, because you're running out of time. Like Kyle said, these guys are racing. As long as they're racing side by side, they're losing ground to the leaders. So you got to get aggressive in here.
Yeah, there's 19 laps to go. They're running like there's 5 laps to go. You know what I mean? I mean, really, these guys are up on the wheel like there's 5 laps to go, because they see those guys in front of them driving away as they're racing.
Hornish led by 0.2 of a second that last time around.
Boy, Hamlin's
nice
coming
battle
now.
for 4th.
Then he closed up the gap on Stewart a bunch there in the last lap.
And as he was doing that, his teammate doing the same on Montoya. Here's Kyle Busch into the tunnel turn. Busch in 5th. And here's the battle for the runner-up spot. Denny Hamlin looking to the inside of Tony Stewart.
And then he decided at that time not to go to the bottom of the racetrack, to try to stay up here a little bit, and then he cuts back across the corner. I've not seen anybody run that line, to go in on the patch and then turn across.
Kyle Busch, though, able to make it work off turn 3 to the inside of Montoya. Nice job of setting him up off the corner of 3, out pull him down the straightaway, and beat him into turn 1. Kyle Busch up to 4th.
While we're watching everybody race right here with Montoya and Kyle, Montoya's on the crossover here trying to get back behind. But while you're watching this, you got to give a shout to Hornish. I mean, Hornish is there, and he's maintaining that. They're not driving and catching him. He's leading this race.
Just ran his fastest lap of the race, did Sam Hornish. And he leads by 0.4 of a second.
You see Kyle As soon as Kyle gets around the 42, he puts 5 or 6 car lengths on him. And it's hard to understand that when you guys are watching. When you're watching at home is, okay, that guy runs him down and he can't get around him, can't get around him. As soon as he gets around him, he can clear him and just drive off and leave him, because now Kyle can run the line. He wants to run and let his car do a lot of the work.
And Hamlin needs to get around these guys because of that reason.
That's right.
Because his teammate's coming. So Denny can't mess around. I think he's the faster of these 3, obviously, but he's got to get past these guys cleanly, because Mr. Busch is going to be right there.
That's what's so strange and what's so funny about
David Strimmy in the wall.
About cup racing right now is you can run somebody down, but catching somebody and passing somebody are 2 entirely different things, and it gets harder and harder in this at this level.
You see, look at the run that he's got there. Just can't get far enough in 3 to be able to pull it off.
Almost looks like an aerodynamic situation. Right when he gets up on the tail end, the push and the separation.
It is, and part of it is that. You know, at the same time, it's your car wants to run a certain line. We've talked so much about having momentum and let these cars build up. When you have a gear rule, when you have some of the things, the spoiler with the drag, when you have a lot of this stuff, you need the whole racetrack. You need to let your car do it. And when the 14 is keeping the 11 pinched down on the bottom of the racetrack, he can pass him on good tires, but if he can't get by, and this is a good run right here.
Yeah,
side by side.
Stewart slid up the track. He did. He pinched him down, but the problem was the 14 couldn't stay down.
Yeah.
And he slid up the track about a car length too high, and that let the 11 get by him.
Now watch how fast the 11 drives away from the 14. The 14 was doing a great job of not so much as blocking, but making the 11 run his line. It's like when you hear basketball teams say, I'm going to make that team play my game. I can't play their game. I'm not a run and gun guy. I can't play that game. And that's what Tony was doing. He was making Denny drive his line and play his game.
A basketball analogy for a basketball guy. Denny Hamlin loves hoops. And he's up to 2nd right now, Marty.
Indeed he is. And you know what Tony Stewart was also doing? He knew that Denny Hamlin has been tight for most of this day, so he's taken away the racetrack from Hamlin as he would go up the racetrack. This car for Denny Hamlin is undefeated, and he's been getting lap times from Tony Stewart, trying to track everybody down. And you know what? In the August race here last year, he went from 19th to the win on the last run. In this race, he's trying to go from 15th to the win in the last run. Denny should make a living off passing cars here at Pocono, huh, guys?
Joey Logano, his teammate, up in the top 5. All 3 Gibbs cars looking great here today. Marty pointing out how solid Denny Hamlin has been in the runner-up spot. 2 positions back is Kyle Busch, and we just documented Joey Logano into the top 5.
And Denny's running a little bit of a different line through 3 and 4. I've seen guys go in on the bottom and run through the bottom, and guys go in on the top, but Denny's going in on the patch and then cutting left off the patch and trying to get a straight run down this front stretch. And he closes. He can close on Hornish down the straightaway, but Hornish's car is really working.
And Phil reported earlier that Hornish is good on fuel, or so they think, but he last pitted at lap 160. So if anyone needs to be conservative here, it's Hornish. Hamlin does not. He pitted at lap 168, and they feel very good about where they are.
And here, you know, Kyle, you hit on it. 77 works really good through turns 1. But Hamlin is really strong in 2. And then in 3, they're running 2 totally different lines, as you can see. But it's not enough for him to get beside Hornish coming out of 3. Except for that time.
Except for that time. As soon as we say he didn't.
Laps to go.
But Hornish slipped a little bit. In defense, Hornish slipped a little bit. And that gave Denny just enough of a run on him to get by him. Hornish has been impressive, though. I'm going to say he is that. These last 10 or 15 laps have been impressive.
But look how good he is through here.
Yeah.
Gets right up on him.
Joe Gibbs Racing has combined to lead 104 of the 188 laps so far today. In fitting, Denny Hamlin would circle back to the front. He's led more than anyone.
Well, 11's good through the tunnel turn.
Yeah. And you saw Hornish hit the curb right there, and you saw that thing jump up in the air. Used to, you could run across the curb. Now you got to stay off the curb.
More on Hornish with Phil Parsons.
Yeah, once Denny Hamlin drove by Sam Hornish, the spotter told him, hey, just figure out where he's better than you, where you're better than him, to make a move later on. Doing great. Keep those other guys behind you to stay up there with him and figure out where you can maybe make a move on him. But it looks now like Denny Hamlin's driving away.
Yeah, Hamlin's definitely going to drive away, and I think I'm not sure if Kyle's got enough to even get to Denny at this point.
Yeah, I'm with you. I don't think he does now, because we saw how long it took Denny to get around the 14 and the 77. You know, Kyle's got to catch him and get around him the same way, and I'm not sure, even if he catches him, that Tony's going to make him run his game and play his game if he catches Tony.
As the drivers go through the tunnel turn, it will be 10 laps to go.
Hornish's car is getting a little loose. You saw it get a little free there.
Yeah, he's losing all his time right there in turn 2.
Yeah.
And that's where these guys are taking advantage of him.
Tony Stewart doing so here. He's the new man in second place. And here comes Kyle Busch. Denny Hamlin has won here 3 times,
right
each
back
time
on
leading the most laps.
Wow.
And Denny's loving this. Yeah. And Denny's looking in the rearview mirror and loving this part. You do a
so
slide,
is Kyle.
Yeah. Hornish is thinking, you do a slide job on me, I'll get you back on one here.
They continue side by side for second into the tunnel turn. That's Stewart down low, Hornish up high.
Yeah, Kyle may get a piece of him right here. Nope.
How good would this race get if Busch could get around these two and then we get a caution? I'd like to see the restart with Hamlin and Busch on the front row.
Whoa.
That's pretty impressive right there.
That was impressive. That was impressive.
Kind of bounced sideways in front of the 77 through 3.
Yeah.
Talked about the great day for Joe Gibbs Racing. First, third, and fifth are Hamlin, Busch, and Logano. Joe Gibbs has never had all 3 of his cars finish inside the top 5 in a race, Marty.
And for Kyle Busch, I talked to him earlier this morning. He said, you know, I want a top 10. A top 5 would be like a win. But you guys know Kyle Busch. He is not happy sitting there in third. You know he wants to win. But for Kyle and Wally, I ask you the question. If you come to a racetrack where you struggled before and you walk away with a top 5, it's got to feel like a win almost, doesn't it?
No, there's no question, especially if it's a track that, like you said, you haven't had a lot of good runs at, because you dread going to that racetrack.
Yeah.
You know, if you've got a place that you just don't get a hold of, and then all of a sudden you run well at it, yeah, it's real important.
And Logano entered this race 18th in points. He's now 16th and gaining ground on a position in the chase in this his sophomore campaign.
The 29 and the 31 have just driven around the 42. I don't know if he slipped or what happened, but he just lost 2 positions right there. But these guys, you know, these guys have been a factor all day long. The 31 and the 29 and the 33. The whole Childress organization has been there, and now all 3 of those cars are in the top 10. These guys are trying to fight their way back. They stopped and got tires. They're trying to drive their way back to the front, but you know, with 8 laps to go, they need that caution also.
Harvick entered the point leader, doing what he needs to do to maintain that position in the standings. As they run on the track, Harvick leads Kyle Busch by 14 points. Talked about Clint Bowyer getting into the top 10. He passed Kurt Busch to do so. I'm not sure how satisfied Bowyer will be at the end of the day. You see, he was the early leader, dominated before halfway. Caught the wall at one time, and the handling went away for a period, and now he finds himself in 10th. Strategy of the other drivers certainly has contributed to him being in the 10th position instead of the top 5, where he spent most of the afternoon. The lead for Denny Hamlin, 2.1 seconds over Tony Stewart. Kyle Busch another 0.7 of a second behind in third. 7 laps to go at Pocono.
Denny's car got out in clean air, and it just took off, man. And you know, like we were talking about, Denny knows how to get around this racetrack. You look at, what, 8 starts, 3 wins, everything that he's done here, the poles, everything that he's done. From the time he came here, we're just talking about Kyle Busch. Yeah, 18 just got in the wall right there. But we look at, you talk about Denny's the driver that came here, loved the racetrack, and the racetrack has rewarded him. Kyle came here, really didn't like the racetrack, and the racetrack didn't reward him. So Kyle's looking for that little bit of a reason to really like this place.
Well, he's got a pretty good reason right now.
Yeah, he does.
Sitting in 3rd spot right there.
The stress goes away when you're the race leader and you're out there in front of the pack by 2 seconds, doesn't it?
Yeah, a little, but not a whole lot. I mean, trust me, he's still looking in that mirror every second he gets to see if Stewart or any of those guys are gaining on him.
With about 5 to go, the stress comes back, and you look in that mirror, and your guy says you're 2 seconds on him. And the next time you come back, he says, you're 2.5 seconds. And you're like, how can he be 2.5 seconds? He just got bigger in my rearview mirror. You know what I mean? Because you begin to see things and feel things. It's strange the last few laps of a race.
According to Kyle, the stress load just got heavier because the last time by, 5 laps to go for race leader Denny Hamlin. Sometimes you lose track of big items that happen during a season. Let's not lose sight of the fact that we're still just a couple of months removed from major knee surgery for Denny Hamlin. I mean, it blows me away what he's done since that time.
Okay, but let's be honest. What better physical therapy can you have than standing in victory lane holding a trophy? You know what I mean? So no matter how much surgery he's had, and he's done a tremendous job. You know, when he came back and run the whole race at Phoenix a couple of laps down, you know, I was one of the first to say, man, I think I'd have got out of the car. He should have got out of the car and rested himself. But I think Joe said it in the pre-race. You know, I think that inspired that team and said, man, if he's going to hang with us, we'll hang with him. We're back in with him. And the next thing you know, they're 3 or 4 races up.
Denny Hamlin and Jimmy Johnson entered today's race tied as far as wins on the season, 3 apiece.
Look at that shot of him, how smooth he is through 1 and 2 down there. And we've been watching Harvick all day long, just saw on the wheel. You know what I mean? We saw Kyle saw on the wheel, and we saw Junior. But I mean, Denny's just floating it in the corner, letting off and letting it go.
Jimmy Johnson, 2-time winner here at Pocono, to the inside of Jeff Burton. That for 7th.
I think for some reason 48 just has not been able to go after they get fresh tires. They're always better at the end of the run, but they lose so much time to the leader in the first 10 laps after a pit stop that it's hard to make up.
Joey Logano trying to make his move up to 4th in the running order.
3 to go here.
3
Still got 15 on the 29.
Joy's trying to get around the 77, but the 29 is coming. The 29 had broken away from the 31 and is running this pack down. The 29's hoping these guys start racing in front of him a little bit.
Kevin Harvick starting to gain some ground as well. He knows where Kyle Busch is, and he realizes every position important when you want to maintain your championship lead. Look at the run Logano's got on Hornish. Through the tunnel turn. Logano opens the door and trying to get up to 4th.
Yeah, but watch the 29 gain on these guys now that they're running side by side. Look
Especially on that 29.
Right up on them.
Watch the 29, because the 29 is sideways coming up off the corner. So 29 lost all momentum. That is a momentum corner. We've talked about it. If you don't get up off 3, you cannot get down the straightaway. Hornish is liking this part of it.
Outside. Still out.
Hornish trying to match his career best finish. He got it here August a year ago. And as they battle for a position in the top 5,
there's no doubt
across the long pond straightaway. And there you see Harvick going for position.
Tell you what, Logano hung right in there.
Logano hung right, but they just about have to stop when they get into the corner like that. And you can see as we'll pan back to the front.
Oh, he got into him.
Logano around. Can he save it? He is unable to. Caution. And the caution came out right as Denny Hamlin was crossing the start-finish line to get the white flag.
They're all coming above you.
This was very close. If Denny Hamlin got the white flag prior to the caution, this race would be official. But we are getting word there will be a green-white checker. The caution had come out before Denny Hamlin had taken the white flag. Oh, how fun is this going to be? Larry?
Hey, guys, think about the history between Joey Logano and Kevin Harvick. Go back to the Nationwide Series race at Bristol back in March. This is not the first episode between these two guys.
Yeah, agreed.
Yeah, that could have been avoided.
That could have been avoided. I agree that there's history there, but even if there's history there,
that was uncalled for.
Yeah, that was not.
Joey did absolutely nothing wrong in that position. This will give us a very good angle. Let's take a look here. That still could have been avoided.
Yeah, that's a tough call from that angle. Because Joy was trying to get to the patch, and Harvick was trying to get to the patch also. It's different from the other angle.
Yeah. It shows a different angle from the top.
It is. Yeah, that is truly two guys going for the same place in the same place as the patch. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And they just got into each other. You hate to see that happen for Joy, and hate to see it happen, period.
Tough break for Joey Logano, running in the top 5. Denny Hamlin leads. We get a green-white checker finish when we return to Pocono.
The Gillette Fusion ProGlide 500, presented by Target on TNT, is brought to you by Sprint, proud sponsor of the NASCAR Sprint Cup Series. By Frost Brewed Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer. By the all-new 2011 Super Duty, built for tough. And by Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15%. Call Geico at 1-800-947-AUTO or visit us at geico.com.
Under caution at the Pocono Raceway, getting set to restart on what will be our 6th green-white checker finish in 2010. And remember, we get as many as 3 attempts at a green-white checker. Denny Hamlin will be the race leader when we get the green flag. And once he takes the white flag, we will not get another green-white checker. But if the caution comes out prior to Denny taking the white flag, we will reset the running order and try it again. We can do that 3 times. After the caution, or excuse me, after the white flag, the next flag will make this race official, whether it be a caution or, of course, the checker.
This is going to be the most exciting first corner
I was going to say,
of the day.
This is not something. You remember when you were asking about 5 laps ago, stress level go up? You forgot to throw this part in for the leader.
Denny Hamlin takes the inside lane. His teammate Kyle Busch right behind him, and their old teammate Tony Stewart restarts on the outside. Stewart, of course, won this race a year ago, and fuel mileage a question for him. The first attempt at a green-white checker, NASCAR's version of overtime, underway. We are green.
Great start by Hamlin.
Yeah. Here we go. Hold your breath.
Harvick was inside, then outside.
Boy, but Denny got through there really, really good, and that's what he needed to do.
Everyone clean through turn 1. Kyle Busch working on Tony Stewart for 2nd.
Oh, look at Harvick.
He made that low groove work earlier on a restart. To no avail here. Joe Gibbs Racing 1-2.
And I think those 2 corners are just enough for Hamlin to keep that.
If we get the white flag here, there will not be another attempt at a green-white checker finish. Hamlin leads, white flag in the air. 2.5 miles to win number 4 in 2010 for Denny Hamlin.
Harvick's car is just a little too free to run up on Tony. He got a little bit loose right there in the middle.
Is Kyle weaving the car?
He had been cutting it.
Trouble.
Big. That's gonna be big.
Casey Kane gets turned around. Greg Biffle involved. Mark Martin is there. No caution has come out. They're going to let him race back as Gurley piles in, and now the caution.
6. You knew that was going to be big when you saw the 9 coming back across the racetrack.
Denny Hamlin came here as a rookie in 2006. He won both poles that year and won both races. Career win number 12 for Hamlin comes in his 4th at Pocono. He wins the Gillette Fusion ProGlide 500 presented by Target.
Look at that. Half the field's gone.
Oh, look, somebody's just barreling around a wall up there.
Newman.
Yeah, this is going to be, they're going to have to sort this one out.
Wow.
Because I tell you what, that 9 car, you saw it hit and get up on top of the wall. And then the 24.
Biffle was in it. Mark Martin was in it. Reagan was in it.
Yeah, Reagan came into it late.
Casey Kane out of his car. That's a good sign. You see the medical crews working with Jeff Gordon in his car. Greg Biffle, another one of those that had heavy impact. There's Marcus Ambrose. His window net is down. That's a good sign. David Reagan, who also got a part of that accident, just drove across the start-finish line.
Yeah. There's still cars coming across the start-finish line that were in the wreck still.
Oh, look at Logano. Pulls right up to Harvick. A 2.5-mile speedway with short track characteristics and short track tempers when the race is over.
Yeah, you know, and here's Joey's team trying to keep him calm down, and this is probably best. That's Joey's dad.
Joey's dad wants to get in on there. Go in there and tell him.
That's why Joey's dad's got his hard card pulled a couple of times. Let me just go ahead and say that. Yeah, but
no, you know what? He needs to do this. He needs to vent. I mean, he's been taken out so many times at the end of a race, whether it's a nationwide race or whatever. And, you know, he should be mad.
Yeah, and I'm gonna say this in Joey's defense. You know, they were just racing, and I probably spoke too soon. I don't think it was Harvick's fault. I don't think it was Joy's fault. But Joy has to stand up for himself at some point in time. You know what I mean? We saw, you know, Burton last week say, I'm not going to take it anymore. I think you're seeing Joy say, I'm not going to take this anymore, especially from Kevin Harvick, because he and Kevin just seem to find their place, same place on the racetrack all the time.
Yeah. Like I said, it was tight racing. You're at the end of the race, but you're absolutely right, Kyle. He's got to man up on some of these guys, because you're going to get pushed around in this business until you do.
Until you do, man. Until you do. Earnhardt and those guys were the best at nudging you, rubbing you, leaning on you until you went and talked to them. And once you went and talked to them, then they leave you alone. It's not a problem with it.
Okay,
here's what happened final lap.
Casey, and Allmendinger put a big block on him, and that's what it was.
Oh.
He put and man, once you get that grass, you're done.
Yeah.
Wow, that was a hit, man.
Wow.
That was a hit.
That was a hard hit. The 16 and the 5 just drove into the side of the 9, had no place to go. The Mark Martin and Biffle took the hard hits right there. And then you see 24 come into it. 26.
Yeah. Take another look here. Watch. You see Casey Kane, the Budweiser car. He's going to make a run, and Allmendinger is going to take him all the way to the grass on the block.
Yeah, and I think Allmendinger, I think AJ felt like, okay, I'm this far down. He's not going to be there now.
I mean, right in front of Mark Martin and Biffle. Who's that? Is that Truex in there too?
Yeah, Truex is in there.
Yeah.
Here's a 39 that we saw come off of turn 3, just in the gas.
Oh, Ambrose hit the inside guardrail a ton.
A wild final lap crash. Joe Logano picked up some positions here and finished 13. Your race winner today, Denny Hamlin. We'll talk to him next. A number of drivers getting damage on a final lap crash, and the leader got a little damage as well. The celebration party for Denny Hamlin, and he ends up nicking the wall. Watch this.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter now, does
That's
it?
pretty impressive right there, though, I'm going to tell you. That's a long burnout. Is there... Okay, here we go.
There it is.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that wasn't just a nick in the wall either.
All fun and games till you hit a wall.
Yeah.
I bet it hasn't wiped the smile off his face. He's in victory lane with Marty Snyder.
And what an impressive day for Denny Hamlin, who at points in this race said, I'm just cruising, I'm out here riding, and he showed it late in the race, going from 16th to the win. Not bad for a guy who earlier in the week told me you were about a C on restarts. You did pretty good, but what was your mindset when that green-white checker came out and you were almost to the white flag?
I asked Mike, you know, the bad part is I probably could have got to that white flag in time, but I started backing off just in case we needed fuel mileage, and he said, no, get that white as soon as you can, and I literally just kept focusing on that light, and I saw it turn yellow right before I got to the line, but we just flat drove through those guys, and it was similar to what our win was here last year, and just it was just a great car. Best it was all day was that last run, so just can't thank everyone from FedEx and all their employees, FedEx Freight, JGR, the whole 11 team, Sprint, Gillette, Coke, and Gillette. I need a clean shave for the.
You got a clean shave.
Yeah. But thank all them and Wally X and Toyota.
This car is undefeated. 3 races, 3 wins. Dude, you're not supposed to damage the left front when you do a burnout, though.
I know.
You're going to catch grief for that one.
I know. I owe the Fab Shop some donuts or something. But also got to thank all the fans and everyone from Sprint. It's just been a great year so far.
Think we should rename this place? Hamlin Speedway, maybe?
Nah, I like Pocono.
You like Pocono. All right, I think he should like Pocono. His 4th career win here at Pocono, Adam.
Denny Hamlin enjoying another victory in Pennsylvania. And it got wild in the final lap. Casey Kane, one of 10 drivers involved on the last lap crash. All of these drivers out of their car. Denny Hamlin, a winner for the 4th time in 2010. No one can match that this season. All smiles for the FedEx team. Unfortunately, their teammate not happy after the race. Joey Logano looking for his career best here at Pocono. Kevin Harvick denied him. Here's what happened with a couple of laps remaining.
These guys go down in a turn 3, and Joey is turning down. You know, from that angle, it is tough to really blame anybody, but I still think that, you know, these guys could have cut each other a little bit of slack on that.
Yeah, you know, one angle, when we saw the first angle, when you see this angle, this just looks bad from this angle.
Yeah.
And you know, and I jumped on and I said, look, Kevin should have given him some more room. But from the other angle, yeah, I apologize to Kevin Harvick, because I think it's 2 guys racing for position, and they're racing for that patch, and they just ran out of room.
Let's hear from Logano, Ralph.
Well, Joey's just come out of his hauler after talking to J.D. Gibbs and Coach Gibbs. Joey, what's your thoughts on what took place out there with Kevin Harvick?
It's disappointing, to be honest with you. It's you know, we had a top 5 run going with the Home Depot Toyota, and that's for us here. That was going to be awesome, and I was pretty pumped up about it. And racing 29, and he let me go in the middle of the straightaway, and decided to dump me in the next turn. I don't know what his deal is with me, but it's probably not his fault. You know, it was his wife wears a fire suit in the family, tells him what to do, so it's probably not his fault.
What's it going to take to cool this feud down between the 2 of you?
I don't know. I'm going to go to NASCAR hauler, and I guess they're going to tell me what I'm supposed to do, so we'll just have to see.
What did Coach Gibbs and JD say to you?
Just tell me to calm down. You know, when we finished 13th, you know, I mean, we rallied back from 30th in 2 laps, so that was, I mean, at least we got something out of it. You know, it's not a top 5 like we should have finished, but, you know, it is what it is. It's just ridiculous that I don't know what I've ever done to piss him off, but he's apparently stupid.
Joey, you unloaded a lot of emotion when you came out of the car there. What are you thinking about that? Did you show too much, or are you okay with that?
No, he needs to know how I feel. No one lets me go up and talk to the guy. You know, I mean, you get out of the car, you want to talk to the guy, see what's going on, and there's 6,000 crew members around you that you can't go up and talk to them. So, I mean, I don't know how he's supposed to settle something if you can't even talk to the guy, which there's no talking to him anyway.
Joey, thanks for talking to us. Here's what Kevin Harvick had to say.
Nothing like the raw emotion.
Kevin Harvick, you end up with a 4th place finish, but tell us about the contact with the 20.
Yeah, I got in there and we just wound up getting together. Just 2 cars going in the same space at one time. I just got to thank everybody. On my Shell Pennzoil Chevy, they did a great job today. We had a solid car. Kind of got stuck back there in the middle of the pack with the pit strategy, but all in all, our car was good all day.
How about the pretty good points day for you?
Yeah. I mean, you know, the car was good, and that's the way we have to be. All the tracks that you know we seem to struggle at in the past have been really good for us, and to go to these racetracks and run in the top 5 every week is what we're looking for.
This has not been historically your best racetrack.
No, it hadn't been, but today it was really good.
Good job, man.
Thank you.
You know, I know about the wife wearing the uniform and the family part, though, so I live it.
Good point.
These numbers unofficial. Harvick did finish 4th. What about Tony Stewart? 3rd, and he's gained some ground in the points this afternoon. Montoya ends up in the top 10, and good days for Allmendinger and Sam Hornish Jr.
Kyle was just pointing out Kurt Busch. I don't have
Kurt Busch
any idea how
finishes
one
spends
over there
all
yet.
day at 31st and finishes.
Yeah.
And you see Ruderman comes back, Joy comes back. These guys, a lot of these guys benefited from that massive accident that happened over there, because there you see Casey, there you see Greg, there you see Mark. These guys had decent runs, not great runs. Jeff, right in the middle of it, finishes 32nd. And like I said, they had decent runs, not great runs. They weren't a factor for the win. And I don't think anybody was, but the 11 and the 33 and a couple other cars during the day.
You refer to those guys on page 3 involved in the late race accident. Here it is again. Casey Kane getting pushed to the grass, headed to the tunnel turn.
The concrete came through the outside of the wheel.
Yeah, that's incredible. That was hard hits right there.
Matt Yoakum.
And catching up with both Jeff Gordon and Casey Kane, walking Infield Care Center. Well, what did Jeff say to you first?
Oh, he said he didn't mean to hit me at the end, but I mean, I think it was just things everywhere. I had a huge run. I had tires there, two tires on the right side, and I had a big run on AJ in the 77. And as I come across the track, he just starts left, and I'm like in the grass at that point. So there's like I couldn't turn back against it. You know, once somebody shoots to the left like that and blocks you. But we had a pretty good Budweiser Ford. Definitely a bad way to end the day, but we had a good race prior to that.
It seemed like today there were so many different race strategy situations, just as much as the track changing because of the weather changing so often.
Yeah, I mean, you saw a lot of people up front at the end that probably shouldn't have been. I mean, it's just the way that strategy goes here. We had a top 5 car throughout the race, and a lot of guys were up there at the end that shouldn't have been. They weren't very good. I mean, we were driving back by a lot of them, and just got put in the grass. So it's part of it. I don't know, teammates. We gotta work on that a little bit, maybe.
You guys gonna have a good conversation this week about it?
I don't talk to AJ hardly ever, and I doubt I'm going to talk to him about this.
All right, thanks, Casey.
Not mixing any words on this post-race show.
There's so much love out there right now.
I love team sports. I love team sports.
Harvick continues to lead in the standings, but Busch did gain some ground. That would be Kyle Busch, 19 back, Hamlin, Kenseth, and Kurt Busch in the top 5. And then we look at the back half of the top 12. Clint Boyer is in, up 1 position, and Carl Edwards moves up.
And this race didn't do anything to separate 7th to about 15th or 16th. If anything, it made these guys closer. And this is a grind. We talk about it. These next 13 races until you get to the final 10 chase, it's all about picking up points. And I think that's why Joy and these guys are so upset, is they're in that little bit of a range right there where they need to be making points.
Phil Parsons with Tony Stewart after the race.
Tony Stewart ended up with a pretty good finish there, 3rd place.
Yeah, we'll take it for the Office Depot Old Spice Chevy. It was not a beautiful day by any means, but we got where we needed at the end and got some track position. We had a pretty good car when we got up there. I wasn't very good in traffic, and guys raced like a bunch of idiots out there today.
You missed what went on behind you.
No, I didn't. I saw it all day. I got to watch it. I just didn't see the big wreck at the end, so I got to watch it all day.
Great run today. Way to get a top 5. Come on the heels of your first win as a car owner last year at this very race.
Yeah, I mean, I wish we would have been a top 3 car all day, but you know, you take them any way you can get them, and you know, obviously, if we had a decent car, a good enough car to stay up there and run with those guys. I mean, we didn't just stay up there on a green-white-checkered. We were up there for 30 laps or 30-plus laps, so we had a good enough car when we got up front. We just couldn't get there all day.
You've had the best car before and not won, haven't you?
Yeah, you know that drill. So, yeah, I appreciate you reminding us of that. It's there's days like today when you're not proud of how you get there, but you take it anyway because you know for everyone you get like this, there's one that gets robbed from you the same way.
Good run, Tony.
Thanks, bud.
Plenty to talk about next week when we head to Michigan. Sunday afternoon, NASCAR on TNT in the Irish Hills. Coverage begins 12 p.m. Eastern Time with Countdown to Green. That's followed by Sprint Cup Racing from Michigan, presented checkered flag flew. It all belonged to Denny Hamlin. His 4th win of the year and the 6th for Joe Gibbs in the last 9 races. So long from Pocono.